Today is May 3rd, 2017. My name is Karen Jungblut, Jungblut, and I'm here to interview Consolee Nishimwe. The interview will be in English, and we are in Los Angeles, California, United States. Good morning, Consolee.
Good morning, Karen.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Could we start by you telling me your name?
My name is Consolee. I can spell it Consolee, Nishimwe, Nishimwe.
Can you tell me where you were born and when you were born?
Yeah, I was born in Rwanda, in a place called Kibuye, which is a province, and then in a town called, they changed the name, but before it used to be sector Gachacha and Selud. That's what they used to call Kamuvunyi. So, but now it's called West Karongi District in a place called Rengera. So the names have changed, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what was the date of your birth and year of your birth?
I was born September 11, 1979. So yeah, it's very yeah.
Could you state the names of your parents, your mother first and your father second?
Yeah. My father's names are André Ngoga, and my mom's names are Marie-Jeanne Mukamniza. Yeah.
And did you have any siblings, and could you state their names?
Yes, I had, we were 5 kids. I was the oldest. And my sister, who was the second, her name is Jeannette Ingabire. And my brother, who was 9 years old, his name is Philbert Honsi, and Pascal Movara, and Bonfils Avimana. So those were my siblings, yeah.
And when you say your brother was 9 years old, do you mean he was 9 years old in 1994?
Yes, my brother was 9 years old during the genocide. He was 9 years old during the genocide, when the genocide began. So Pascal was 7 years old, and Bonfils was 16 months old, yeah, during the genocide. Yeah.
Do you remember the names of your grandparents?
Yes, I remember both. But my paternal grandparents' names were Paul Ntirabanyiginya. It's a very long name. So, and my grandmother was Ancille Mukabaseka. Those are my father's parents. And my mother's parents are Mukarwego Felicite. That's her mom's name. And her father's name were Dismas Ruhago.
Did you have any other names besides Consolee?
Yes, I did, yeah. I had a nickname which was very popular. Even now, some people call me that name, Machkwa. It's a very unusual name. You don't find so many, actually, I've never heard anybody with that name, so, and it's kind of very unique name, so I've had it, so even some people call me that name now. So.
Does it have any meaning?
It doesn't have like a really a meaning, but it's just like a funny way, the way the name came up. So it was, my mom told me a story behind it. She told me that there was a guy, I think a friend of them, who used to go to their house and he used to play a game with his stomach and moving his stomach. So they used to call it the machkwa, so whatever. So, and then one day when I was born, my mother saw my eyes moving around, and she said, oh, my baby is playing Machkwa. So instantly, that name, I got that name instantly as a nickname. So it's funny because it doesn't have any really meaning like other names you hear. But yeah, that was the story behind it. So yeah.
And your last name Nishimwe,
Yeah.
Does that have any meaning? Is there any meaning behind that name?
Yeah, when I was born, I was not firstborn. They had their first child, and the first child couldn't make it, and then I was not supposed to be the firstborn, and then couldn't make it, and so then when they had me, it was a joy for them to at least have a live child. So, and they call me Nishimwe, meaning praise. You know, we're thankful, praise God. Yeah, and then my first name Console means consolation, comfort. So I was it was a joy for them to at least see, you know, I was healthy and they were happy. That's the reason why they named me that name. So yeah.
Can you talk a little about growing up? Describe maybe your family home and how you were growing up.
Yeah. Growing up in my home, growing up in the village, of course, in our small town. My grandparents were our neighbor. My paternal grandparents were living not far from our home. It was just about like really a little walking distance from our home. And some of our family members were not living far from each other. So pretty much our families were not far from each other, except that my paternal grandparents were closer to than everyone else. So in my home, my parents were both teachers. So and in elementary school. So and as children, for me, the home was I was very fortunate because my parents were good parents. So I remember every day going to school with my father. So I used to walk with him, and he loved going with me to school. So it's one of the best memory I have, you know, holding hands with him and on the street going to school. But there was nothing. We didn't have like buses or anything. We just walk on the street going to school, and there were so many other students and other people going. So and then my mother also sometimes I would go with her. So and another thing I remember, our home we used to have during the weekend. So we'd be together at home and we'd just have shared, you know, meals together. We'd just talk and, you know, sit down and having all kinds of conversation, asking questions to my father, who was very happy guy. So you would ask him any questions. He was very easy person to talk to. And I remember just, you know, we go to visit our family members and all the time. So you just, you know, or having people coming over, we share meals, or we have a traditional, you know, we have milk. We used to have milk a lot. So, or you just, you know, it was a beautiful thing. So to see how the community, everybody can come home without asking. There was no even a phone, or somebody will call and say, I'm coming. It just, traditional people would just knock the door and say, oh, are you there? So can I come? And so we sit down and drink tea, and it was very nice to me. I really enjoyed those moments. So, and then most of the time I would be outside playing, and which was outdoor. I was a very outdoor person, like so many other, you know, kids in the village. So you always be outside and playing, and sometimes you walk with everybody to fetch water, holding a little, you know, small bucket. So, and you go to fetch water at the you know, at the place, those places. It was fun. To me, it was really fun. And then, you know, coming from school, sometimes if I'm not with my father, I would just run on the street with my, you know, my friends who were just coming from school, and it was fun. It was really fun. So to me, those are the kind of childhood memories I have, and also to know so many people were coming in our home, and just, you know, those things really to me were good. And then my parents were very good people, so I was very fortunate that they can offer anything we needed at home. Not like we had everything, but we had it enough to make sure that we are safe in our home, and they were very nice people. So yeah.
You mentioned that both your parents were teachers.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little about your mother. Mm-hmm. What teacher was she? What subject did she teach?
My mother, she used to teach, like mostly like some fourth grade, so, or even third grade. But then in the beginning, that's not the kind of teaching she started. There were those who finished her elementary school, mostly like eighth grade. Sometimes they used to have these vocational schools, and there were like girls' vocational schools and also guys' vocational schools. So she used to teach in the beginning when she started working. That's what she used to do before. She stopped when I was very little, and then that's the kind of work she used to do and teaching about how to decorate homes, how to cook, and teaching about recipes and all different things like that. So, and then after that she came to elementary school right after those schools were no longer there in the country. So she went in elementary school where she would be having a class where she would teach all kinds of subjects if she had like a fourth grade. In those times you could teach any subject, math or whatever. So you are the only teacher. You have one classroom, you're only teacher there, so you can teach from any subject. So it's kind of different to here. So because they had a system where if you have a class, you would teach all kinds of subjects. So available at that time, so to teach. So, and then my father used to teach mostly eighth grade, like seventh grade, all these last. And then he loved his job. I remember he was even the time when they finish some teachers will leave school, he will stay there to help some students, and he loved his job a lot. So, and he wouldn't even think of being tired, or he would just be there and help whoever needed help. And then sometimes during the weekends he used to go to school, and he had so many students who liked him a lot. So in those times, at the end, they used to do national examination. That's what we used to do in order for us to go to junior high school. So he was one of the teachers who used to have so many students getting a lot of great grades and go to in his school to go to junior high school. So even now, I get messages of some people who tell me, your dad was a very good teacher. He dedicated his life to to make sure we are doing well. So, and even now I learned recently that where he used to teach now in Rwanda, in that school, they remember him and they talk about who he was and how he loved his job, and who, the kind of person he was, and how, kind he was to his students. And so it really touched me that at least, that school every year they remember, what he used to do. So it makes me happy.
What is the name of the school?
It's called Rubengera Elementary School. That's the same actually school I went to. So yeah. So, and when I go back, I will definitely make sure I and take that's what I'm looking forward one day, to be able to be there by the time, to kind of honor who he was, and I'm glad his life, he used his life well, whatever time he lived. So, but at least he was able to serve. So I want to be, at least do a little bit like him. So I'm trying every day.
So both of your parents being teachers,
Yeah.
was their parents also teachers, or were your parents sort of the first generation in their families of becoming teachers?
Yeah, my parents were actually the first generation in their families to be teachers. Their parents were not educated, so they didn't get that opportunity to get education. And because of, how tough it was as a Tutsi in the country, so, and for them, they were so fortunate, at least they were able to get that education, because and I was so impressed how the parents actually really valued the education, even though they never knew anything about education because of not getting the chance to do that. So I was impressed to see that, because even on the part of my mom, she was not the only person in her family to get education. Her oldest sister actually got education. She was able to, she got the help from her older siblings also. So, but they never been able to do universities, but at least they've been able to have, in those times, to have a high school. It was a big deal for them. So, yeah. So, and then they seem to have. That's the reason why we're able to have at least a decent home in those times. To both parents who were teachers, it was a big thing, and they used to think we have a lot of money, but that was not the case. But people would think you are rich, but it's not that. So it's just because they're, seeing two parents who are, doing, teaching a job. It was just a big thing. So, and they seem to be like respected in those times, so very respected. So, and then I, not only in my family, I've seen that some of our family members, some of them were able to do that job as well. So, yeah. So it was. I really am really thankful, because at least really that helped them to kind of help us in our lives and with my siblings, and be able to get the proper, way of living. So they, and I'm grateful they got that chance.
Can you talk a little about also your grandparents? You said your father's parents weren't living too far from you.
Yeah.
What type of housing or building was that home?
Yeah, it was, in those times, the homes were not like a big building where, you find, even now in Rwanda, you can find very good modern building. In those times, they had a very, very simple homes, but they didn't have electricity. There was no electricity or running water. So even our home too, we didn't have even though our homes, they seemed to be like a decent homes, but we didn't have those types of luxuries of running water or electricity. But we were not far from where we used to fetch waters, or even we had these sort of like lamps, sort of like very nice lamps. And nowadays, I think you have a glass in the middle of glasses. So we used to have them in our homes, in places, you can. But those who didn't have the money to buy those type of lamps, so they used to have these little small, for small ones with a little like thread, few thread in the middle. So those who couldn't afford it to buy those, so they used to use those things in their homes. So my paternal grandparents' home was just very simple, very, very simple home. But because of my father, going to school and being able to start working, and he helped them kind of build a little, very, I would say decent compared to someone who didn't have parents who didn't have, at least a little money to help them build a house. So it was very simple, but didn't have all those things. But and we didn't have like all the fences around or anything like that. It was just the fence sometimes will be like the bamboos they used to build around. So and maybe you can have a door in the front, but it was just very simple but nice for them at that time. So and his siblings, some of them who were living there, some others as the time went by, some of them got married, so they had their own lives. So but throughout the whole time, my grandparents, I used to go there, like it was just a very short distance, like 1 minute walking. So I would just go there frequently and see my grandfather. and my grandmother, who were very, very, very old, fashion person. I remember my grandfather used to wear this whole this traditional attire he used to have around him. Mostly was white cloth. He used to wear around behind his pants, his short pants. And I used to ask him why he doesn't dress like my father, because I thought we would have a long pants. I would ask him question, why don't you dress like my dad? So he would laugh, because he was old in those times, was a very, very traditional person. So, and my grandmother always, both my grandmothers used to wear like long dress, long skirts. It was sort of like a skirt, but very long. Sometimes it's like a big cloth around them. So, and I remember have a memory of both of them. At the end of the day, when you see the sun, sunset. So after they come from the field, they were just like because they were like farmers, they didn't have any other jobs, so they used to go in the field with other people who were helping them, so to plant the beans and all kinds of things we used to eat. So, and as soon as they finished work, that was mostly a lot of the work they were doing, and then my grandmother would be finishing cooking and all that. So as soon as they finished having dinner, so she would come outside, because we're in our home, I can see even if I was not there, I could see them coming from their house and sitting outside in the rocks. So there were some rocks, outside of their home, and she will be sitting there with him, next to him. That was like every day. I remember, have that great memory, I have that in my head all the time. I remember that. So how every day they will be sitting together next to each other there and watching the sunset until, it gets a little dark, and then they go inside. But they would not talk much. I don't know whether they were having like a conversation, but it would seem to be like they were watching together, sitting next to each other. Now, as I think about it, I think that probably that was their romantic way of being romantic. I don't know. It just I never thought too much about it until I remembered it, like how these two people were. Every time they were sitting next to each other, and it was it's a great. I'm so happy. At least I can have that in my head. So it makes me happy to remember that.
So did your grandfather, your grandparents, did they have livestock too? Was it like a farm?
They were not like people who were having too many things. They had enough for their homes, and they have, they used to have like, they used to, because they were, of course, agricultural, that was the only thing they were doing. So they used to have enough things they can probably use for their homes, and then probably have for maybe to sell, to give them to the markets, because the markets used to sell those kind of things like foods, all kinds of different foods, and beans, or mostly beans is one of the biggest thing people have. So, and then also corn and the sorghum plantation. Sorghum plantation is I've never seen it in another place here, but it's one of they make what do you call it? They make porridge. It's like a cream of wheat, sort of like a cream of wheat. What you just they used to give us that every morning. So it's one of the nutritious porridge to have every morning. So, and they also make something like sort of like a wine from it too. So it was very much one of the things that we used to have. So. And also having a banana plantation, so which was very huge, and all kinds of things, avocados and different types of fruits, and banana plantation was huge because they will have banana beers for their home, and also the bars, those types of bars in those times. So, yeah. And my father also used to have that too. He used to make that in our home, but he didn't drink banana beer, but he will have people, actually mostly people come home in our home to drink. So it was a sort of like a social gathering in our home, and that was mostly for a lot of people's homes. So if they come to visit you, you offer that, or if you that day you have that beer there, so people will come over, so you share that. So, and most, my grandfather didn't have too many stocks so that they can send them in, a lot of places, but they had enough for their home, and also for maybe a few to sell. But other than that, they were enjoying a very they are very they enjoyed it the way they lived. So
What about your mother's parents? What did they do for a living?
my mother's parents were the same, so they were in agricultural. But I was not fortunate to know my grandfather on my mom's side. He passed away in 1974, right after the 73 genocide. So I didn't get to know him much, but I've heard that they told me the stories about him, who he was. So, but I wish I could have known him myself. But my grandmother, that's what she was doing too. So, but she was mostly staying home. But and when I was growing up, I saw that because my mother had her older siblings. She was one of the youngest, so only and for me, I saw that her siblings were helping her, and she had enough too. So luckily, in her family, actually, they used to. You can tell they really had big land, so to have all the things they will sell, they will send it to the people, friends. So I remember my grandmother used to send people carrying like some of the things she will have in her field, whatever. So she will send them to us every time. Mostly like some weekends, I will see someone bringing something in the basket, for us in our home. But she used to do that for all her children. So and she enjoyed. She never sold a lot of things, but she liked actually to take care of her. To feel like she's taking care of her kids. So she didn't mind sending them to them. So and then her home was very also nice, very decent for them, for the same way it was for my paternal grandfather. But when I was growing up, I think that the house was built by her children, helped her to kind of rebuild at least a little decent home. But there was no electricity also or running water, but the water was not far from where they lived, so they could fetch not far from there. But thankfully, she couldn't go on her own to do that. But all of us were so lucky to have like a help in each home. So it's not like when you say help, it's not very expensive. So you have someone home to, who will stay home, but also helping to get the water and all, the help at home. So yeah.
What was the person's name that was in your home to help?
When the genocide, not only, when I was born, there were different ones because they decided sometimes when, to go to their home when at the time was, it was right for them to leave. But when the genocide happened, there was a young woman who was in our home. Her name was Marie-Josée. She was, and part of that also my parents were helping her because her parents were, not able to maybe have enough for their home. So she used to stay with us and also helping us also. They paid her, of course. They paid her for also being home. So, but she stayed with us until the genocide happened. So, but fortunately, we didn't, you know, as we stayed together, we separated. So yeah, the genocide happened.
So growing up, you mentioned that both of your parents were teachers. Who was cooking in your house?
Sometimes, you know, the help will, if my parents were not home, for instance, they are going to work, so we'll have the help to help cook and, you know, the meal for us. But a lot of times my mom loved to cook also when she would be home. Yeah, when she's home, because she used to teach that before. She knew how to do it well, and she wanted it to fit as well. So, and she loved doing that every time she was home. So, but if they are not home, the helper will help. You know, will do that for
Do you
us.
Do you remember a favorite food?
My mom, actually, one of the things I remember my mom used to do. She was a very healthy person. Healthy, to eat healthy food. And I remember one of the things I remember, she used to give us, like, you know, soy porridge. To me, it didn't taste very good at all. It was like, to me, bad, but she would be like, you have to eat it, it's healthy, you know. And I remember she used to, you know, she used to cook mostly a little, sort of like a little modern things, like if she make chips, what do you call chips, or you call French fries, in a very good way. So like she will just make like a crepe, you know, some of them from scratch like that. So she used to make a lot of different vegetables in a very kind of unusual way. So, and sometimes they're very tasty. So, and then she loves cooking a lot of you know, great meats. You know, it could be beef, it could be and fish. But we ate a lot of fish also from the lake. So, because we're not far from the Lake Kivu, even though it was not very close, but we're not far from there. So, and we used to get a lot of small fishes, and then she will find a way to cook them in a very good way. So, and we used to love that. But then sometimes as a kid, you just want to just have only rice, but that's not right. You can't just eat only rice. That's what I wanted to eat all the time. And when I was little, I didn't like food much. So, and she always tells me that that's one of the things she didn't like, so I didn't like food. So I was very, very selective, and just like any other kid, you want to just eat only rice, you just want to eat only bread. And she used to, and in those times, there was not so many people who had bakeries in our town. And there was this guy who, and also the Protestant nun in our area. We are the only people who have Protestant nuns, so you don't find them in the other part of the country. So, and they had also bakeries. So, and my mom sometimes used to bring the bread from either one, or for those people, or for the Protestant places. So. And then we used to love bread a lot, because you won't find them in many other places. You know, you won't be able to find them in other places. So it was for those who were teachers. A lot of times people think that teachers they are the ones who used to buy those kind of things. They'll be like, oh, teachers, they have money because they can buy bread. So it seemed to be a very cool thing in those times. You know, if you eat bread, almost like many times every, a week. So that seemed to be a big thing. You eat bread many times. That was a huge thing too. Yeah.
Can you talk a little about, describe sort of the village in a sense, and the people that lived in the village? Was it different groups or from different backgrounds? And if you can talk a little maybe about the background.
And the villages,
of your family.
I don't know if you mean by what do you mean by
townspeople? Was it a village? Were you all from the same family, same group? Were there different groups represented? What was
Yeah.
sort of the makeup of the population that you grew up in?
Yeah, so I will give, in my village, I would say in my village, mostly it's in many other villages in Rwanda. So most of especially in the villages, you find the people, their families not far from each other. So even if they might have you may have another, because we used to have other family members who are living not in our village, they might live a little bit far, but mostly the immediate family members were not far from each other. So, and it was easy to find those, like from your uncles or your cousins, those immediate family members are not far from each other. So, and then we in our village we were mostly even and then because it's small, most of the people are not far from each other. You are neighbors. You meet in the same market. You meet because you don't have a lot of entertainment or other. A lot of times you meet in so many one of the, like if it, for instance, is a Catholic church, it's one of the church where most of them meet. And if it's a school, you find that most of them, not so many elementary schools. There were not so many in my village. So, and you find most of those who are teachers, they meet there, or those who have kids going there. So they meet often because of those places. And then they meet in the markets, which are not so many. So most of the people meet there. So, and then, and also because the population there was mostly Christian, so they meet a lot of in the churches and yeah, a lot of times. So, and then there's a culture also of visiting, people visiting even without any plan. So they just feel like they can visit. It's cultural thing. So you visit each other even if you didn't plan it. So they go to their homes and you feel like I can knock the door and see if somebody is there. You sit down hours and talking hours. So, and it's a normal thing. So, and then people are, of course we had ethnic groups like Tutsis and Hutus. And it was, so in our villages, we were mixed. So you will find in certain places where maybe Tutsis are living probably in one place as many in one village, but for us it was mixed in our village. So and somehow, so even though there was discrimination against the Tutsis, but we found a way in those times to kind of because there was no choice to share everything. You find a way to live together, even though you don't. Some of them, especially the Tutsis, knew that they were not liked. So, but they found a way to. But for me, that was my observation. But I learned later that through my mother's stories and what it was like, she would tell me that how tough it was for them. So for me, for instance, I would say I would go to school. I feel like it was fine for me, or because my parents were making sure we had a very good homes and of course our family members. But at the same time, I didn't know that it was the discrimination against my parents at school, even though my dad was working hard and making sure he's doing a good job at work, but still he was going through so much, being threatened so many times, and sometimes and a lot of times my mom told me those stories. It related me those stories after what used to happen to them. But for me as a kid, on the outside I thought it was okay, but that was not the case. But because they managed to throughout the years, they found a way to make sure that we won't see that. That's not the image we're going to have in our head. So it was not easy, but for me, and then of course outside they made sure and they found a way to not allow me really going to many places. I used to go to visit people, but they were very protective. I never knew why. Sometimes this being a protective of us, and what it was. So they would allow me to go to people's homes, but but they found a way to really protect me and my siblings. So
how did that look like? What did that protection look like?
it's almost like, if, for instance, if they don't want you to stay outside for, yeah, for instance, I would say that's an example, outside for a long time with maybe kids' neighbors, or maybe wandering around in the neighborhoods a lot. You find the kids in the village really going to any home, like wandering around in any home, and you're just being a kid because it was normal. But they didn't allow me and my siblings to do the same way like that. So they would just make sure they know exactly where we are going, not like we are just, wandering, around like how other kids were doing that. So, but they won't tell us that the reason why, but just say we don't want you to just be wandering around much. So we'll go to places they know we are going. So, but then I learned later that was a way of protecting us to not be harmed by someone who doesn't like Tutsis. So they knew what they were doing. So and that's the way, without necessarily telling us why. So but to me, I found it was very tough the way they did it, but somehow it helped me, because when the genocide started, that's why I was so surprised how people were, because I had to know what they were telling us in our homes. So I was very shocked to see what people would do to other people. So, yeah.
So growing up, did you hear stories about about your family, of what happened in Rwanda, the history of Rwanda?
When I was growing up, I knew little about the history of what happened. So I didn't know much at all. So I had a little bit of, but when it comes to the genocide happened in 1959, the 60s, and we didn't talk about it at all. So maybe those who were older, maybe a little bit, heard about it, but for me, I didn't hear at all. It was just little. So I learned so much about what happened in those times, mostly right after, when the genocide was about to happen, and even after the genocide. So because of, after going through my own experience at that time. So it was, they just want to make sure, they thought maybe, even I don't think they really, that was their only way of coping, because they want to make sure they found a way to raise the kids without feeling like they are living in a country where they are not liked. So I found really very, tough. I mean, I don't know, how would you able to live in a place where you're discriminated? You are so scared every day, like you may be killed, or you may be thrown in jail, or something really horrible will happen to you, but you find a way to raise your kids feeling like they are safe, but even though they're not safe. So I knew really much about the historical what happened before.
So when you went out playing as a kid, even before you went to school, did you play with neighborhood kids, or were there all kids from family members that you knew?
I played with the neighborhood kids, but for those that not far from us. So, and if we go to visit other people, these are the people my parents selected. They knew like we were going there, and of course our family members if we see each other. But other than that, I didn't just go around and say, oh, I'm thinking of seeing some of my friends we meet at school. Let me go to their home, just like that, without telling them. So because I had to, I've accustomed to tell them who I want to see. They would tell me, no, I don't think you should go there, or you should go. It depends of who they selected and wanted me to be with. But they managed also to not make it look like they're not allowing me to be free, like, have a great time like any other kid. But at least the moments I was in school, these are the time when I can just be with anybody, like all the kids. So it was and then and then at that time, because in those times in elementary school, when the time I felt actually the discrimination, it was in elementary school. That was the first time actually myself I saw it, but not thinking too much about it because of how they were doing the survey of telling Hutus and Tutsis in the classroom to stand up. And in those times also, right after the incident happened in our classroom, so I went home, I told my parents, you know, what happened, because it seemed a little bit weird, like the way the teacher did it. So
can you describe it?
Yeah, she told all of us, I mean, in the classroom, so because they were doing a survey, you know, about Tutsis and Hutus in the classroom, so, and they would tell us to stand up. And I remember when she told of course, most of us, you know, as a kid, you don't know whether you're Hutu and Tutsi, you don't know nothing really about that. So, and as she said, you know, Hutu stand up. So, I mean, you as a kid, we looked where a big number of of kids are standing up. Some of the kids really knew about it because the parents, you know, told them about it. Especially, mostly Hutus were told that in their home who they are because they were proud of being a Hutus. And they would even tell their kids, "Oh, you are Hutu." So, and somehow they grew up feeling proud. So, and our parents never taught us anything like that. So then, when in the school, when that happened in the classroom, I remember when I stood up in the side of the Hutu side. So of course, and then she said, "No, you're supposed to be on the Tutsi side." But the way it happened, also, we're not many of us, so. And then it seemed like we started feeling we didn't think too much about it because we were kids, but at the same time, you know, as a kid, you just want to be in the majority, you know, of places because that's where it seems like you're, you know, it feels great. But then, because the way it looked like, it seemed really, we felt unhappy, like something is not right. If we were a few, maybe something is not right, so.
How old were you?
I was in the third grade.
So what age approximately?
I was 9, probably 9 years old, I think. Yeah.
And do you remember? Did it have any? Was it of a particular subject? Of why all of a sudden the teacher asked you this?
No, she didn't do it for any particular subject. It was about the time she was like, "We are going to do this," so. And without necessarily explaining what it was like, because it seems to be kind of we didn't understand very much what it was for. So we thought maybe it was, it was in our class. We didn't think very much when I was a kid at our age at that time. So then when I went home, I told my parents what happened, how it felt uncomfortable for me. Because you say, you know, I didn't feel comfortable, you know, what the teacher did, but in a very child way, like, you know, because you find yourself in a small group of students, that means something is not right for you. You are not maybe the same way as the others. So, and my parents, of course, they seemed to be unhappy, you know, especially for my dad. He was kind of silent, so, but they tried not to explain much, you know. They say you'll be fine, everything is fine. But of course, at that time, I forgot about it. I completely forgot about it. I just kept going on. And because my parents were teaching in the same school, somehow for me it was helpful a little bit. I never thought too much after that, you know, about it until I went to junior high school. That's when I felt it, because also it was in 1990, and those times when the tension was increasing a lot in the country because of the Tutsis, anti-Tutsi, rhetoric, you know, going around the country everywhere. So, and I was starting to grow a little bit, and then I started hearing how scary, without necessarily understanding much, but and also with one of my classmates in the classroom who actually bullied me and my other my fellow students, because she was hearing that from her home, and then she started kind of bullied me and my other fellow students. So, but I was scared because I was hearing that, those kind of languages around. So, but not very much understanding why. So, but I told my parents, and they were feared. Like she probably would do something harmful to me. So, because I was sitting in front of her, so in the classroom. So, and my parents told one of my teacher, they should move me from where I was sitting, and that's the only thing they could do at that time. So you try to not mention any more about that. So they moved me. So at least they thought that's the only way I could be safe. So, yeah.
So from the moment when you were in elementary school, and for the first time, the teacher asked the students to identify.
Yeah.
Was that a one-time experience? Or was that the first and a one-time experience in that way for you?
In elementary school, that was the only time. So I felt it, I saw that. So I don't know why in other classrooms I've never seen that much. So, but that was the only time. Maybe they probably had a way of telling them we have done that already. So I don't know. But that was the only time in elementary school. And then I felt the bullying that's when I in junior high school. So, yeah.
Do you know if your siblings had a similar experience, at least the siblings that maybe your sister who may have had also elementary school experience?
That's a very good question, because I didn't get a chance to have any conversation like that with them. Yet, of course, with my other siblings, I couldn't be able to talk with them about that yet. Because of the genocide. So, and then my other sibling, who is still alive, Jeanette, we never had those conversations. She seems to not, because she was so young at that time, so we never had those conversations much. It seems like it's not easy stuff for her to talk about. So, but but for the time she was in elementary school, when the genocide happened, she was still young in elementary school also. So, and then I don't know, I never had any conversation with her about that. So,
when was your sister born?
She was born in 1982. Yeah. So she seemed to be like the kind of a person never really want to talk much about about the genocide. So, but I don't know, because of most of us, even my fellow survivors, all of us really, went through that experience. So, some of them were able to be able to not really allow that to affect them. So it's especially the early times in elementary school. But this is something that really never go away, because it felt, even though you didn't understand much, but it really stayed in your mind, because we connected it to what happened afterwards also. That was the beginning of, seeing what we were going through.
So this first incident in elementary school, which must have been around 88. After that, you mentioned you had an experience that included bullying. Can you describe a little of how that started? Meaning, even with that moment in elementary school, you had to stand up, and all the students kind of realized who is who. What were the days thereafter? Was it completely forgotten, or you tried to forget, or do you feel like you noticed a change of how you interact or how people interact with you?
No, in elementary school, it's not like I forgot about it on purpose. It's just because I was a kid. And I think also one of the things probably that helped me is the environment of my home environment also. So, and also because I was in a school where, my parents was teaching, so somehow maybe I don't know, I felt kind of like protected in some way. So I never, immediately I didn't keep thinking about it until I was in, I went in high school. So it didn't keep bothering me. So because I was young to even think, unless it was maybe a continuous thing. If they kept doing that in every classroom, I think it would have really deeply affected me a lot. So, and I think because it didn't continue even after the third grade, again, I had to go through that until, I went in junior high school. So, but I finished my elementary school without thinking too much about it.
Which means as a kids in your class, you all played together.
Yeah, we all
so
played
there was
together.
no dividing then afterwards, where like, oh no, you're Hutu, you're Tutsi.
Yeah. No, at the end, actually, all the kids, all of us, we like to play, each other. So none of us, either you were Hutu and Tutsi, so even though they knew who they were and being proud, but still because you are kids, so you come together and play together, so you become, you stay kids, so you still, stay kids. So, and I think that's the reason why, because we're kids, so that's the reason why it kind of helped us. But then in high school it's different, because you are starting to grow a little bit, and then whatever you are taught, so it's different when you're younger, so it changes. So, and that's the reason why some of Hutu kids really believed they're above us. They're somehow they feel like they are better than us in whatever area. So they seem to be really proud and confident. So. And some of us, when we started learning who we are, so and why what's going on to us, so we started being a little, kind of careful in what we're doing. So, and I think that experience of being bullied really kind of made me feel like I need to be careful and watch myself a little bit. Yeah.
Before we move on into your years of high school, I want to go back a little more still of growing up.
Yeah.
And so growing up with two teachers as parents and as siblings that were younger than you. Did you go to church? What was sort of like your typical week like?
Yeah.
Can you describe a little sort of the typical week of what you were doing?
Yeah.
If you remember?
Yeah, I can tell you what I remember about that. So, because my parents were teachers, from the time we went to school, like Monday through Friday, mostly Friday, so it was a typical time going to school, and we used to come home actually to eat lunch at home. So even our parents used to come home to eat lunch, with us together. So. And that was, and I remember, because my parents were very, very affectionate people, so normally in those times, if you see two people holding hands on the street, it seemed to be like embarrassing. So they used to do that. And then they would come together with us at home, and we have lunch together. So, but mostly for us kids, sometimes you leave earlier than your parents, so they found us at school later. So, and then when he used to, then for weekends, my father was not very much, traditionally men after work, you stay up, late to meet your friends, guy friends, to have beer, chat and whatever in the bar, whatever they meet. So my dad didn't do that much. He did it, but not as much, because he loved coming back home and see how we are doing and help us with the schoolwork, and because he liked to teach a lot, and he used to like to help me and my siblings, mostly me because I was the oldest. So, and he will just kind of go over with what I did at school, even teaching me. Even sometimes I used to feel like he was teaching me a lot. I feel like I'm being, I'm learning too much. But that was very good. But now later, as a grown person, I appreciate that. So, and then weekends, we used to be at home, sometimes at home together. He will meet his friends, and we used to have people coming over, and family members, or to visit, and then we'll just have the meals together. I remember I used to go out with you know, we used to go do some shopping sometimes with my dad in some place, so then we would go all of us together to buy things, or as we carry whatever you can carry. So and then Sundays, my mom used to kind of, she didn't necessarily go to church much, physically much herself, but she would just make sure I'm well dressed and I go with my dad at church. So, and that's what we used to do a lot of times. So, yeah.
What kind of church did you go to?
Protestant church. So, but when they got married in a Catholic church. But my dad was Protestant, so, and my mom was Catholic. So, in the time when they were getting married, because Catholic church seems to be respectful, you know, church, and especially in those times, if you are Tutsi, you have to choose Catholic church because at least you will get, you know, a little bit. You feel like it will be easier, a little bit easier for you. So,
why would it have been easier?
Because the majority of Hutus were Catholic, some of them. So, and then they felt being part of what the majority of people who were in the country at that time will be making their lives better. They were trying anything that can seem to make their lives better, at least a little better. So, and they decided to get married in a Catholic church. But usually you get married on the side of your husband's side, so in the religion of your husband's side. But they decided to get married, in a Catholic church on my mother's side. So. But right after that, my dad kept going to Protestant church. That's where all of us kids kept going, and that's even where I got baptized. So I didn't get baptized in the Catholic church, but I knew much about Catholic church. Most of my family members were Catholic church people. Yeah.
What do you know about your family history? Meaning where your grandparents were born on both sides.
Both sides, my grandparents, both sides, I didn't learn much about them, so I didn't get to know much about where they were born and, the people, the siblings they had and all that. So, but unfortunately, because of the genocide, I didn't learn much about, their family background, so I learned a little bit who they were, and they were after having my parents and all that. But what I learned is that recently my mother told me that the father of my grandfather, my paternal grandfather, he was a chief. He became a chief in the town. Like that's how he came from, Bugesera, and he came and became a chief, and then he came to our village, and then he started life there by being a chief, and then that's how my grandfather was born from me. But I don't know much about him. My grandmother's side, my maternal grandmother's side, the people who they were. So I didn't get a chance to learn who they were. So. Because there's nobody I can ask, nobody's still alive on those sides. So, and my mom, because she heard about it, from my father. So that's the reason why she knows about the side of her husband's side a little bit. So, and then on her side, so there's I hear the stories also about the clan. There was a man who came in the town who is very known, also a chief. And they have a big family. Not only on my mom's side, there are so many other family members who were born from him. So they have a name called Abakombe. It's like a sort of like a name of the family. So you find the people who are donated because they have that name on that person. So most of our families on my mom's side came from that person. So he seemed to be a very a person who was a chief in the area, who was, trying to take care of having big family there. So I don't know much about him. So, but I've learned that he's the one they come from, that person. But on my grandmother's side, on my maternal grandmother's side, so I don't know much about her. But I've learned through my mother that because my mom, she was able to meet her grandmother, who actually was the same height as my mom, because my mom is not as tall, so she was the same height as her. And they were not really having so much. And I know the village. She told me the village where they lived in. So
which village was it?
It was in Kibuye also. It's called. I'm trying to remember. It doesn't come up quick in my head, but I remember her clan. They called Abaha. So there are so many clans in Rwanda. So if from the family. So, but something she told me about her, that she was a very clean person, very organized person, who seemed to organize her home, even though she had a very, very small home. And she used to make her, in those times they didn't have like cementing on the floor. She used to make the type of, there's some kind of thick mud she used to use, and looks like cement. So, and she was very well organized with her bed, wooden bed, and all organized. She was a very neat person. That's what she told me. And then I tell my mother, maybe that's where you got that from. So, from her. So, and then because she lived in the hills, one of the things my mother told me, her mother used to send her to visit her a lot of times, because she lived a little bit longer than other people, so in her family. So my mother used to visit her and carrying all the basket on her head. She's like, my mom, always used to tell me to carry her some things, whatever. But that's the reason why I stayed short, maybe because I carried too much going there. So now I'm the same height. So I have that memory a little bit of her grandmother, but nothing really much about great-great-grandparent stories. So because they shared a little about them, so and I don't know much. So just for my immediate, I know enough for my immediate family members. Yeah. So those were alive before the genocide happened.
Yeah. So you mentioned before too that your father spent a lot of time with you, also helping you homework, and you felt like he kept on continuing to wanting to teach you even after school as a teacher. Growing up, did you have any sort of ideas of or wishes of what you wanted to be when you grew up?
Yeah.
What you wanted to be?
Yeah, because of how my father, and of course mostly my father, valued so much about education. And every time we'll talk about, so many things about school. And then he used to, because I was not very good, strong in math or other things like that. So, but I was very good, in those times I was very good, in those times, now, I was very good in languages. I felt like maybe, I used to say that I wanted to be a journalist, but that's what I thought. Because in my mind, I used to think that if you know well the languages, and especially my dad was very good in French, so he wanted me to learn much that language, really to perfect it well. So, and I remember, and because of that, in my elementary school, I have some friends who makes fun of me that I used to come to school saying a few, some of what we ate in French. Or, they asked me questions, I would say some of the things in French. So, but my dad, because of that, I thought I wanted to be a journalist. So, but when I did a national exam, so I was not able to succeed well at that time, and not because I wasn't bright. Mostly, a lot of times, because as Tutsis, a lot of times, if they will select mostly Hutus, and then as Tutsis, if they found you are Tutsis, so it was not easy to succeed on national exams. So, and my parents managed to find another school, sort of like a private school in junior high. So it wasn't like very good school. It was new in the area. So, but at least they just wanted me to start a high school. But I wanted to be able to get, to be selected and be able to go in a high school where, I can choose, continue to do what I wanted to do. But then I was very unhappy. I remember that day going to that school. I was so unhappy and crying, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to go there.
What was the name of the school?
It's called IPESA. IPESA. So I remember the long, the spell. It's called IPESA. So it was a new school in the area. Didn't look like a high school.
Was it close to your house, or?
It was not far from my home, so it was probably 40 minutes walking. Because I walked to school.
Was it a different town, or was it a similar?
In the similar area, but not close to another high school, because we had another very nice school, a nice high school, which was public high school, so which looked very good actually, because they had all kinds of students coming from different provinces. So if you are selected, sometimes they will send you to whatever school that is public around the country. So, and for me, I thought in my head that actually that's the school I wanted to be in, but my father couldn't find a way to explain me why it's impossible for me to go there, because there are some kids that I saw who were able to be accepted there, even though they never succeeded in the national exam. So I was unhappy, and that in my head I felt like actually that school that my dad sent me to, I thought it was not a real school. In my head at the beginning I was like, this is not a real school. So but I, even though I was unhappy, but I started getting used to it. So I felt like maybe in the future, when I finished junior high and going to, so then I'll be able to find a great school to go to. But in my head, I didn't know how bad, for as a Tutsis, that's the reason why you can't just choose a school just like that, like any other person. So it was not easy. But in our time, at least it was compared to my dad's time. At least it was a little better, because at least if they have money, at least they can pay you for at least another school. You can be able to at least go to another school. But I want to be a journalist, but I don't know. That's what I thought I would be. Yeah.
And so then, also growing up, sort of, were there particular games that you remember playing, or hobbies that you had?
Well, it's not like we had hobbies or anything in particular I had, but I was a very active person, because being out, I used really to be active. My father used, because he, being a teacher, that was not the only thing. He liked to be active too. He used to play soccer, so when he was younger. So, and then even at school, he used to even play with kids and all that. So, and because of him like that, so we were kind of active and, playing around. So even at home, he used to play with, with the ball. So, and then at school, I used to run a lot. There were so many types of game I used to play a lot, and running, and just I was very, very active. But at the same time, I also loved music, but it's not like any kind of. But I used to just feel like I can, make my body, move a lot. So, but it's not like any particular thing, and it was more about playing ball or soccer or anything. Just I felt like and dancing, anything that felt really that was available at that time. So, and there were not so many things that you, especially as a girl, so you will feel like it will be a passion for you in terms of games. So, but mostly for the men, you knew if they are the ones the boys are the ones who are supposed to have that passion of something, but as a young person, you just do it because that's your body. You feel like you need to be active. So, but then when I started junior high school, it was maybe I was starting to be a little, growing up a little, being a young girl. So, when it comes to the traditional, kind of traditional values of being a young girl, you shouldn't be like very, jumping a lot. There are certain ways you should behave. So it started kind of minimizing a little bit, not much, but I was still very active person. So
in elementary school, growing up, did you have a best friend?
Yes, I used to have best friends. Yes, I had a best friend. Actually, one of them.
What was their name?
Some of them were killed during the genocide. One of them who was Pidancienne. She was one of my closest friends. She used to walk with me from school. Even she was a Tutsi, and she was one of the people that we used to laugh a lot. So, and I used to walk with her to school from even the junior high school, mostly junior high school. We didn't really study together much in elementary school. So we made it in junior high. So, but I knew her before. So, and then we used to walk together from school to our homes, and it was the same route but she lived a little bit further from my house. So, and she was a very, very happy person, but at the same time, who was a little bit different. She will tease a lot with so many things. So we used to write letters to I don't know who we brought to, but anyway, we used to pass through around the post office, and then there was like post office day. I would just send those letters through the hall in the post office. Well, I don't know who we wrote to, but we just
You don't remember to whom you wrote, or you just
wrote? We just wrote those letters, and then
What did you write?
I don't know. I don't even remember much what we wrote, but I think it was just jokes and some jokes, around. She used to joke a lot, and then she's the one who came up with those ideas, like we should write letters. Sent to the horror of the post. It was not we didn't have many post offices. It was one at the communal office, not far, because most of the things were together, like post office, the jail or whatever. So most of the things were together in the government, places. The local government government offices were mostly around together. So, and that post office was not close to it. So it was a path to go into our home. And when we passed through there, we just, put those letters in there. So I don't know what the people working there, what they thought, but we just, it was fun. And she made me really because I was not the type of person who would think of something like that, I would do it. But she made me really have a lot of good fun, because that school, I didn't like it. So we just had fun there in that school, and then there was not many great things were happening in that school, but yeah, we didn't like it much, but it was fun living there. So just go home, and unfortunately, she didn't survive the genocide, so even almost the whole entire family members were killed. So, and she's one of the people that I remember much in those, during my childhood time. But I've had also other friends, and we had a great times. But she's the one that I remember the funny things we did. But I had many other great friends too. So, and some of them are still alive. So,
among your friends, did you have any friends that happened to come from Hutu families?
Yeah, there's actually one of them who was my classmate, who is a Hutu. She lives in Minnesota. She's still my friend. So we visit each other. So
was she your friend in elementary?
Yeah, she was in the same school with me, in the same classroom in elementary school, 6th grade. So, but we didn't keep going to the same high school and all that. But we stayed, we stayed together as friends. And one of my cousins went to the same high school with her. So the two of us actually are friends. So, and we visit each other. She's still one of my friends. So Letitia. She's still one of my friends, and one of the things I like about her is the fact how we understood each other. She's very honest with what we went through, so she doesn't really kind of wanted to go around and not talk about it. So, and then my dad taught her too. So before, and she kind of remembers those memories of how my dad taught her, and I think I like her. She's one of my childhood. From that family, Hutu family, but I feel like she's very honest person. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then do you remember when the first time you realized that she's Hutu and you're Tutsi? Was that in the classroom?
No, we didn't. I didn't really care. Not even thinking about it. I didn't even know until, of course, as a grown person later. So, but we didn't think very much who we were, like Hutu or Tutsi, when we were younger in elementary school. And then she
was she in the class when you had to stand up?
No, we were not in that same class. Yeah, actually, the class I stayed with her in the same classroom. It's in 6th grade, so that's where we spend a lot of time together. So, but in that 3rd grade, no, we're not in the same classroom. So, and I don't know. Actually, in that classroom, not so many. I haven't. I'm in touch with. So. Most of them are, because of what happened, some of them were killed, others are, we all went separate ways. So she's the only one of the few people that in my elementary school that I am in touch with, but I have other few ones. But because she lives in America, we say, we kind of, speak and visit each other. So she's a very nice person, yeah. Yeah.
We're going to take
and her parents were teachers. Her father was teacher too. So, and she was where she lived was close to our elementary school, and we used to go to her house and during the break time, and I go to her home. So, and sometimes drink milk there because they had a lot of cows. Yeah. So, and then. We used to all play together. Like we used to have these, games to play, with some of our friends. So it was because she was not far from her home, so we used to go there often. So I don't know. I don't know because I could have lost the touch with her right after the genocide, but after the genocide, she seemed, we reconnected, and then immediately she seemed to be. Very understanding person. So it was easy for me to kind of stay in touch with her and talk to her. So not only me and my cousin who went in the same school with her. So yeah.
We're going to take a short break.
Yeah.
We're continuing our interview today with Consolena Shimwe on May 3rd, 2017, here in Los Angeles. Consolee, we were just talking about elementary school awareness also of and your friends, identity. Can you talk a little about changing from elementary school into your next new school, which was a different school?
Yeah.
And talk a little about that experience.
Yeah, coming from elementary school, of course, going into that school, like I said before, I didn't like going there, so it was not the choice of me. It's not my first choice. So, but I had to go there because I had no choice, and I didn't, succeed the national exam. So, and I was sent there. So, but I didn't also have very much good experience there because that was the first place, actually, sort of like a time that I've really realized and started seeing the reality of how we're discriminated against as Tutsis in the country. So even though I didn't have the enough understanding where that comes from, why they do what they do to us. So, but that was the time I had to really start living it as a person, even though it was not the same like my parents, but I started realizing what it was like. So, but yeah, but I liked my friends there. I liked some of them I used to meet at school. My friend I mentioned who was very hilarious. We used to do funny things together. But other than that, I didn't like being there, so I was hoping that I can live there soon. But the genocide happened when I was still there, so yeah.
So let's talk a little about the beginning of the 1990s, which you were still in elementary school at that time. When did you start becoming aware of what is also going on maybe in the country? Or were there any sentiments listening to the radio? Did your parents talk a little about sort of what's going on politically in the country?
Yeah, because of the age I was at that time, I wasn't very much really paying attention to what was happening. But at the same time, because of how the tension was increasing, the hateful language through the radio was increasing, sometimes you can't avoid hearing that. So it was coming to us like forcingly, making me listen to it without necessarily wanting to listen to it. So, and at the same time, I could sense that my parents were very cautious in a lot of things they were doing. One of the things I remember is when these police and soldier came, they used to search in Tutsi's home, saying that especially right after the invasion of RPF, they used to come to our homes, the Tutsis' homes, and searching and saying, you were connect to them, you were helping them, and so forth. So I remember the time they came to our home, it was in the night, and they went through all our belongings in the house and making my dad read his personal letters he had, kind of like disrespecting him. So it was very, very threatening. So that was a time, I didn't know much why, but it was very, very threatening. I could tell my parents were so scared, especially for my dad, was so scared. And I think that's when he decided not to be out for very late, so in the night, so because he knew he could be attacked somehow. So, but it's not something he was talking about. They're having a conversation in the house. So, but I remember because there was a radio, the RPF had a radio, and they used to listen it in a very hiding place with making sure like nobody's coming home and know they are listening to it. Most of the Tutsi in homes used to do that, and they would make like us standing outside and see if somebody comes, tell us, because they would just listen to that radio in the house without making sure, making sure even the house girl or somebody who was a helper, most of them were Hutus, so they are not listening because they might tell the people that we are listening to that radio, which was sort of like a sin to listen to that radio. If they know you listen to that radio, you'll be in a lot of trouble. So, yeah.
So you were listening to a radio station.
The RPF had a radio too. So yeah, where they were allowing the people to hear, what they are doing, their calls. They want to make sure their calls are heard. So,
do you remember when that? Do you remember when you started to listen to that radio, knowing it was RPF radio and maybe not another radio station?
Because of how my parents listened to it, somehow I became very curious about it. So, and it sort of became like, for me, like I didn't think very much who they were, but I felt like maybe it's a cool thing. I mean, somehow it's, it's a very cool thing. Like, you're curious about these people, but you don't know, like, I mean, what they are doing, what it was for. Because my dad also used to listen to other, radios. I mean, channel, not many channels you hear on the radio, but from like French radio, because you hear news from French news, speaking French news. So, but that radio in particular, the way they listened to it, made me wanted to listen to it. And then what I liked the most, when I kind of listen to it, I like the music. They had this music we never had, like, because they had all these singers who were living abroad. Some of them now who are famous, who were writing songs about living, as refugees, how hard it is for them, and how they want to be in their own. The way they described the country as how they miss the country. All these beautiful songs. Normally, you won't hear much in the country. So, and I felt really like it was so fascinating for me to kind of hear that, but at the same time, I won't, because my parents will hide that, I wouldn't necessarily tell my classmates that I listen to those songs. So some of them you memorize them because they're about them. So you kind of have some songs in your head. So, but you knew you don't talk about it. You already knew you don't talk about it. So, but even though you didn't have any details of what they are doing, but you just had to keep quiet about it. But it's very fun to listen to their song. You memorize them, and you're just happy about the people you don't even. Yeah. So it's and then because of it was not only my parents, when they used to have like their family members, people they trusted, mostly of course the Tutsis. They will be listening together, like in the house, and you can see they're like really listening, they're paying attention. You can see something in their face, why they are listening. Mm-hmm.
Was it
especially in the news, not necessarily the songs. For me, I just want to hear I wanted to hear the songs because I was young to even pay attention to what they were saying. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So do you have memories of family members, grandparents and uncles and aunts coming over to your house and listening to the station?
Yeah, because my paternal grandparents were next door, I would say next door neighbors, so they were not far. So my father's siblings used to come and join him in our home. So they used to be, because when I was younger, they were kind of older, so they were in 20s. Some of them were, I think the youngest was, when the genocide happened, he was probably 20. I don't remember like age, but he was very old enough also to kind of have a conversation with my dad, and they would come together with him, and you can tell they listening together, they are talking about it. And some of my parents' friends, when they were visiting family members, my cousins on my mom's side, so, and when they would come home, and also the husbands of my mom's, siblings, and who were very close to them. So every time they will be home, I can see they're all chatting, and it depends, talking about that. So, and then if
talking about what?
Talking about the radio, what they are listening to it, and just having a conversation about it. So, but I didn't really necessarily pay very much attention what they're talking about, but it was just about around the radio when they were listening to it. So yeah, you can, but they were following because around that time it was a time when things were really, really changing a lot in the country. So yeah.
So we're talking about 1990?
91, yeah.
So do you remember a change really from 91, before October 91 to after October 91?
Up to 94, yes. Since then, things have changed a lot in the country. Sometimes you can tell people are very, especially, our families and other people were very, very cautious because the language and hateful language towards the Tutsis was increasing, and through the radio.
What were you hearing? Like, what was the language that was used?
So they started calling the Tutsis cockroaches. Like the RPF. They use the term. They use the term ibyitso. Ibyitso. I don't know the word in English, but ibyitso, it's like a way of like people who collaborate with the RPF. So, and then that's when most of the time you hear mostly Tutsis will be thrown in jail. Some of our family, one of my uncle, I remember he was thrown in jail too. So because of, they said he was collaborating with them, and because that's his people and all that. So there were so many others, but I was myself when I saw what happened, how they came into our home, throwing our stuff all over the place and making my dad, threatening my dad. I used to worry that he will be taken to jail too. But there were so many other people I've heard in those times who were taken to jails, and yeah.
Did you recognize the people that came to your home to disturb you and to search everything?
Yeah, I recognize their faces because I used to see them on the street. So, but not like I remember their names. So because they were not the people that I used to see often, and they were the police. They were working for the local authorities. So I didn't know very much about them. So, but my parents knew who they were. Yeah. They knew who they were, so because they knew them well, so everybody knew each other. So, and they knew exactly what they were doing to them. Yeah, so I could tell that day was really very, very threatening. So it was a threatening night. So, and that's when I will never forget the fear, like that fear of that night. But at the same time, that's when I started thinking into my head, a little bit like the atmosphere, a little bit, having a little thought the atmosphere we were living in at that time, so in the country. So, and then
Did you and your parents talk about it the next day?
No, they never. My mother and my dad, they had a certain way of having a conversation without necessarily, like making sure we don't know if it's something terrifying about the situation. They used to speak in French among each other. My dad would just, if I could tell when it's something serious, my dad will have a conversation in French, so with my mom. So, or we won't be sitting around there. So if they are having a really deep conversation about something. And also there were times when our family members would come home because of what was happening. They used to let us go outside and play, and just they would tell, just go play and just, be kids outside. We're having a conversation. So mostly they will tell us, if you hear somebody coming, just let us know. So, and then we'll just be outside. We knew if somebody comes, it's already, you knew that you have to make sure you tell them, so before you tell the person they are there. Yeah.
And is this something that you were doing after the RPF had invaded?
Yeah.
Not before?
Not before. Before it was just, as a kid before, even if they tell you, tell us, but the tension was different. before it wasn't like as it was right after 1990, because that's when we started hearing. I guess because I was starting to be, to grow a little bit, and maybe paying a little attention. So, but before, as a kid, I'm sure it was the same, but I didn't necessarily, pay very much attention. But you can see still it was the same way that my parents were very cautious, the same way it was. Of course, they had to increase it right after that, but yeah, it was kind of the same way. So,
do you remember when it happened and how the news spread about the RPF having invaded?
I think I was coming from school at that time with maybe we'll finish. I think it was the end of the. I don't remember exactly the day. I think that day we were coming from school, and then I heard the kids talking about it. So, and then it seems like everywhere you pass, you can just see like people's are changed. But it's not like I remember having a conversation with my friends about it and all that. They said, "Oh, RPF," but it's not. They didn't have like. They knew that there was invasion, but it's not like it's something that for us as children were talking about it. So, but they said a war or something like that. But it didn't say any in a way that we felt that something big happened. So, yeah, until, of course, as I got older, so to learn about it. So, but other than that, I remember just because I was in school when I heard it. It's not like in a very, in a way that we talked about it. So, yeah.
So it wasn't talked about in school then?
No, until. Actually, we started right after the invasion. So that's when I remember one of my teacher, 6th grade, because one of the leader of the RPF was killed, Rwigema. When he was killed, there was this kind of they made people throughout the country to dance and go around the street and happy that this person died. So that means it's the end of them. So, and they have also created these songs about how these and describing the name about the people who are part of the RPF, how bad they are, and each person was described in a very negative way. So. And actually, me, I didn't understand. As a kid, you don't understand these songs and whatever. And I realized later, when my teacher that day, when one of my uncle was in prison because because of that. So most of the Tutsis were in prison. Most of them. And I remember when they took all of us, like so many of us, throughout the country were forced to go on the street and sing, like how these people are bad people, you have to, they were saying like in a very negative way. So
you too? Did you also go onto the street?
So they actually forced all of us to go on the street at that time. So, and I remember in school, I think in the that time in school, my teacher, who was a Hutu, asked me to write that song on the board for the student. One of the songs, which was, it wasn't as bad as the other songs, but he made me to write it on the board. He didn't ask anybody else to do it, but he said to just write it on the board so the student can learn about the song. So. And on the street, one of the reasons they made people to go on the street, they were saying that this guy is gone, so that means they have no power, all kinds of things they were saying. So, like to tell people, I mean, people had no choice. They had to really, like go there on the street. But it was, to me, it looked very. I didn't understand very much why that was happening, but at the same time, I was starting to be a little bit aware.
How old were you when your teacher made you go up to the
I was
board?
in 6th grade, so how old was I? I think I was 11. Yeah, I was 11.
Was it still
Yeah.
91?
Yeah, because that's when I finished my the 6th grade, because I ended my 6th grade in elementary school. So,
so then was this before the RPF had invaded?
No, RPF invaded when I was still in elementary school in 1990. So I was almost ending my elementary school. So, and then a year after, that's when I graduated from elementary school. So, and that's when actually they went on the street to talk about how this man was, like it was very chaotic. So I remember, but then I didn't start learning much about them until later. So yeah.
Do you remember what you had to write on the boarding on the board?
I have to think in a very translating way in my head. So about the song. The song it was about the leader of the RPF, how they are now going to be able to capture the country, and they were describing the names of those who are part of the RPF, how each person they would describe this person how bad they are, like they will find the name, unless I really it's been a long time, so I think about and then it has also a name, and they added like they are Inyenzi, meaning cockroaches, so they added that name. So that was myself the first time I've heard those terms. So and until later, of course, I kept hearing them. They were all of us, the Tutsis were called that. So it was a song of sort of like denigrating these people, like to make them seem like they are nothing. Who do they think they are? So it was kind of not a good song.
So at the time, when the teacher asked you to do that, what did you think of why he was asking you? Like, did you have any thoughts about it?
Because I remember because I learned that one of my uncle was in prison, so I was sad because of what later my mother told me. So then I didn't, for whatever reason, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to write it, but I respected him, because as a student you have to respect your teacher. It's not like I understood enough, but I didn't want to do it. So I felt like I didn't want to do it, but somehow he made me, because I remember I told him, I said, what if some of my friends write it? So, but then he forced me to write it. I just, because I was, he said I had a good handwriting and whatever, so in those times I used to have a good handwriting, so I don't know, I did because of respect, but somehow there was something in me that didn't feel okay. So I didn't feel okay, but I didn't know enough, like why I didn't feel okay. But even though the song, because the more he kept singing it to the student, repeating it, whatever, but then the words later were so bad to hear in my ears. So when I learned about what they meant and so forth, so it was not a good experience at all. Yeah, it was not a good experience until in junior high school. Yeah, when I started myself understanding, more of the discrimination. So yeah.
And so talk about sort of your experience at junior high and sort of the years from 91 to 94.
I remember one of the things I mentioned earlier is about this young girl when I was in school, at that time in junior high school, because already I just started feeling that we have to be careful in the country. So I knew that I was a Tutsi, and I had to be very careful. I remember this young girl, because I was sitting in front of her, so she started bullying me, and it really made me uncomfortable. So I had to tell one of my teacher who actually used to come to our home, and I told my parents as well. So they said, well, the only thing we can do to help you is to move you from wherever you're sitting and sitting to another place, because that's the only thing we can do. So, and later on, I thought in my head, why they didn't punish her, to tell her, like, what you're doing to your fellow students is not right. We're not so many Tutsis in the classroom, but we're not treated well. So, and at the same time, because it was a school where I can go home, I was not staying in school. At least I can go home, because if it was a boarding school, as I think about it, if it was a boarding school, who knows what would have happened to me, later, being in a dorm, what would they have done to me? So, because of most of the schools in high school, most of them were boarding schools, some of them were staying in school. So, and thankfully I didn't stay there. So that's one of the things I'm so grateful, because I wasn't far from home, even though I didn't like particular school, but I'm happy that I didn't have to go far away, because if I had been far away, who knows what would have happened to me. So and that was a bad experience I've had also in school. Then my parents told me that to be careful, but they never told me the reason why this young girl is doing that. So to me, so they didn't have to explain to me very much. So yeah.
So who was the girl that was bullying you, and what was she exactly doing?
She used to kind of bother me, like on my head, like a kind of, hitting me on my back of my head. So because I was sitting in front of her, so, and it was very, very uncomfortable, hitting somebody in a classroom and all that. So, and it was not easy, really. I felt really uncomfortable. So,
what was her name?
Her name is, I think her name is Clemence, I think, if I remember well, yeah. Because she never became my friend at all, never being like a, so I didn't want to even really keep looking at her and pay attention to her. So, and then I was the kind of a person who didn't talk much also. So he used that opportunity to kind of, bother me. So I was not the only person who was attacked, but and she was very, and then I remember she was a niece of the mayor of our mayor we had. So, and I know, most of the family members, I learned later, most of her family members committed the genocide. So I don't know what she did, where she is, but but she learned early on, how to be hateful. Yeah.
So at the time, when you were in junior high in your first couple of years, and this was happening,
yeah,
did you knew already who was Hutu and who was Tutsi in the class?
No, some of us knew each other, but it was not just we paid very much attention whether we were Tutsis and we have to stay together as Tutsis and so forth. No, it was not like that. So even though some few of us knew I knew some of them because of the family, but not to the extent of where I really focused on that and paid very much attention on that. So because my parents and the environment we lived in at home, not telling us about Tutsis and Hutus in our homes. And I think it helps us also to me, myself, be able to, whoever is nice and whoever I'm able to talk to, so I'll be just around those people. So, and then I was not the kind of a person who was not, you know, screaming much or anything like that. You know how you can be. Yeah. So I managed to kind of find even those who were seemed to be nice, and then you'll be around them. So, and it made it. And I think for them not to tell me much about it, to me, I think it helped a little bit to kind of, you know, choose without thinking too much who you'd be a friend. But we found each other mostly, you know, those of our Tutsis together. So we found each other together a lot of times because somehow it happened. So we'll be, you know, together. So and mostly the Hutus, they are the ones who chose not to be close to us because they knew what they were learning at home. So some of them would just be a little bit far away from us. So yeah.
So when this bullying was going on in the school, did you feel like it had to do with you being Tutsi, or that was not something that really was part of your thinking at the time?
To me, I wasn't necessarily thinking about it until later, but with my parents, with the reaction, so that's when I thought the reason why. So, but not really entirely, like, you know, thinking very much about that. But it was really scary to me. So yeah, very scary experience. Yeah, but I moved on with, you know, just thought, whoever is nice, I'm thankful. I'm moved from that seat, so then I will keep approaching whoever is nice and then keep moving. But still, I learned how to be careful. It taught me to be careful. It taught me to be more cautious, and I think that was one thing I got from that. So I had to be really, really careful about that. So
during those early 90s, were your teachers, were you starting to see a difference in your teachers of how they were handling the class? Or
the teachers were, you can tell with the teachers, some of them were not nice in some ways, but some of them were really, you can tell that they're favoring, they had, you know, as the time went by in junior high, you can tell the language of how they talk to you is different to how they talk to your fellow Hutu person in a classroom. So because they had a certain way of saying, you people, you know, like it's kind of like as if you were different. So, but not necessarily. You can tell, but some of the students, because were maybe some of them, depends if you have a personality of saying, you know, it's not right what you're saying, so then it becomes worse. So, but I was not that type of a person who will maybe speak out. Yeah, I would just be quiet. But most of us were quiet anyway, so we kept it quiet. And then because of that, we were not having so much interactions with them, so that they will say so many things. So we have to be, those who went through so much are the ones who were living in the dorms. So those of us who were going to school, at least you leave school right after school. But those who were living in the dorms, they went through hell because they had to do much worse than they did to us. So, yeah.
So the teachers that you had, how did you know whether they were Hutu or Tutsi?
To me, I didn't, you know, for me, I didn't really, unless I knew, when I knew the family, then I can tell like how close these people are, you know, close to my family. But it's not because I didn't necessarily think, you know, you're Hutu or Tutsi, whatever, so in those times, so. But with the closeness, with how you know the families, then you know who you are. But until, to me, I was not because it happened when I was still, in the time when I was still a young person, in my head, so I wasn't necessarily, you know, thinking very much about ethnicity too much. So even though with the discrimination, it's not like something I would think all the time in my head. So yeah.
So what were then your other students telling you about? Were you talking about how much harder it is if you are there and you are part of the boarding experience? Meaning, were you talking about the next day about those who stayed there and slept there, about what they experienced in the afternoon?
Yeah, those who, I mean, there were some of the high schools, you know, they had a boarding schools. Most of my friends and some of the people that I know, my family, so they went to boarding schools in high school. So that means the school there, and then you stay there in the school. So and they went through so much. I mean, they had to be more, you know, threatened, sometimes beaten, sometimes, you know, they destroyed their belongings. So there are so many bad things I hear from friends who were in a boarding school. Then I tell myself that I was at least lucky to be able to go home, because whatever I went through, it was during the day. So then I can go home later. So.
But was this conversations you had at the time, that they were talking about at the time, sort of the next day, telling you, oh, you know what happened to me yesterday? It was this and
No,
this and this.
these are the conversations we had after the genocide. Yeah. No, we didn't have this conversation before.
So at the time you weren't aware of
I wasn't even having a conversation with any of my friends or fellow, or, you know, it was not a conversation like that. So if an incident happened, of course I had to tell my parents or a teacher or whatever, but it was not like a conversational thing. You would sit down and say, this is what I went through, and you keep talking about that every day, you know. So it's not like that. If you're lucky, next day nothing happens, at least, you know, you feel like I will move on. I can move on, and hopefully the days will be better. So, and then at the same time, my parents will kept telling me to be cautious. They tell you, be cautious, be nice, be cautious. They keep telling you to be nice, be nice. Yeah.
But not telling you why.
Not telling you why. So just be nice, be cautious. Yeah. They keep, you know, they keep forcing you to keep having in mind that you have to be cautious and careful. So without explaining and too much. And I think they were worried that somehow someone, in my head, I think they were worried that somehow people would hear them telling us those kind of things, the conversation, we'll have those conversations. I think they were worried of having the conversation like that, or how it's going to affect us. So they didn't want us being affected by whatever is happening. They just want to make sure we're at least living a normal, feeling like we are living a normal life. So, yeah, they tried.
So you were talking about your uncle who had been arrested and put into jail. What was his name and what happened to him?
I call him my uncle, but he was the husband of my aunt, who was my mom's sister, older sister. But yeah, I used to call him my uncle. So he was. I remember my mom relating to us and all of us, home, what happened. He was thrown in jail with other people. So, and they were not given food or anything. They were in an empty place. So, and for almost I think it's a whole week, they would spend there. So, it was very, it was so scary for my parents. You can tell that they were worried what's going to happen to him. So his name, he was one of the people that who really, because he was able to go to school like my parents. He was the director of a high school, Catholic high school, not high school, elementary school, and he was a very active person in the community. So somehow they seemed to see him as a threat, and more than probably my father or maybe someone else, but he, and because I liked him a lot, so he was one of my favorite people. So hearing that he was in jail, it it was really, really hurtful to me. So he was a very, very good person, and for me to see what he's going through, but without nothing he did, so it really hurt me. So and he, I think I probably forgot to tell you his name. I kept talking about him and I forgot to tell you his name. His name is Leonard Ukurikiye Inkindi, Leonard. So, and he was not living far from our home, so it was just a very about like 30-40 minutes walking distance, and he had a beautiful family too. So I mean, he was very, very staunch Catholic person. And the memories I have going to his home and with all my cousins and all that. So he used to have all of us praying before even nothing we do, just saying a rosary and all this. Yeah, yeah. He's and he and when I was younger, he used to, because he was one of the few people who had a motorcycle and actually a car. He had a car before the genocide. So. And he used to, I mean, those are, it was my favorite thing to go there. At least I can go on a motorcycle and a car, which was unusual to find people having things like that. So I don't know where he got those from. Maybe being a Catholic really helped. So he was very good friends of a lot of priests. And so unfortunately, he was very tortured during the genocide. So and killed. So,
was he released from prison before '94? Or
he was released, he was released, and they spent a week with some of the people he knew, maybe some of his friends. So they were released after a whole week in prison. But and I remember the day when he came out from prison. My mom took us to their home, and we all went there. So because we just wanted to see him, but they didn't. They kept telling us what he went through. I learned later, like a lot of what happened at that time in the prison. So, but he, we were just happy to see him coming home. That was the only thing. And then we coming back home and happy. And yeah, because his family, my cousins were older than me, so they knew exactly what was happening. So they were, you can tell they were, the fear that, if they can throw him in jail like that, at this won't stop, it will keep happening. You can read, like, even though he was released, but the fear was still there. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
So now,
but they were. For us, at that time, I could tell my parents were afraid, but not necessarily showing that very much. They tried to kind of try to live a normal life again, and the tension was increasing throughout the country, and the multiple parties were coming throughout the country. Those who were youth and Interahamwe and the ICD, SEDER, for some of them who know it, is another, in Impuzamugambi, the youth militias. So they started going around the country with the, hateful language and all, yeah. Mm-hmm.
How did you know that?
Because they were in these cars, and so in the buses, and some of them going around the country, kind of talking about their, because we lived not far from the street, the main road, so you can see cars and buses and all that. So we used to see them, and they would say, "Oh, in Interahamwe," because you've heard like the names of their movement. You could hear them on the radio. So Interahamwe movement or Impuzamugambi movement. So we can hear them talking about it on the radio. So then you started seeing them around in the street, in the car, you know, these cars and singing and all that kind of thing. But in the way they were doing that, it was kind of like so scary. So if you know they're on the, you just watch, but you don't know the motives. So you don't know if these people are going to be the ones killing us during the genocide. So, but yeah, it was kind of, and my parents used to say, no, if you see them, but be careful, don't get close. Be careful, don't get close. But that means they were, you can see that it was really so scary to see that. Yeah.
So you were starting to feel, you saw them and you started to feel scared by it.
They were scary, and I, myself, I felt scared, but not scared to a point I know enough about them. Yeah, so it's just because they gave you, they told you that you don't get close to these people too much. So you just be careful. Yeah, if you see them, you just be careful. That's it. But it's not like I knew much about who they were. So, but I can keep hearing that on the radio, yeah, over so many times. Yeah.
So after junior high, you went from junior high to a different school?
After junior high, actually that's when the genocide happened on my second year in junior high school. So in 1994, so everything changed and then the genocide happened. So yeah, while I was there, so it was a vacation, Easter vacation when the genocide happened. So yeah.
So when we talk about 93 and the beginnings of 94, do you remember seeing then militia on the streets? And have you noticed sort of whether there was training or the groups, or did you see anything? And also, did you see any either international soldiers or UN blue helmets or any of that?
That before 94, I didn't see any. What I saw is the youth movements, those ones I described before, starting to go around the country and with kind of recruiting other youth anywhere they found them throughout the country. So I used to see them, of course, coming in our areas too. So. And these are the only ones I actually got to see much, but I didn't see any international white blue helmets people from the UN. So until late, yeah. But I didn't see them at that time. So these are the only people that I could see before the genocide. So. And then also with what I was hearing on the radio, so because we didn't have to leave where we lived, so yeah, we had to stay there. And my parents were, and I could tell that my parents were like so scared as the time went by, because they were just telling all of us kids, just don't get off far. So they might actually they were very more protective of us how it was before. So they didn't allow us to be going a lot of places, wandering and all that. So, and it was, and myself, I could tell that some things are changing in the country. So without necessarily having an understanding where it was going to be soon, or how it was going to be like. So in my mind, it was kind of mixed. It was kind of like, you don't know. Like, it's kind of like you don't know how to comprehend what you're seeing, and at the same time, I was hoping that my dreams, hopefully, my dreams will come true. I will, because of my parents. I remember my parents were always. My father was always there. Doing a lot of work at home, rebuilding our homes, and kind of like trying to, make our homes different, modern a little bit, and trying to make it a little bit, in those times, how, to make sure we were having running water in the house, or even he was having a plant like that, and he was, I remember he was, he built a little small, like sort of like a house apartment in our home, so where already he had rooms. He was saying, this is where you're gonna be, you know, staying. When you get older, you have your own privacy as a young adult, so this will be your place. And to me, I was looking forward to having a life like that, you know, being able to grow and having a great future. But I tried to imagine that in my head, but even though it started feeling a little bit that it might be difficult because of the atmosphere, but I never thought, I kept thinking too much, it won't happen, but that's what I was thinking the whole time, so yeah.
So
and I thought my parents could do whatever they could, but it was not the case. Things were not in their control, so yeah.
So let's talk about April.
Yeah.
Let's talk about April 7th or April 6th. Do you remember when you heard about what happened to the president and the plane? And if you can describe sort of those few days in the beginning.
Yeah, you know, for me, I remember when actually I didn't immediately hear myself that the plane was shut down. I remember because my parents actually liked to send me to buy things, because they knew I was a very fast person. I used to like to run so a lot. Every time they tell me to go to buy something, I'll be running on the street, and like seconds I'll be home. Like a few minutes I'll be home. But in junior, that's when they started sending me to do things in junior high. At least I was a little bit older than my siblings, so they used to send me, but to places they knew. Like for instance, used to send me to buy bread to the convent for the sisters in Ireland, where they had a bakery, or they sent me to another person who had a bakery not too far from our home. So, and that day I remember when because in those times when these groups and the youth and all these movements were all around, so my parents started getting more scared, like it was close to April, so they were so scared. I remember because there were some rumors around that, you know, they might hurt people and all that kind of. So my parents didn't explain much, but they told us that we are going to be with our friends, you know, the family friends who were Tutsi actually, but living not, you know, too close to our Muslim community. But before that, I remember my parents sent me to buy bread. So in those times, I remember that day, particular day when it happened, because I didn't know what happened. So there were so many soldiers around the town, the small center. There were some soldiers, and you know, it was different. It looked different when I got there. So it looks like I've never seen you know, soldiers in my life before, but seeing people standing there and with their guns, few of them, so there were not many, but it was different. But then I didn't pay very much attention. I kept going to where my parents told me to go. So I got the bread. So as soon as I got there, because I was a little bit kind of afraid, I was really afraid, and I told this sister who was there, so that I need to rush. Usually I will be sitting there, I will have tea, they will offer tea, they will just talk to me and offer some tea, and I loved being there. It was a great place to go. So I looked forward to my parents to tell me to go there, so that was a place I loved to go. So, and when I got there, so I told them that I'm in a rush, I had to go quick, so. And this sister was, you know, didn't know what to tell me, so, but she told me, well, I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure you take your bread and go home. So, you know, luckily I was able to leave. So, and then by the time I was passing through that center. It's called Gitikinini, so we call it Gitikinini. So it means a big tree. So that's the name. How I don't know. They named it that name, so I'm not sure. But there's a story behind the name. So and as I was passing around the area, I saw these soldiers. I was so kind of like intimidated, afraid. So. And I ran, I didn't even look around, so as soon as I got home, that's when I learned, you know, what happened. Like,
how did you learn it?
So my parents were talking about it, so saying like the plane of the president shut down and so forth, and I myself, I didn't think very much about, you know, I mean, for him to, you know, what happened. Of course, it's sad to hear a president who, you know, plane, you know, happening like that. But at the same time, I didn't, you know, keep thinking very much about it because I could see the atmosphere immediately. My parents, that's when they told us to go to our friend's house because they said that they you know, it looks like they were afraid to be home. So, but we were thinking, you know, after a while, so we'll go back home. So, but when we went to the home, so these Muslim community, they were always saying that you guys are going to stay around, you'll be safe, and nobody's going to touch you and all that. So, but and the whole time we were saying to the home, of course, immediately in many other parts of the country, people are fleeing their homes. So. And as we were there, that's when so many other people were fleeing their homes from different areas of the country. So that's when at the communal office we saw so many people coming there. So because their homes were being destroyed. So, yeah.
So you brought bread back from the bakery.
Yeah.
Your parents tell you that the president's plane got shut down and he is dead. So the next thing is they tell you, pack something up and we leave and we go to these friends' house?
They didn't, because in those times, because of the atmosphere, that immediately, of course, the atmosphere changed right away too. So with and what they were hearing on the radio, my parents were so afraid to actually stay even a night at home. So they decided to go to a friend. So where they lived, it was actually...
What did they tell you? Do you remember what they told you?
Yeah. No, my parents just said it's not safe. It was just safe this time. It's not safe. We have to go. So, but we'll come back when things are looking better. So they didn't want to explain very much what they feel because they didn't know it was going to be bad. So they didn't think it was going to be that bad. So, and then where these friends were living, which is a Tutsi family, they lived in a community where it's like a Muslim community where they had so many people around. So it felt like going where they are is much safer because at least you are with people there. And then people were still trusting other people. I mean, somehow nobody will, even my parents would never think that somebody will come and harm them being with other people, so nobody would ever thought about that. Yeah.
So describe how far that community was from you and
from our home.
From your home, and who was that community? Meaning, why was that seen as that's a place actually where you would be safe?
It's because the way these people were like, somehow to me in the beginning, for me when my parents were going there, I never thought too much why. I mean, they're the ones chosen to be there. I mean, we're chosen. To me, in the beginning, I thought maybe because all of us are going to be together. So, and my parents actually said because these people were nice people, and it was a mixture of Hutus and Tutsis living in the area. So, and somehow they seem to be nicer compared to other people we see a lot of times. So, and it felt much easier to kind of trust them more than other people. So, and yeah.
Because they were Muslim.
It's not like they were Muslim. It was just because of the way they behaved, yeah. But it was just not because they were Muslim. We just thought because they were nice. I guess probably the whole community there, they seem to be like together. So they seem to be like protecting each other. So whoever has a problem, they make sure they kind of, take care of one another. So, and this family, they were close to them. They were living close to them. So we felt by going there, so it would be much, yeah. And then my parents knew so many people there, so they had a very great, relationship with people there. So it felt more comfortable being there. So, yeah.
So what was the name of the family that your parents took you to? Mm-hmm. Who were their family?
It was a young couple that just got married. Actually, they didn't even have a kid yet, so they were very young, a few months together. So, and they were very close friends of my parents. So,
they were also Tutsi?
They were Tutsis, yeah. But it was in the early times. So, but nobody in where we lived, my parents didn't trust very much the neighborhood a lot. So, and it felt like it was easier for us if anybody to come to our home and attack us. So, and I think also being in that close to that community, and you see. It's easy to find a refuge also if something happened. So it was easier. But then in those times, my parents never thought about very deep about it's going to be so bad, you have to find a refuge and all that kind of thing. They thought maybe with the atmosphere of how this is a movement in Interahamwe, in Mozambique, because they were going to homes sometimes. So if they come to the area. So and my parents also had a thought they might come to some of our homes too, so some Tutsis' homes, yeah.
So this Tutsi couple, your parents felt it's going to be safer with them because they're closer to a Muslim community.
Yeah. If something happens,
that the Muslim community was considered a community that you might be able to find refuge from non-Muslim Rwandans or Hutus who might be looking for Tutsis.
Yeah, and also and another thing, this Muslim, somehow nobody looked at them like Muslims, but somehow because the way, it was not like you're thinking they're Muslim. It was just their community being there, like the way they behave, the way they kind of like...
so it was Hutu and Tutsi who happened to have Muslim religion? Yeah.
It was a mixture of them, being living around the neighborhood there. So somehow it was if you were kind of, even the Hutus were Muslims around the area. They were very nice, very very nice people.
So what was the first night like then? And what was the couple's name?
Emmanuel, the wife. Oh my God, I forgot the wife's name. It's a long time. Emmanuel, and maybe the name will come. So the name will come with the wife. So because actually the man, the Emmanuel is the one who was very close to my family, and then when the wife came, so a few months, that's how I got to learn about who she was and whatever. So yeah, when we got to their home, so. Actually, we heard, of course, they got married, and yeah. So, and being there for me, it was, at that time, I felt like we were not the only people who were there. There were other few people who came. So, and then because they were living not far from where we'll see, other people coming from, other, areas coming. It was not far from the communal office. And we'll see so many other people coming from their homes, and they were saying what was happening. And in the beginning, for me, I was thinking, these are a few days. It felt like we were there just for a few days, and then we would go back home. And then as the time went by, of course, it was so scary because my parents, actually my father, wouldn't even sleep. So he was always out, outside with other people. Because they were talking, they were hearing, having a radio, hearing what was happening, and it started increasing. And then so many other people were coming from their homes were being destroyed and so forth. And then immediately, so that's when they said the Tutsis are going to be killed everywhere in the country. So you have no choice.
When did that start? So we're talking 7, 8, 9, 10, 11?
You know, for me, I am one of the things, I don't know, because maybe it's the age I was at that time, I never very much, you know, like, you know, follow like this is the day, like the day happened. Even the death of my dad and the death of my brothers, the date. My mother told me the date, so I never very much, except when the place shut down, the 6th, everything else from there, I never, like, I never followed like the date. It was like weeks or few days or something. Somehow, I never, I don't know, maybe it's because everything in my head kind of turned upside down, everything, just because of the age I was at that time. And I never really thought, you know, even paid attention, this is what 9th, this is 10th, and this is, it was more, it's more of, you know, like weeks, days. So, and then that's the reason why if I say date, I don't know, it won't be that exactly that date. So, because right after 6, so everything changed in my head. So, it was just few days, weeks, just like that. So that's how I started kind of remember things, how things kept happening for those 3 months. Yeah.
Can you take us through those days and weeks?
Yeah, and you know, right after those few days when we, which I don't remember exactly whether it was 9th or 8th, because the people were coming from their villages and their homes were destroyed, and for me, I always have images in my head of how people were running and the fear and how they were staying in the communal office, and one of the things I remember, I'll never forget, is the fear when we were there in that Emmanuel's house, and my father would be coming back and so afraid and talking about what they are seeing, and then I'll remember also the people coming, so many other people, and the people who were our neighbors, people that I knew who used to come to our home were Tutsis living around the area, so they actually were so afraid of saying, I don't know how these things are going to be like, so. And it was so scary because nobody knew what was going to happen. And until I remember when the time happened, so when so many people were actually camping around the communal office, and it was so chaotic, and people were wondering. You know, no sign someone would think that a mayor was going to help you. And I remember some of the people were hoping that this mayor, Abagirishema, who was Abagirishema Inyas, who was the former mayor at that time, the people thought he was going to kind of, you know, help them around. So, and as we were actually not far from there, I remember when when actually the day happened, and all of a sudden they said, no, all of us are going to, the Tutsis all over the country are going to be killed. And people were just like so scared. And I remember some of the Tutsi were coming where we were to that house, Emmanuel house, and they were so scared. They were saying, we are running, we are going to hide, we are running, we are going to hide. So, and all of a sudden my things changed. Even in the Muslim community in the beginning, they were saying, whatever is going to happen, we're going to protect you. Nothing is going to happen to you. So, but later on, they realized that it was not going to be easy. So they had to tell all of us to have to go find somewhere to hide. So we, and I remember the day there were so many people on the street because Inyas Bagirishema told everybody to leave and go to the stadium, which was probably about 40, maybe an hour walking. I don't know exactly. But it's like it's kind of a distant walking to Kibuye city. So, and he talked to the one who was the préfet, Kaishema Clément, who was the, I don't know if prefecture, you call it like a province at that time. So he kind of talked with him about how to have all these people to the stadium. And you know, for me, I learned that later. That's what he wanted, to have as many people to the stadium so that they can kill them. So I will never forget, for me, with my parents, it was just, we needed to go back home. So before we went home, my parents we went back to our home just to find a neighbor, to give them our key of the house, to tell them whether they can rescue some of our things, whatever they can have. So even if our home is going to be destroyed, at least we have some other things. We hope to go back, maybe someday we'll go back home. So, and
where was your brother and your sister?
All of us were together, so we all stayed together. And then this young girl who stayed in our home, who a house girl who was helping at home, she actually stayed with us. So she was together with us, and then our paternal aunt, who was my dad's sister, her name is Kabazaire. So she and her daughter, they came together with us. So, but I don't know how it happened, how she was able to come with us, because the rest of her siblings my dad's siblings, they all went separate ways. Some of them were, you know, of course, married and living a different place. So, even his parents too. So, and she came together with us. We actually ran together. So when the time we followed these people on the street, going to the stadium, and on our way, I remember, I'll never forget, because, you know, most of us are Christian. People were singing songs like, you know, like help us, Jesus, through these trials and tribulation. And these are old women, these are young kids, these are like everybody, you know, I knew. So most of the people that I knew them. So my parents thought maybe we can just keep following the crowd and go with them to the stadium. So, but the way it looked like, I don't know, to me, I thought maybe by following the crowd, you know, as young as I was in my head, it was too much for me to even have, you know, to see what was happening. We used to say that when things like that happens, it's the end of the world. So we used to hear like the end of the world. The people say it's the end of the world. So in my head, I thought maybe that's what's happening. So, and as we follow the crowd, and you know, all of us, of course, immediately Manuel and his wife, when we left, all, you know, we came together, but he when we got somewhere, his wife ran. And when the wife ran in a different direction in the bushes, and he ran after her. Since then, we never, you know, we learned later what happened to him, and his wife survived. So, but it was not easy for all of us to kind of keep staying together. But we managed, my siblings, my dad, and my paternal aunt, and and this house girl, and the Marie José, and all of us. So, but that's when we started finding a way to find somewhere to hide. But in the beginning, it was just supposed to be following the crowd in the stadium. But then on our way there, we decided not to keep following them. My mom said, "No, I don't think we should keep following this crowd." And for somehow, I think, in her mind, I don't know what happened. Instantly, she kind of felt it was not right, but she couldn't comprehend why it wasn't right. But somehow she felt we shouldn't keep following them. So, but there were so many other people we knew who were going there. So, some of our family members later on we learned they were there. So, and we, that's when we decided to start, you know, finding some other place to hide from friends. So, and this first family, and one of the things that on the street, there were people who were carrying machetes and clubs, and most of the militia Hutus. And this club, which is something they called it Ntamhongano y'Umwanzi. That's in the Kinyarwanda word. So it's called No Pity for Enemies. So they were carrying this, which had nails on top. So it was very big and thick. So and I remembered when I met these people. I kind of like remember when I used to come from school. There was a guy who used to in the center, little center, Gitikin in the center, where this guy was actually making them. So he used to make these things every day. Not every day, I don't know if I would say every day, but he used to make them all the time so people would buy them. So, but he was making other wood, traditional wood, decoration things people used to buy in those times. It was kind of a thing at that time people used to buy for their homes. And he used to make those things, and then he will make those too. So, but one thing that in my head, I remember seeing them making them, and I remember asking my parents, like, what are these things for? So, what this guy is making, all these things, because there was nothing traditional you would think of to use for those things. So then somehow my parents, they seemed to be shocked, but at the same time they didn't explain much. So, as a kid, you just move forward, and then that time during the genocide, when we were going to go to finding friends to hide us, so that's when I saw the people carrying that. Immediately in my head, I thought, I saw this, and then all of a sudden now everybody who's part of the genocide is carrying that. So meaning that people are buying them all the time, that they knew exactly what they were going to do. So
you're part of a group that's going to the stadium, and you're walking down with your family and your aunt and your Marie-José, the house help. And on the side of the road are Rwandans or Hutus with these types of clubs, etc., or are they within the group?
And this huge crowd we're following is a Tutsi, of course, all of them the Tutsis who are going to the stadium to think that they will find a refuge there, but that was not the case. So, but then the people were meeting on the street, these are extremist Hutus, because already on the radio before we left, there were so many, even before even continuing during the genocide, they were telling these Hutus, you are going to kill the Tutsis. So don't really, they were encouraging them, keep inciting the hatred in their minds and keep encouraging them. These Tutsis must be killed, you shouldn't leave any from young to old, And then these Hutus who were already from, I remember how my young, my fellow classmate was younger, the hateful things she learned early on, that these are even a little bit old, maybe a little bit older than her. Some of them have done, being part of going in the genocide, and who are 16, 17, so a little bit older than her. So, and I remember these people, so immediately, how come they went on the street right away? It's because they have already this hateful language, thing.
Were they following you? Were they walking with you? Or were you coming towards them and going through
because they were actually, they were kind of following us, because they were coming from homes after they were destroying all the Tutsis' homes and taking their belongings, because in the early on that's what they were doing, they're taking belongings, and then they started, we started meeting them on the street, because we were meeting them when they were coming from destroying homes and kind of but they were not immediately killing us, because they were a little bit, they were kind of busy taking things first, and then then after that they can follow us and just start killing us. But we met them on the street while they were like really searching things and taking things and destroying homes. So we're meeting them on the street. So,
yeah. But you're on the way to the stadium.
Yeah.
So on the way to the stadium, you started to see them already.
Yeah, on the way to the stadium, we started seeing them, but we saw them while we just kind of changed our minds. We never kept, working with the crowd. So we saw as many when we started going in a different direction, going to our friends' homes, so to see if they can help us. So
where did you go?
It was a family. It's called the Bubazi. It's a small village. It's not really, we were not that far away from our home. So it's just about, maybe if I would say it's an hour maybe, I don't know, if walking distance, I don't know, it's not that far, but it's, and we were almost, half of going to the stadium. It's not far from, yeah. So, and as we decided to go in different, actually in different communes. So it's a beginning of community Tesi, which used to be community Tesi. So at that time, I'm trying to use the old names at that time. So it's like a starting point of a different commune. So our commune is Mabanza, so that was a starting point of another commune. So in a different village. So, and these people lived in that village, and we decided to go there. They were very good friends of my family. My parents decided we can go there. They thought immediately those are the people that can help us. So, because it was on the path, going to the stadium, that was the path. So my mom, because right away as we got not close to that area, so she changed her mind. So that's when she told all of us and my father that we should, go to these people's house. So, but we didn't know they were going to help us, because we just thought maybe because they were good friends, maybe my parents thought maybe it would be a great way to go there. So as we got there, they helped us and they took us in their home.
Were they Hutu?
They were Hutus, yeah.
Which is why your parents thought.
That's why they thought. My parents thought, because it's so crazy, because even though the things were happening, some of the Hutus, you thought they were good friends, because they were coming to your homes. They were, and I think even though there were so many hateful languages through the radio and all that, so my parents never thought that a neighbor, a Hutu neighbor, will harm you, will do anything terrible to you, like killing you or, something like that. So, and that's the reason why my parents told that family. So they used to come to our home. So they thought maybe, we went there. So immediately, so they were nice to receive us in their home, and they took us in their ceiling. So. And we all spread out, inside they are sitting up in the ceiling. So I don't know how to describe how the ceiling looks like, but it has the way they built the house in those times in Rwanda. So you find a way to kind of have a hole, because that's where people used to probably put their stuff in there or whatever they want to hide if they don't want anybody to find it. So you can go through that hole. They had a hole, so then you can sit there on the benches. There, like a wood bench or whatever, so you can sit in there. So it's not easy to sit there, but you have to be careful so that you won't, step on some of the things, so people can hear you, or you can break something. So you had to sit on the bench, like on the wood bench. So it was not easy, but it's at least that was the first place they can think that whoever is coming in the house searching, because already the Hutus were, the extremist Hutus were coming, they were going to some homes, they think they will hide people searching. So, so we sat over there. So, and in my head I was thinking maybe this is the first and the last place we were going to be. So hopefully we are going home. So, or we will stay there until things get better. So, but it was not right because people have changed. Even those who were considered to be friends already, minds and hearts, you didn't know who was okay. Yeah.
So you came to this family. They let you into the attic. It was your parents, your aunt,
and her child.
And her child, and your sister, and your brothers?
My brothers.
And Marie-José, the house help?
Marie-José was together with us, and of course, and my parents, my father and my dad, my mom.
So you're up in the attic of.
But we were all spread out, so we were not sitting in the same places. So we're spread out in different rooms. So, yeah.
So describe, how long did you stay there, and how did you live, eat?
You know, at the end of the, they used to, tell us to come down and eat food, and then you go back there. So we stayed there for a few days. We didn't stay there for a long time because I think some of the people in the home said, no, we don't want to keep you. There was an argument in the home whether we should stay there, or because some people in the house wanted us to stay, others didn't want us to stay. So,
who didn't want you to stay?
So the parents, the father, and other people, so siblings. So because there were so many people in our house, so some of them, especially the father, didn't think it was right for us to stay there because they were saying, oh, they're gonna destroy their home. So he doesn't want his home to be destroyed, and it was having like the reasons why we should not stay there. But those conversations they were having those conversations with my parents. So, and until they decided that they came to an agreement that my sister, so we were going to leave. So, and then my sister will be the one staying there. So. One of their siblings, the brother of some of the siblings, they said my sister will stay there because they will say that one of their brother who lives in Kigali is their daughter who's there for vacation. So they thought by saying that it will work. So maybe it's a way of like at least have one child, stay there. So. But the rest of us, we had to leave. So my sister stayed over there. So because
why your sister, not you?
Because their sister looked close to the age of the brother, who were in Kigali. So who was a military guy actually. So he was a military guy. He was in the high position in Kigali. Actually, he was a colonel. You saw a colonel. Yeah, so he came to his home, to his parents' home once in a while, and brought his kids. So I never met him. I never knew who he was myself. So, but my parents, of course, they knew each other with him, and because they're the same generation as them. So, and he was in Kigali. So one of the siblings, who thought they may say is their grandchild who's there. So my sister was kind of the same age as his kids. So as the rest of us, for me and my other siblings, was not going to work. So, and my sister, my aunt's daughter also stayed there. They decided also she can stay there too.
What was her name?
Her name is Francine. So yeah, she was 2 years old. So they decided to keep her too, that they will come up with the idea that she's also the grandchild. So, and then the rest of us left. So, but leaving, we didn't know what was going to happen, whether there will be a reunion with my sister and this young girl, so little girl. So we left, and as we left, that was in the night. I remember there was a few days after, so it was in the night. So we went through the bushes in the night. It was it was it, 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 it was I remember it was in the night, and we went through the bushes because already my I remember because one of the young girl, the sister of these people in the household, she clothed me because she thought it was going to be too cold, and so I didn't have like enough warmth. So they helped us at least get some clothes, and they gave us and they taught us to leave. So even though they didn't like. Because not all of them didn't want us didn't want us to leave. So not all of them didn't want. So they kind of like say goodbye to us. Some of them, showing that they didn't want us to go. So we left, and I remember because it was during the night, so we were in the bushes. It was kind of like very, very dark. So for me, I was afraid of the darkness when I was young. I was really, really afraid of darkness, being in a place of really like dark. So I didn't want to be in a place like myself like that. So, and I remember when we were sitting in those, it's like a forest, but not a big forest. It's like these trees. It was not a big place. So we had to go through there. And I remember thinking in my head, like, wow, this is what we are going through. So we can't even walk on the street, so we have to go through the bushes. So, and that night was very difficult because we had to lay down on the ground and on the stones, and one of the things that I remember is hearing these, like you hear these night sounds of crickets and all these things. When you're younger, you hear them in the house while you're in the house, and then now they are close to me. I can hear their sound close to me. So to me, I found that night, those sounds were not, somehow instantly I felt I was not afraid of the animals anymore. So I felt like it was a beginning of fearing about human beings. So it was the time I didn't even think there would be any snake crawling around me. So it was just all of us, you can tell, around. So all of us were, even my younger brother who was 16 months old, Bonfils, was, who was very, very young, who could be crying any time, any minute. So whenever he feels hungry or afraid, so we lay down up in the morning. So while we were in that small forest, it was just very, very hard for all of us. So we didn't know where we were going anymore. So, and as we closed in the morning, it was very, very cold, I remember. So it was just, it was not easy. So, and I remember as we got close to the sorghum plantation, it was, because it was a time of a season where so many of them were all around. So, and it was close to the river called it's called Musogoro River. It's one of the river, close to Mabanza and Gitesi. So, around those areas. So, we sat over there in the middle of the sorghum trees. So we sat in the middle of them. It was closing early in the morning, probably around 5 in the morning. If try to think, it was probably around that time. So, and I remember when we were sitting there, because there were so many extremist Hutus who were all around chanting and singing, let's exterminate them, cockroaches and snakes. And I remember, hearing their sound, the way they were talking, the way they were singing. It was so scary, chilling, and as you can imagine, a 14-year-old me sitting and hearing those things, and then immediately you already told that you have to hide, and then in your head, why do I have to hide? What did I do wrong? Why do I have to be living like that? So, and so my mother looked my father, and and she told even my aunt, yeah, you know, my dad's sister, and she said, keep praying and within your heart. And she always, she immediately, I don't know where she got the strength, because she seemed not to be, you know, she was afraid, but somehow she got the strength to tell all of us to pray. So, and my dad, I will never forget the image, seeing my dad, the way he looked like, and you can see he was really afraid, and my aunt was so afraid. You can see he was shaking where he was sitting, and I'll never forget that image of my dad. So he and my aunt, who was very, very trembling. But this girl, Marie-Josée, I never looked at her much, but she was sitting around us, but you can tell she was really afraid too. So, but immediately in my head I thought, this is not good. This is a beginning of us going, you know, through something like, I don't know whether we're going to survive this. So, and as these people who were killers, they were talking about, you know, cockroaches, the snakes, wherever you are, you know, come out before we are going to kill you so bad. And then the more that I keep hearing that, the more the fear was increasing in me. So, and then we decided to come out together, because like my mother said, come out together, whatever's going to happen, at least we are all together, coming out of the bushes together. So as we came out of the bushes, Marie-Josée was already afraid, like she couldn't hold herself, and also my aunt, who was very, very shaky, she ran in a different direction. All of them, they ran actually immediately. So, and but at that time, I didn't very much looked where they, you know, how they were running, because I kept looking at my mom, I kept following my mom and my dad, what she said, you know, like keep going together. So, and these killers were already, they were wearing banana leaves, and they had machetes, and as we were immediately standing together with my dad, so, and my siblings, and now we are left with my siblings, my mom and my aunt. No, my aunt, and my aunt already. I heard one of my brothers saying my aunt was killed. So they actually saw what happened, how my aunt was killed. So. And the rest of us, we kind of like stayed together. So, but Marie-Josée ran, so we didn't know whether she survived. So we don't know what happened. So, and the rest of us, these killers took whatever my dad had in his pocket. He had some money, and all around us, there was this young man my dad taught in school. He actually came around. He was behind all these killers, and he kept talking to my dad in French. That I don't remember like exact words, because I was not very well fluent in French. So, but my mom told me that later. He told my dad in French that we're not going to find any other place to hide. Even if these people will leave us, we have to figure out, going through the bushes, whatever. But he kind of like told my dad, you may not be able to survive. So, and we kind of stayed together, and we started thinking of where we're going. All around there were, like, you can see the homes being destroyed. You can see you know, a lot of places, you know, all these killers, the way they looked in their face, it was just very traumatic. It was very, very traumatic, and
So the people that took from your father, they let you go?
They let us go, but because they had the money already, so they said, well, you know, because already in their head. So as soon as they got money, I think they immediately thought of how they are going to kind of like distribute it among each other. So, and I think to me, they could have killed us immediately, but to me, I think it was a miracle because they kind of got distracted with whatever they just got right away. So, and then we decided they left, we decided to kind of figure out how we're going to hide. So, and so we had to go through the bushes, and and I remember my parents immediately thought, where are we going to go? Because during the day it was not safe at all. So it was not safe to go anywhere because there were roadblocks everywhere. Already places, the roads we knew already, there were roadblocks, there were all the militias, they were all over the place. They were searching everywhere. So, and everywhere we were, just even if we were like whatever, you could hear the noises around, like of people saying we are searching them, and they had all these songs like, you know, Iye Tuatemba Tembe. It's one of the songs they used, you know, like let's exterminate them. Iye Tuatemba, let's exterminate them. So, and then they were saying search everywhere. So, and it was not easy for us to think of where to go or where we are going to hide. So at that time, my father just held my younger brother, Bonfils, in his hand. So, and we just moved. And I remember one of the hill, you know, we kind of like went around where we lived. We could see our home completely destroyed. My paternal grandparents' home destroyed. We could see so many other people's home destroyed. So, and my father, we followed him, and all of us went behind him, and we just climbed the hill. It's not like a big hills, it's just like you know, the village hills. So, and we as we got, we were just moving, and some people already saw my parents, all of us. So, in that time, so immediately they started calling each other. We found a Tutsi, Ngoga, my dad's name. They started calling each other, please come and let's follow them. So immediately my dad was afraid, so we kept moving, and you know, and I was already tired because the last time we ate was those people's homes. So and we were so hungry, and my brother was so tired. So, and I remember as we reached up in the home, like up in the hill, a little bit of hill. So we came down there. So there was a home who was they call them he was the leader of the sector, conseiller, what they call conseiller. I don't know if they call them municipal. I don't know, maybe that's the name they can call it, but the conseil at that time, they called them conseil. So he was one of the, you know, he was, and we reached out to his home, close to his home, and some of his family members were sitting outside, and his sister was outside, and my dad taught him in school, like before, many years before. And she took my brother from my dad's hand, and she taught all of us to follow her in the house. So, and this guy, conseiller, his name is called Nhiriumwami, so that was his last name. So, and he, as we went in the house, but we didn't know he was part of the killing too. So he was part of, you know, some of his kids and him, they were part of the killing. So as we went in the house, his wife and his daughter, so they helped us and took us in the ceiling. And my dad decided actually to run in different direction. So, and the killers followed him. So they went behind him, and so the rest of us went back again in the ceiling, you know, sitting there, so hiding in that place. And but thinking in my mind how my dad looked like, the fear, the way I've never seen how he looked like at that time. So, and throughout the whole time being in the ceiling, I was thinking in my head what happened to him. So,
so you went up into the house, and
yeah,
he had run a different way.
He decided to go in different directions. So, and these killers who were actually following us and calling each other, they decided to follow my dad. So, the rest, that means the whole day we were there, nobody came to find us, to look for us. So, and my dad was the main target first. So, and as we were in the ceiling, it was later in the evening. So these people, because when they used to come from killing and around the neighborhood, the Hiramwami area, so the house, they had a bar, so what I would call like a bar. So they had like this traditional beer they used to drink afterwards. They would come back and talk about how many people they have murdered. So, and they came, you know, happy. Oh, this is what we did, and we're so happy. And they were describing like so many other people, you know, because village people know each other, so you know who they mention, some of the names of people, you know. So, but then at the same time, I was so shocked to hear how these people are happy and coming as if it's like a game they are talking about, they won or something. So, but then coming back and talking how happy they are, you know, to murder people, and kind of like, it's almost like they were like arguing who did better than the other. So, but I never, in my head, keep hearing that. I never thought these people were going to say that they have murdered my dad. So, and it was the hardest thing for me to hear, hearing how my dad, who taught their kids, he's very good in the community, who cares about anybody, it doesn't matter who comes to him. But now the people are saying they have tortured him and murdered him. So it was very tough for me and my mom, and we held each other. But the first thought I had in my head, I just wanted to leave the city and just go out and be killed. So, but my mom, we kept holding each other. We cried, and it was a very tough. It was a very tough evening for us. So, but we didn't know we were going to survive. So, but we kept hiding, even though we didn't know where we were going to hide anymore. So, and
how long did you?
It was and my mom related me later that it was April 15 when that happened. So that means in the morning was my aunt, and then later that evening was my dad. So yeah.
How long did you stay?
Yeah.
And up in the ceiling?
Because we were going up, and you know, this house, this woman in the house, she was kind enough, and her daughter, to offer food for us. And sometimes she used to tell us to leave the ceiling, and then we can come down and eat. And after a while, she realized it was not easy for us to stay up in the ceiling, and because the people were searching everywhere, and the husband was part of the killing. So, and she didn't trust very much the husband. So
her husband didn't know that you were up here?
In the beginning, he knew, but then later she told him that we are no longer there. So, yeah. So
but you were still there? We
were still there, because already she started figuring out how she was going to hide us, and back and forth. And so, and then there was, and then it will be in the bushes during the day. So then she will figure out how for us to go back in the house. And I remember the day actually we got there before the killing. You know, we went up before we went up in the ceiling. There was this young woman a young girl, so it was a little girl. So she was bleeding because they cut her with a machete. So that she was trying to hide her. So her mother already was killed. So and when we found her there, so because this woman was trying at least to hide some people, And I learned that there were so many other people they were trying to hide, but we didn't know some of them were there actually. So, and she was very, really she was trying so hard, even though her husband was not really supportive of what she was doing. So, and she used to give us, she would bring us, especially for my younger brother. She used to bring us porridge, sorghum porridge, so for us. So and then I remember another time she because it was a small house, they were renting somebody. It's not like renting; they gave it to this man who was mentally unstable, but he was able to leave, but not like he was, mentally fully okay. So she decided that we can go to the house actually. Then she can bring us food there so we can be. It was like a very small house. He was the only person living there. So she thought maybe she can tell him to be quiet because someone with that, mental issue. So he may tell people without necessarily thinking too much, he's talking about that. So she thought by telling him and keep reminding him that he shouldn't say a word. So and we went there, and I remember one of the night when we were sitting in this room, his room. He didn't have chairs or anything like that, so we had to use a mat, made with these traditional mats made with grass, some sort of grass they make it with the mat. So we had they brought one of it, so we had to all of us sit there. So, and in that room, so he had another one also in his room, so where he was staying. So, and that's where she used to bring us food, or she would bring some porridge for my brother. So, and for just a few days, we were not staying in for like a whole day. We just back and forth in the bushes, and then we would go there. So. And I remember one night when we were there, so because there were so many people who were being murdered everywhere, so every corner, so people were being killed. So, and then I remember one night, that was after my dad. So when we were sitting there, and there was this man who actually ran, and he ran it towards us in the room. So, and my younger brother, in his mind already, he didn't think, some of my brother didn't know what happened to my dad. So he thought it was, because it was so dark, he thought it was my dad. And he said, move. Then my dad said, so my mom already could see the face who the person is, because it was somebody who used to come to our home. And he already was holding his hand. They chopped his hand with, I think, I don't remember very well if they shoot him or they shot him. They cut him with a machete, but he was holding his hand. So, and when he sat next to us, and then he started telling my mom what happened, he seemed like so afraid. He was so scared, and he said he was coming from the stadium. He said a lot of people were killed there in the stadium. So. And they started saying, I don't know if any of your people, your family or other people, he kind of like say there were so many other family members who were there. So, and he seemed so afraid. So, and then it was so, and for me to see him the way he looks like, and it was so scary. And after that, this man saw him, and then he said, no, you have to leave. You can't stay here. You have to leave, because you're not supposed to be around here. So even though these people are here, but you're not supposed to be here. So the man didn't have any choice. He had to go. So, and he left. It was very sad to see him leaving, but we learned later around that he was murdered. Some place people found him and killed him. So, and it was very tough for my mom to think who to ask for help. And this woman, even though she and her daughter managed to help us, but we didn't stay there much. So it got to a point where she decided to tell us, no, I don't think you should stay around here much anymore. So things are getting tougher every day, so you can't be around here anymore. So I don't know what else to do. So what I can tell you is just to leave. Maybe find places, hopefully you find somebody to hide you. So that's when we decided to go. It was just, I would say, like a few days, about maybe a week or two. I don't remember exactly. Like it was, she kept us probably like about a few weeks, yeah. 2 weeks.
What was her name and her daughter's name?
Oh, that's a very, yeah. I don't remember exactly her name because they were, I don't know, I didn't.
But she was the wife of the conseiller.
He's the wife of the conseiller. Because the conseiller was a very popular person, that's his name that I kind of kept in my head. But the daughter and the wife, the names can't come so quickly because I remember them, but then because the time is a long time, I kind of like they don't come fast in my head. So yeah, maybe I will remember. So yeah, but
were you hiding in the bushes during the day, and at night you were in the house?
Yeah, we were in the house, but because during the night, sometimes the killers will be at the roadblock. So, and during the day, the only time during the day you will be finding some place to hide is when it's raining. When it was raining, these killers were running away from the rain, so they didn't want to like stay in the rain. So sometimes I would say the rain became like sort of like a safe thing for us in some ways. It really helped us in some ways. So because when it was raining, at least you will figure. That's the time you say, I'm going to figure out what to do, where to go, and who I'm going to ask for help. So, but that's the only time you can even think of, like, if I pass through an open place, not the road, nobody will see me because they will be already, out of the rain. So, and sometimes we used to be like a very wet in our body, and just because of that, because it was a rainy season. So I remember when we left this home. Maybe I'll remember her name. Probably her name will come back in my head as I keep talking. So because for me at that time, and one of the reason why I don't remember their names is just I don't know, maybe it was because of the age I was, and then I was not necessarily and I keep in my head the names of people that I've seen often, or the people that I interacted with often. And then this woman was not like a family friend. She was just somebody, of course we happened to be in their home. So, and I remember when we left there, because my mom had to carry my younger brother on her back. So, and she already, like one of the things I remember, my mom was able to have her shoes on the whole time. Our shoes were already gone, so our shoes were not strong as like my mom's shoes. So she somehow she had these shoes she bought from somebody in those times, from someone who used to bring clothes and shoes from Congo. In that time it was Zaire. So sometimes they used to buy things from people like this. So they were very strong shoes. And I think because she was wearing those shoes, she was able to carry my younger brother and moving. So, and being able to kind of like helping us every time we were falling down. So, and it helped us to be able to kind of feel her feet a little, with the help of those shoes. So, but the rest of us kids we didn't have any shoes at that time anymore. So it was, and again, it was very tough for us because my mom used to be able to buy some, at least not like very shoes to wear. Like all the time we have shoes, and it was tough for us to really walk on the ground and feel like these stones on our feet, and were swollen. Our feet were swollen, and I remember when we because we went to many homes, people asking them for help, and there were so many things that happened at that time. So many things happened. So I remember this one place, because we went to this place, and my mom was carrying my younger brother on her back. So, and this woman in the house was part of the killing during the genocide. So, and her husband. So it was where my mom grew up, in the village my mom grew up. So, and my mom didn't think too much of who she's going to ask for help, who is going to help anymore. So it was more like, hopefully this person is kind. So hopefully this person didn't change. Maybe her heart or his heart is nice. So it's kind. So, and we went there. So it was during the night, and my mom has, we've been like through the bushes, and she was carrying my younger brother on her back. So, and as we went through those bushes, it was kind of very tough. We were hungry, so she knocked the door of the home. So they were in the villages. It was kind of, very dark place also, because there's no electricity, nothing really. You can't see much. We had to figure out how to get there. So as we were there, my mom knocked their door. So she kept, asking, saying her name. I'm Jeanne, can you help me and my kids? I'm Jeanne, can you help me and my kids? And this woman, because already she was already part of the killing, so, and the husband at that time during the night, he was at the roadblock. So he, and the kids who were in the house, some of them, my mom, of course, told them in a different times, but she told them in school. So, and they kind of, in those times, being a teacher was a huge thing. It was a big deal. So, and they recognized their teacher. As if you were a nice teacher, so already it doesn't matter whether it was a Hutu, kid, already you liked. So, and my mom, somehow she was so fortunate. These kids liked her. So, and they said, oh, our teacher, please open. They begged and they cried and begged and cried. So until this woman opened the door, but she looked at my mom and all of us. She said, no, I've never liked any Tutsi in my family. So, I'm not one of the people who is kind of a Tutsi at all. So it's just because of my kids. That's why I'm opening the door for you. So, but other than that, my husband is going to, whenever he's going to come back, really be prepared. He's going to kill you. He's not going to have any compassion at all. So, and then she, surprisingly, she gave us a place to stay, like a little food to eat and where to sleep. But looking around in her house, she had so many things coming from, because they didn't have much stuff, but then you can see that they took things from people's homes, yeah. And you can tell, like, someone like her, you can't have more than 3 mattresses and all that. So you can see the way they were placed, and they were coming from other people's homes. So, and it was so hard for me. And at that time, we were so lucky, at least, someone can take us in our home, even though she was not fully kind of person. But then later around in the night, so early in the morning, she decided to tell my mother, so that we have to go in a small house. There was a small house which belonged to her mother-in-law, who passed away like I don't know how many years she passed away, but it was there, just abandoned house. So she decided to tell all of us to go in that abandoned house. So whatever happens, you know, we stay there. So, and she closed the door. So as we were there, so, and my mom already, I don't know, already in her mind, she was thinking, hopefully maybe, even though this woman is not a kind person, hopefully she will help us. Hopefully she will, you know, help us and maybe keep finding places for us to hide. So, but, and early in the morning, I remember, because we were sitting there and, you know, didn't know what was going to happen next. So, and then I remember, you know, hearing outside, and this husband with his fellow killers and talking, and then all of a sudden we heard them coming to our home, to that small house we're in. So already the wife gave them the key of the house. So and as they got, you know, closer, they opened. One of the people who opened was somebody who actually grew up with my mom in her village. He lived kind of across the street. So these are the families that my mom used to meet often. They used to come to my grandmother. She will give them some milk. But then this is someone who is coming and, you know, raising a machete and shouting, and like, I'm going to kill you, Jean. And I remember his name is Bienvenu. So that's his name, actually. I can remember in his head because I used to go to my grandmother. I would see them coming to my grandmother's house. So he started shouting, and his machete, it looks like he has murdered so many people. His eyes really terrifying. And we immediately, behind our mom and all of us, started begging, say, you know, forgive us. And we started asking for forgiveness to him, and just, please, please help, you know, don't kill us, don't kill us. And at the end, he decided not to kill us. So, because he was just like, you know, raising his machete, I'm going to kill you, and we kept begging. And as he decided to not do that at that time, so he told my mother, so that you have to live with your kids, and you know, I don't want to see you around here. Anyways, you're going to be killed by other people. So, and
so it was just him.
It was just him, but not the wife. Not the wife husband. So it was him who decided to come there and do that. So, because already this wife husband, I don't know why he decided not to, you know, come in with him. So, but I think they already knew that he's one of, because they already knew each other, who is good at killing, and who is, because somehow they knew each other, who can tolerate, who cannot, I don't know, no, I won't say that word, who cannot be compassionate at all. So and I think maybe that's the reason why they let him, you know, he was the one who was there at that time. So, and Bienvenu let us go, but, and I would say that, to me, I always say that it's a miracle, because he could have done anything. He could have killed us immediately. So, and we stayed there a little bit, but we decided to leave because we thought, I mean, what would happen next? So it was not safe anymore. So my mom decided to go on again and find another place. So, and she put my younger brother Morphis on her back, and we went again and finding someone else who could help us. So, but in those times, most of the people that we knew, all the people, we knew them. So, and a lot of them, majority of them, we knew them, who did what they did to us. And I remember, because so many places when it was just around our village, either on my mom's village where she grew up, or around my village where I grew up. So we were living. So, and my mom was deciding on both. We never left around those places. So it depends of where my mom would think to go. So, and a lot of times it was more of where she grew up. So she was hoping that maybe because my grandmother was kind to a lot of people, maybe, you know, people will be will be kind to help. So, but even though we were just searching places to hide, in our places, in our minds, we're thinking, what happened to our uncles? What happened to our cousins? You know, other people who didn't come with us. So already we knew that there's a little chance that any of those people are going to survive. So, and already I remember, because I don't know, maybe because of hiding too much and not eating often, so I got so weak. My body was so weak, and my mother will always take care of my little sibling, and come back to carry me, who was 14 years old, but still I was so weak, and she would come and pick me up every time I fall down through the bushes, and it was not easy for her. And I remember one of the things that really hurt her, one of the things that hurt her when we were in the bushes, because we were so hungry, we didn't eat. So, and I remember because I was so hungry, and then I looked at the sorghum trees and all these things and in those times there was there's a type of a sorghum tree people that has, it's almost like a sugar cane, so you can find some juice in there. So, and because I was not used, unless you used to go to the fields and you know exactly what to choose between the dry ones and the ones with the juice, so I didn't know the difference. So because I didn't kind of do that, my parents never sent me to do that much like many other kids in the village. So and then because I was hungry in my head, I thought maybe I'll just pick one, it's the same, and I never thought too much. And my mom was so sad to see, because I picked a dry one. I didn't pick a one with the juice in there, and she looked at me with tears in her eyes. And even now it really, she remembers that. It's like, because I was so hungry, I just needed like at least to find something. So, and it was those moments where sometimes you don't even think whether you're going to see a snake or something is going to bite you. But it was, I remember one time, because all of us, sometimes you meet, not all the time we met, people were hiding also. We met this woman in the bushes. Her name is Chantal, but she passed away a few years right after the genocide. So she was just relating us to what happened, all of us, when we met through the bushes. And then she mentioned, like, this shows like how we're not scared of animals anymore. And then she said, these people were following me, and then I fell in the hole. So, and there was, because I was feared of what these people were going to do to me and kill me. And then she saw a big snake, and she had to sit down, and the snake had to come through her, it didn't even touch her, so it had to, across her laps. So, and then, left. So, and in my head, I was myself thinking, even if I see a snake, I'll never be afraid of snake, because already human beings are scaring me. So what are they gonna do to me? So, and I remember when we also went to another place, because my mom was always searching who was going to help us, because there are times we went to people's homes, instead of helping us, they called the killers for us, or they would just, tell me, oh, we can't help you, because I remember this place also was during the night, and my mom, it was not far from where she grew up, so, and this home of people, it was like a Friday night, so they were getting ready for Sabbath. And my mom was thinking, well, these people are getting for they're praying, and so when you're praying, that means you're kind. You can help anybody. So, and surprisingly, when my mom kept begging them, this woman of the house was like, no, Jeanne, you can't. No, I don't want you around here. Please go with your kids. Please go. But she was not part of the killing, but she didn't think of anywhere to be able to at least say, well, even though I cannot heal you in the house, maybe I'll figure out ways that they may, at least show some kindness. So the way she kind of like told us to leave, it really showed us that anything is possible, like anybody can do anything. So, and that was the time my mom thought, if someone like her would do something like that, I don't know who else is kind. So, and my mom didn't have a lot of choices, but she had to keep trying. So, and she carried, the whole time she was carrying my younger brother was very already crying, and sometimes it was tough for him to find the situation we were in at that time, not being in our home, not understanding what was happening. So,
what about your other brother?
The other brother seemed to be like already immediately somehow right after the beginning of the time we hid in the sinning, instantly they knew what was happening. So you can tell, like, for them, they knew that we had to hide. We had to find places to hide. And somehow they grew faster right away, like in their minds. So, and I was so surprised that they were actually encouraging me, especially Pascal, who seemed to be very, very, bright. But he was 7 years old. But the thing is, he was like somehow saying it to me, to us. They say, let's try, we have to try, we have to hide. And I couldn't believe like how it changed for him. Like immediately he changed. He realized things are totally different. We're not going to be like kids anymore. So, except the youngest one, who was 16 months old, is the one who really had a hard time. So, but somehow he didn't cry as much like how a regular child would cry at home when you're in a safe place. So he didn't cry as the way he should have cried, like how a little kid would cry. So I think somehow within him, he probably felt this is a normal situation. This is different. So we have to, I have to really maybe be strong in a way that I think, to me, I find it really, I don't know how, instantly all of them really changed. All of us changed right away. So, and I remember because even with in the bushes, and sometimes the people will be searching, will be hiding there. We could hear people moving around and searching, and sometimes he would be quiet. So it was so, I don't know how that happened, but it really happened. So, and I remember one place in the bushes we were hiding because there was so many things happened. I remember there was a guy who I think they were taking cows to, how they do cows, or what the name of it, like taking cows to the pasture to get pastured and all that. So one of the guys who heard, I don't know how he heard us, because he's deaf. He was deaf, and usually when somebody's, you would think they would say, I found these people, come and, but surprisingly, this deaf man came back with gallons of water for us. So he said, drink water. So it was, we didn't know sign language or anything like that, but he didn't call anybody for us. So someone like him, I really, I think of him, like, I don't know his name, I didn't know his name, but the way he did it, so to me, showed me like how, it didn't have to be, anybody, if it doesn't have to be who, you know, anybody can, if, you know, the way he was seeing the situation and not be able to kind of report us to anybody. So it's, to me, I find it a miracle, as a miracle. So, and there was this place also we went because my mom was thinking, this is a family of people who, to show you how some people who were very close people, close family friends, and his name is Leon. I don't remember his wife's name, so, but the kids were very close. They were coming to our homes, and my mom thought maybe if we go to knock on their door, they lived kind of like, you know, in a very nice area. So it was closer facing a high school. And and my mom thought maybe if we go around the area going to their home, maybe because they were close to he used to share with my dad beer, or the kids will come home. My mom thought maybe he's not going to be the same way like other people. Hopefully he will be helping us. So, and my mom, you know, we knocked the door, but going to their homes, we had to go through the bushes in the backyard. And then when we came close inside, you know, close to the front of the house, already there was a man who was part of the killing. It seemed to be like a guy who was staying in his house, and he was carrying a machete and a club, and he was just standing there and looking like he's one of the guys who helped him to kill people. So he as he was standing there, and as we kept knocking on the door, this man came outside, but before we could hear, he was having a conversation with his wife, and we, you know, I think they probably maybe were talking about what to do. I don't know what they were talking about. And then as he came outside, because it was early in the morning, so he was wearing a towel around his waist, and then he had a little drum in his hand, and he faced a high school. He was like a kind of facing a high school, one of the high schools we had, and in that high school, they had so many killers who were camping there, so they were there. So that's the only thing they were doing, people were doing there. So, and he started calling them. So he said, come, help me, come. So he started calling them. And the more he kept calling them, because I think some of them probably realized, I don't know if they thought in their head, because my dad was killed already. So, and I would say it was a miracle. So to me, nobody paid attention. He was so angry. He was so mad. And then he went back in the house. And this man who was standing there and waiting for his orders, so like how he was going to kill all of us immediately. So he was standing there, and he went back in the house. So my mom already has saw the Leon and said, please, if you don't want to help me and my kids, please, at least don't do this. Please help us. Let us go at least. So, and as the Leon went back in the house, all of us in our head, of course, we were thinking it's over, so we're going to be killed. So, and as he went in the house, this man who was there, miraculously, he said, no, you guys leave and leave behind and leave here. So, and he showed us like exactly where we came from in the back through the bushes, and then that's how we left. And it was, to me, I think it was just a miracle. It was not, we were not going to survive it. And I think, to me, it's God. And then, and it didn't stop there. So we had to continue finding other places to go. So I remember this place also we went because already my mom has gone around, we're going around the village, so many people's homes. it was not easy for my mom to think of where we are going anymore. So, and I remember we decided to go back to the first place, to the Conseil home again. So my mom thought maybe we should go back there. So, and
was your mom talking to you about this? Was she saying, were you having conversations about where to go?
Me and my mom were having a conversation. It was me and my mom, but the rest of us kids, the rest of the kids were just getting along with what I was talking with my mom. So I was the only person who can at least, you know, have a conversation with my mom. So, and sometimes it was very tough for her to tell me much. So she would just, so we are going, so let's go. But you can tell it was not very easy for her to even keep telling me much, because it was very tough. Sometimes she would be crying. Sometimes she would hide tears from me. So it was not a very easy times for her. So, and I remember when we decided to go back to the Conseil's place, but it was not the thought of going to find the wife and the help, because already she said, I'm not going to help you, I'm not going to keep, you know, but it's very tough. So we decided actually to go to this guy who, she took us in his home. The guy was like having little, you know, problems in mentally. So we decided to go there, but to tell him to not say a word. Like, say, you don't tell anybody, you let us be in the home, in your home, but don't tell anybody. So my mom kind of talked to him about it, made him like accepted to do it. So, and we went there. So he accepted it, but it was not easy to make him accepting to do that. So, and we went in the house. So, and because some people, we thought by being there also people would never think that he can hide anybody because of his condition. So we thought maybe nobody would ever think about that. My mom thought, not pretty much not me. My mom thought, and you know, it won't. Nobody would think about it. So as we were there, so one day these killers came there. So, and they were searching somehow. He has locked the door. We're inside, and then because of that, those times they were searching everywhere, like so many homes, and they were searching everywhere. So, and as they got over there, they asked him to, he was sitting outside, locked the door. He seemed like, actually he was, I think, afraid of what he was saying already. He showed that, you know, like in his face, that he has some people there, but he was afraid to, afraid because there were so many people. And they kept asking him that they want to go in the house. I say, you know, it got to a point where because of how they kept forcing him, and he seemed to be afraid, and so, and then he was sitting outside and he opened the door. So and then and they came in the house, these people. They found us where we're sitting in this room. And some of the killers stayed outside because one of their leaders is the one who came inside. So, and he looked at my mom and he said, well, somehow he immediately didn't think of killing us. Like, he thought of telling my mom, so you have to find a way to negotiate so you won't be killed. So the negotiation is that you are finding something, if you have anything from your home, to give these people, are going to let you go. If you have something, these people are going to let you go. So, and as they kept talking about it, my mom said, well, and then he said, well, you go to where you and your husband lived, and to your neighbor. My mom thought of our neighbor. They left the key if they have some of our belongings. So my mom thought maybe even if they have a radio or something, whatever, so my mom would give whatever this person was able to take from our home. So And the person they left the key, actually the neighbor, it was not only a neighbor, it was the people that my parents, actually this young man, my parents helped him in school because his parents his father didn't want to help him in school, and then my dad paid him for tuition, and that's why he trusted him with all that. So he... I'm
sorry, I have to cut because we're out of card space.
Okay. We're continuing the interview with Consolee Nishimwe today in Los Angeles. Consolee, we were just talking, you were describing, you were back in a hiding room, and you had somebody come in discovering you and trying to convince and talk to your mom about providing him with something so that he wouldn't kill you.
People, yeah, to the killers, yeah. Yeah, he already he was the leader of these militias who were outside, the killers who were outside, and to convince her that if she finds things to give these people, somehow they will let us, they won't kill us, they won't do anything to us. So this is somebody my mom knew. So he said the reason why he was providing that to say, well, your mother was kind to me. She used to give me, to be nice to me, give me some, food and whenever I needed it. So, he used that because he said, this is the reason why I'm doing that to you. So, and also and then at that time, my mom was just, she said, well, maybe she thought immediately of Jackson, of course, because he's the only person who kept our kids. They gave our kids to take our belongings and keep them in his house. So, and he was not even just a family, a neighbor. He was someone that they helped. So my mom considered him as sort of like a son to her, because if you helped someone, like when they were younger to school, they helped him with the tuition. Every time he had issues and problems in his dysfunctional home, he used to go to my parents and they will support him. They were very, very supportive of him. So, and my mom, these killers took her, and the rest of us kids stayed there. So they decided to leave me and my siblings there. So, and they took my mother with my younger brother. They decided she will have to carry my younger brother because he was young, and the rest of us will stay. So they took her to Jackson's house, and it was a bunch of them behind her with this leader, and already in the town, because when you're a teacher, a lot of people know you, they know who you are. So, and they started talking, having like a talk in the village, or Jeanne with her kids. They found her. So it was sort of like a conversation, but about her. So this is something I learned later that I will explain how I heard about it, what I heard about it later. So, and they took her. So when they got to Jackson's house, actually Jackson refused to help my mother. He said, no, if I really allow any Tutsi belonging out of this house or help a Tutsi, I won't be a good Hutu and have a good social life with the other Hutu, anymore. So he looked at my mom as if they're not, she's nothing, she's not someone, who's worth of helping her. So it was very sad for my mom the way Jackson looked at her. So like it was very, very sad. She kind of like looked at him and say, oh, thank you, without finding words to tell him. So
your mom went there by herself. They let
she
her
went
go.
There with
they
these
let her
killers.
Go by herself.
Yeah, these killers were with her.
So they were with her.
Yeah, because they couldn't let her go, because they needed like things from her, at least few things, so that they can let her go. So they were behind her when she went to Jackson's house.
So when Jackson was talking to her, the killers were behind her.
Yes, so they were listening. So yeah.
And so he was saying, I cannot give something out to a Tutsi, even so he knew that
she needed it to pay the killers that were behind her.
Yeah, and she was asking him for, like, at least can you help me with, you know, at least these people, give them a little thing, something, so at least they can go. So, and he refused, totally refused, and then right after they refused, so they took my mom again, so they were taking her around the village, the town, so...
Why wouldn't they not just then go into his house and take it?
No, because he was one of the Hutus, who probably educated guy, who is showing them, like, hey, I'm a good Hutu, I can't help a Tutsi, I'm not, you know, he had a certain way of, like, you know, even though he was not part of, like, going around with a machete, but he's one of the people who was showing, like, hey, I'm a good Hutu, I don't like Tutsis, I can't help them. So, and somehow he wanted to show, like, to kind of convince that and show them that. So, and then as an educated guy, I think, I don't know, maybe he was doing something that that they didn't want it to kind of go in his house. Somehow they trusted him a lot. So if you're not a trusted Hutu, immediately they will go in your house. Like, they will go in your house. They somehow really feared of who he was. Maybe they can, you know, like what maybe he would do to some of them. So, and my mom didn't have a choice, because she realized this person she was trying to find help actually is a different person. He's no longer like the guy she thought. So, and they took my mom to a home. Actually, throughout the day, they kind of like argued whether they're going to kill her. You know, some of them are like, oh, she's been nice to us. And even some people were were killing people, were just like, we don't want to kill her right now, so we can just leave her, and she's going to die with grief. And they decided to take her to a guy who, old man who lost his leg. So it was about like a few minutes, about 3-5 minutes away from our home. And they told him to keep, you know, like, my mom is going to stay there with my brother. So, and the rest of us kids, we didn't know what was happening. So we were at this man's house, and no news about what's going on with our mom. So
what were you thinking?
In my head, I was thinking she was killed. So in my head, I was thinking, if I'm not seeing her, because it was like many hours so far, so I thought my mom was killed. So in my head, I was thinking, what are we going to do? Like, she's going to be alive, no longer alive. In my head, that's what I was thinking. So I didn't know, you know, what to tell my siblings. So until this man, later on, he said in the evening, he said, no, you have to go. He changed his mind, like, quickly. So actually, my mom was the one who was able to convince him every time we were there. So now she was no longer there. This man couldn't listen to me. So I tried in my ways, but it didn't work. So, and we left. So I was feared. I was really, like, afraid where I'm going with my siblings. I told Philbert and Pascal, I said, well, because, and of course Jeanette, I told them we are leaving, and I don't know where we are going, so, but we have to go find our mom. So I don't know if we're going to find her. So, but I didn't know what to tell them. But somehow my siblings were kind of like, especially the two boys were so, like, I don't know, they were kind of, Pascal, especially Pascal was very, very, became like older a little bit. He said, we'll be fine, let's go, we could be fine. So, but then we had to go through the bushes already, like the way my mom, we had to follow the way my mom was taking us, and, you know, that we have to go through the bushes, avoid the streets. Already we knew what we were going to do, because the whole time, even before, we're hiding. So we kind of used the ways we were using with our mom. So, and as we were kind of like going through the bushes, already we didn't know where to go, but we were hoping that we can go to Jackson House. So in our head we were thinking maybe we'll go to Jackson House. and then ask him, you know, see what happened. So, and as we were like into the bushes, going through the bushes, I remember when we were like, we heard these killers were coming and talking and saying, oh, we can't find these little cockroaches. Immediately, in my head, I told my siblings, I said, well, I think they are searching for us, so we need to be hiding. So immediately we sat in the middle of the trees. So it was just like it's almost like a few trees in the middle, like where I'm sitting right now. So it's not a lot. So if somebody will pass through there, they can see you. It's not like a very, you know, a place you can hide. You know, anybody won't be able to see you. So, and we decided to sit there and be quiet and just don't move and try to not move. We kept telling each other we won't have to move. We'll just sit there and be quiet. So, and you know, thankfully all of us agreed to do that. So we sat over there. So they kept coming through around us. We can see them. But surprisingly, my brothers didn't even move. They didn't move. They kept quiet. All of us were just like seeing them passing around us, like back and forth. And then they said, oh, we can't find them. We can't find them. So, and the more they kept saying that, we in our head already we knew that somehow they might trick us. So they might trick and to see if we're somewhere around so we can come out. So we decided not to keep moving around much. So until when it was a bit dark, so we realized they left, and then we started going through those bushes trying to find a way to reach to Jackson house. So, and on our way through the bushes, we saw a man, I think a man who was in his, you know, trying to, I guess, to take care of his fields. He was in the middle of his field. So, and he's someone who used to come to our home. And when my parents were, you know, renovating the houses and trying to kind of build, he's the one who used to come and walk around there too. So, and every time we used to see someone, at least we were afraid, we were hesitant to approach him, but then we asked him. So, and we asked him if he can take us to his house or help us, but he refused. So, and then we kept going and decided, but then then we decided to keep going, and we asked him whether he heard anything about our mom. He didn't say a word. So, and then luckily, when we were going through the bushes, because it was so dark, I didn't know, you know, it was so scary. So even though it was not far from our home, so our destroyed home, but we were afraid of, because it was, we were in the middle of the bushes up in the hill, but there was a main road up there. So we were trying to avoid going to that main road because we could meet the killers there. So, because the way of getting to Jackson House, if we do a shortcut, you can come up there and across the street and go. So, and we decided to keep going, and I was so afraid. And then we could hear people, like every place we hear people, we try to avoid going in that direction. So we try to go anywhere we won't hear people talking. So luckily we're able to reach it to a home, and we decided to go there. So, and this home was just these people who were poor people, but somehow I think it was, to me, a miracle. It was God's miracle. So we got there, and these people already, because the story was all over, they're being searching us, and as we got there, they immediately took us in their home, and they said, oh my God, you're still alive. So the killers were searching for you, and they were so kind, and I don't know, their hearts completely opened, you know, they opened their hearts to us, and they started having fire around us because it was so cold, and we sit around the fire. And they are the ones who started relating to us what happened to our mom, and that she was taken to this old man house. So, and that's how we learned what happened to our mom. So, and of course, it was very relieving. At least we were able to find someone who knows at least my mom was still alive. So, to me already in my head, I didn't think she was alive. So, but I didn't want to keep telling my brothers that. So, and these people kept telling us whether we should go there. So, and I kept telling them, no, we have to find our mom. We have to go there. Whatever is going to happen, we have to find her. So, for me, I was used to be around my mom. So I didn't want to be separate from her. So even though I thought it was very dangerous, but I thought maybe if whatever happens, at least we'll all be together. So, and I decided myself to, so then these people helped us and took us to, to that man's house. So that's how my mom saw that we were still alive. So, and for her too, she was saying that she didn't think we were going to be alive. And when she saw us, it was just a lot of tears in her face.
How was it for you to see your mom again?
To me, it was. I felt like I was happy to see her again. So even though in my mind I was thinking it was an open place for the killers to find us and come and kill us, but at the same time in my head I was thinking what we went through throughout all those weeks. Already there was no chance for us to think that we were going to survive. There was nothing even like any glimpse of showing that we will survive. So, and for me, when I saw my mom, I felt I was happy. At least because she's someone who was fighting hard to make sure, and she suffered a lot to make sure we find places to hide, even though it was not very easy. And the way she related to me, she kind of like kept talking to me a lot of times, and everything was happening. I was talking to her, like where we were going, what was going to, what could happen there. So, but a lot of times it was more of like where we're going, what we're going, we're going to try. So, and somehow in my mind, I used to kind of like try, I was carrying her, like her a little bit of what she was feeling in her. So even though I couldn't even carry the whole burden she was carrying, but it was not, for me, I felt that being around her, at least it was, to me, I felt that at least that would help a little bit, even though it's not like she was going to find a way for us to be safe, but at least I felt that I needed to be around her. So, and as soon as she saw us, you can tell it was a lot of tears, and she already she knew that we're not going to survive. But because the reason why I'm saying this is because she started telling all of us to pray. Like she started to tell that we have to be praying, and she took us in this place in our house, and we and she made us pray, like all of us pray, and believing that whatever happens, somehow because she believes in prayer, she was thinking that whatever happens, at least we are prepared. So it's a way of being prepared in our hearts. So, and I don't know what happened, because my brothers, the two of them, somehow the more they were praying, the more you can see they are more prepared than I was actually. So you can see mentally the way they looked.
Prepared for what?
Prepared to anything, whatever happens, even if you won't be able to survive. So they were somehow, I don't know, there was, I don't know how to describe it, but they were afraid, but it's not like they were, you can't see the fear on their face, yeah. I was afraid, but it was not the same way you can see them on their face. So, but then when these killers somehow realized it, that's when my mom related me what happened also to Jackson, and she told me how Jackson refused to help her. So, but it was very, but she didn't tell me much at that time, because she related to me later on. Like she kept telling me later on what happened. So, and the people also have already told me what happened. So, because at that time, the reason why she didn't keep telling me a lot of what happened is because their journey was continuing. We're still hiding. So there was not so much to describe it. Everything was happening. So, and
so the people that brought you to meet with your mother again, they left?
They left, yeah. They left because they didn't want it to. They thought by us staying there, maybe it's a safe place. We're gonna stay there, but this old man didn't have enough, ways of, protecting us throughout the whole time. So, and then where he lived was close to the road, so not far. It was just like about, a few walks to the main road. So, and whatever happened, so everybody knew, they can tell who went in his house, what's going on there. So, and the killers already started, organizing themselves, that they knew that we were there. So they started organizing themselves, how they were going to kill us, from the boys, and then the rest of us will be killed later. So, and we learned that they were going to kill our brothers from him. So, because they were coming saying that they were telling them that they can't believe how the boys are still alive. So, and because in those time it was in May, already in May, so many men, and whether you were a little boy up to the older men, most of them were killed right away. So, and in our area, in Kibuye, especially in our villages, you barely find a man who was still alive. So, and for them to see my brothers were still alive, they kind of consider themselves that they're not doing a good job. So, they were saying that the leader of the RPF left Rwanda when he was the age of my younger brother. So, but close to my younger brother's age. So, they said that's why we can't leave even small boys. So, and I remember, because I didn't hear much the organization of how it was going to happen. For me, I saw these killers coming, but my mom already, she kept telling all of us, but thinking because she already was hearing more about what these people were saying, and then she kept telling all of us to pray. She kept telling all of us to pray, and then when the day happened, it was because she told me later that it was May 9th. For me, I couldn't even know the dates or even a day. She's one of the people who came there with the kiddos, who grew up with my mom. It was just like a next door neighbors in the village. His name is Sanan. He came with the killers. He was carrying a machete and a club. So and it was very sad because he's one of the people who came to take my brothers, to kill them, and one of the sad part, because during the wedding, my parents' wedding, in the photo you can see his sister is the one who was a flower girl. and now he's the one who's coming to kill my brothers. So, and when he came, they were already outside, and so the youngest brother was always close to my mom, and whatever we were, so the whole time she was close to her. He was very, very close to her and holding her, and he was snatched from her, and my mom would just all of us behind and crying and saying, "Take all of us if you don't want to, you know, kill my brothers alone. Don't kill my brothers alone. Just take all of us." So, and at that time, because we didn't have so much choice, they took my brothers. So, and the rest of us girls, they took us in one side, and they pushed out on the side, and they took my brothers. We were seeing them walking, and they held each other hands. The two of them took my younger brother in the middle, and they told him they're joining Daddy in heaven. And it was very tough, with all of us crying to be taken, and all of us crying to be taken. But Philibert and Pascal and Bonfils were taken to our destroyed house. Not far, it was a short distance from that home, and we heard people coming saying that they slaughtered them and they threw their bodies in a septic tank in our house, destroyed the house, and we didn't know whether we were going to keep hiding anymore. And as we were there waiting for us to be killed, this man who came and took myself and my mom and my sister outside, and he lied us outside on the line, and he said, the best gift I can give you guys, you girls, is to shoot you. And then he decided to say, well, he sold my mom acid. He said, give your girls acid and die. So, and then after that, he said, well, no, I'm not going to touch your blood. I've killed so many people. I would just leave you. So he left. My mom already lost it. She didn't want to hide anymore. Even myself, it was tough myself to be able to want to hide anymore. So you wonder where you're going to hide and what place is safe. And already we were destroyed in our hearts and minds, and already the people around, they were saying that even if we survive, especially my mom, would die with grief, and she will, and anyways, we're not gonna be normal again anymore. So, and we found ourselves again hiding, and we went to this home, which was not far from that home we were at the time. So, and it was, and my mom didn't even want to hide anymore. So, but then when we got there, this woman took us in the house. Of course, my mom, it was not very easy for her. She was just like, I need to stay on the street and be killed, and I don't want to be alive anymore. So, and as we got in this home, this woman took us in her home, and the husband was out, and he came back, and he was part of actually the killing. He was the leader of Selud, what they call Selud. So his name is Hunzabo. That's the name I remember because it was in our Selud, in our village. And he came back. He was coming from probably killing people. I don't know who he killed, but he seemed like he was part of the killing. And so he came back with a killer, a man who was carrying a machete. And this man is called Shinani. That's probably a nickname. I don't know if it's a real name, but he was our neighbor because I know so many of the family members. They were neighbors and lived across our home. We used to see everybody, and I used to see his brothers and many of his family, his parents and other people. And he seemed like he looked very, very different. So from what I've seen him before, it seemed like he's totally changed. You look like he has murdered so many people, even his face and his eyes. And this woman already, she took us in the house. So, and I don't know whether she was thinking she was going to keep helping us, even though the husband seemed to now, when he came back, he seemed not to agree with her. What she was doing to helping us. So, and after a while, we were there. So when he arrived there at the house, and he just looked all of us there. He started, yelling at all of us and my mom, and he somehow he decided to pull me from my mother and my sister, and the rest of us, all of us, my mom, and we cried. And this Hunzabo never stopped him to do anything, and he kept pulling me on the street. It was closer where they lived. It was kind of like close of the street, so he kindly pulled me on the street. So, and he kept beating me on the back of the sword, and he kept dragging me on the street, and I was screaming. I was begging him to let me go. So, and then I'm thinking in my head, this is my neighbor who is doing this. My parents never did anything wrong to him, and he's just doing such thing to me. So he kept telling me things I couldn't even understand what he was saying. So who we are, like Tutsis and all different things he was describing, and in the beginning he took me to his home in his house, in his parents' house, and the brother was living there, and his brother kept telling me, this is our neighbors and child, you shouldn't do this. And we were friends, these are the people, we shared everything. How come please don't do anything to this girl. And then he refused, I think, kept arguing with him, and then he decided to take me, and we left there, and he kept beating me with the sword, and then he took me to not far from close to our destroyed house, and And then he kept insulting me and telling me all the things about the Tutsis and all that. So, and I kept begging him to let me go, and I kept begging him to let me go, and he refused. And then he raped me there. So.
When it was happening before, were you thinking that that was going to happen to you?
I didn't think he was going to do that to me. I thought probably he was threatening, and maybe probably because of what the brother was saying, maybe he will let me go. But he chose not to do that, what he said, and instead he kept torturing me there and raped me, and then he left me there, and he thought maybe other killers will come there or be tortured by other people. So, and I don't think in his mind he thought I will survive. I don't think he thought I would survive, so he left me there, and I was able to take all the torn clothes and put on my body and went back to Hunzawo's house. You know, my mom was thinking. I don't think any of them were thinking I was still alive. And as I got over there, my mom and this woman, they took care of my injuries, and it was very tough for my mother to see how I looked like. So,
was your sister there with you?
She saw me. And it was tough for her too, but I don't think she it was not very easy, so I don't think she but my mom is the one who kept watching me and see but for me, I didn't want to be alive anymore, so I just want to be killed by anybody, but because in my mind already I was different, so I didn't know how to handle the pain I was carrying it in my mind. So, but we kept hiding. So even though there was not a chance to survive, but still, I don't know. Some people, were able to find someone who hit us again, because we didn't know if we wanted to be hiding, but some people who heard how that we were there, so they someone helped us and took cousin his home. It was in a different a little bit in a different area, but it's close to where we were. This is someone who his name is Saidi, so he's Muslim, but he lived very close to that house and not far, a few minutes away from that place. So he because he was not part of the killing, a lot of the Muslim people were not part of the killing, so he heard what happened to all of us where we were, and he decided to tell us to go to his house. So from that home, so we went from that home to his house. So
the house that you were in after you were raped and you were taken care of, the woman that took care of you, do you remember her name?
I forgot her name. I remember her name.
But you couldn't stay there. She couldn't.
Yeah, we couldn't stay there because the husband was not. Already, we went through so much. We stayed there for only 2 more days, and then Saidi was able to take us in his house, and that was actually the first time we're able to be taken by someone who wanted to keep us, just to hide us without, you know, and wanted to protect us without thinking who, you know, what they think, and just finding his ways to make sure we're safe. So, but we didn't stay there because he learned later that the killers knew that we were there. So, and he collaborated with a friend of his who was in the Muslim community, but actually who knew us too. Was his name is Dekezi. The one actually my mom bought the shoes from, and he was a very good friend of ours. So, and then he was a good friend of his. So, they spoke. He told him that we might be killed there. So we found a way to go there. So he took us to. They planned, and then Dekezi was living with his sister. We went to his house because it was a collaboration between him and both of the two of them. So, and that was actually the first time people would decide how, you know, they were hiding us, wanting to hide us, and, you know, kind of like helping each other. So, and we went to Ndekezi's house. That was in the Muslim community again. Coming back to the Muslim community, it's called. We call it. In Kinyarwanda, Kukisiramu. So that's in Kinyarwanda, Kukisiramu. So it's like a small, like a name of connected to Muslims. So, and we went there. So that was the only place actually Ndekezi was deciding that nobody's gonna touch us anymore. So, and I remember one time when we were there because. They were doing a lot of searching in the community because already they knew that the Muslims were hiding people, and somehow they had some of them decided to have people in their homes. So, and there was this young man who, this man actually not a young man, but he was kind of, he dig a hole in his house, and he put some people during the day who tell them to go inside, and then he will put like a rug on top of the hole. So of course he had to have like a wood and then rug on top. So people didn't know, they wouldn't know there's somebody under there. So until they told people, and then one of them revealed where they were. So, and then they sent police and some of the soldiers, not many soldiers, but there's some soldiers and police, and they decided to start searching the whole community, Muslim community where people live. So, and as they were searching, because they knew already where to search, so they knew that they have to go inside the hole and find those people there. And they came to Ndekezi's house too, so they had to search every home. So they came to the whole house we were in. So, and but Ndekezi was ready and praying and saying, "No, please, you don't have to kill these people." But already they threw him outside, and then when they came in, the people, some of the soldiers we knew, one of the police guy. His name is Bavugirije, so that's his name. So he went to school with my mom in elementary school, I think, elementary school. So, and then he somehow he decided to, when they were starting to say, "We're going to take them, we're going to kill you," and then he just he just decided to go in the middle of me and my mom. So actually at the Ndekezi house, it was me and my mom. Jeanette, my sister, was they decided to take her to another person. So actually the first one, Saidi, decided to find another friend so that they can keep Jeanette. So then the rest, me and my mom, can be together. So when they were this man, you know, Bavugirisha, decided to go in the middle of me and my mom. So he started telling them, no, you can't kill this woman. And actually, people have forgiven her and they left her with the kid, as if leaving her with me, it's like a gift, you know, like. Some sort of like a gift they give her she doesn't deserve to have, and like she's nothing. Just, you know, he decided to say no. That's a way of like telling them to not touch us. So he kept begging, no, leave this woman, and you know she's already dead anyway. So they left her only with this little girl. So. You would die with grief. Just let her. This, you know, he kept like begging them and kept begging them. So until those people were so angry in his face, and these soldiers decided, you know, to not do anything to us. So and then they went searching in other places. So and they found, of course, these people were in this house. They took them and tied them with this man who was hiding them, and they killed them. So, and also there are some other few people they found. They arrested the guy and some of them who had some people. So, they were the only people actually who didn't get killed, who didn't even be touched because of this man, what he said. And that day, because of already nobody knew that we were hiding there. So then people learned that we were hiding there. So. That was like in the late, close to June, so around the June time. So, and so when these people left us, I think that gave Ndekezi some sort of like a strength to say, if the soldier cannot do anything, so that means I have to be strong enough to protect them. So, and there was some killers who were, one of was my actually Leon, the friend of my family who refused to help us in the beginning. So his younger brother, who was part of the killing too, so he came and he started saying, I'm going to let me kill them. So he kept like coming to Ndekezi house, and Ndekezi was like, you know, if you touch these people, I'm going to kill you too. You can't do it. And so they kind of like argue with each other. So, and until this guy, you know, left, so, and didn't, you know, do anything. So since then, it was kind of like, they somehow, so we felt like we were sort of like a little bit protected, even though we were not, it was not easy especially for my mom to think what happened to us. But Ndekezi is the one who forced very much to keep protecting us. So, and until the French came in the area, so, and we had the Zone Turquoise, so, and they were around the area. Actually, in one of the high school also was saying that some of them were there. So, and they started hearing that if the French people are asking who is still alive and come out, they can help them. They are coming here for the rescue of survivors. But I was a kind of way of like a tricking, so whoever is still alive come out of the hiding places, and we started hearing like some of the survivors came out of the hiding, and then when they went to them and they were killed, you know, they were killed by perpetrators, even in the eyes of the French people. So they never stopped that. So, and then we started.
Is this what people were saying?
They were saying they heard even in Ndekezi, because they were Ndekezi. and some of his few friends, they were kind of searching the news whether is the right thing to do, to go to the French people. So whether it's okay, it's safe. So they were doing some research, and they found out those stories, like how some people were killed. And then we, but of course, later on, they didn't tell us, like, they didn't know much, they didn't hear much about. They were not actually telling us, like, everything they were doing, the French people were doing. So until, of course, later on, we learned that even in Bisesero, not far from us, Bisesero in a different, of course, commune, but what's happening to some people there because of them. So, and then we were afraid, we were hesitant to even go there, but we decided to keep waiting. But then, because the killers were still around, the Kibuye was not a place yet. The RPF captured sooner because it was later. So many killers were still around and killing people. Some of them were coming from different provinces and prefectures and coming there. So those of us, that's why you find a few people who survived in Kibuye. So because they kept killing them in June, even the time of June. So and then later, I think because the RPF was getting closer and capturing most of the parts in the country and getting closer to Kibuye too. So, and I think, and also the former government at that time, which was like a substitute of the government of during the genocide government, was actually already fleeing and going all over. So going through Kibuye too, so leaving and going to Congo. So and I think these French, they decided to say, well, the few people are still alive, maybe we can take them. So because they already saw, like, the RPF is capturing the whole country, there's no, I mean, the chances, it looks like they are capturing the whole country. So that's why the few of us, when we went, so we're able to be taken, but it was tough, but also for them to take us. So
at some point
they accepted.
You left the house?
We left, yeah.
And you went to the French soldiers?
Yeah, Ndekezi and told his friends, so and to actually help him, so that in the night, because we knew where they were camping, so we didn't know, they knew where they camping. So in a convent, in the sisters, some of the place in the sisters convent, the place I used to go to buy bread. So in one of those places they were there too. So, and that's where they were actually telling people to go so they can take them from there. It was one of the places. So, and Ndekezi found that they can maybe they can take us. And so him and his friends, they organized the day. So in the night, because it was not easy actually to find somewhere to go in the house, so they had to cover us with clothes and all different things, so on our face nobody will recognize us on the street. So as we were going there, I remember we were meeting some people on the street. So some of them will be telling them, they were having like a conversation, hey, are you going to work? So that means you're going to kill, say, oh, so, and the kids was trying kind of like distracting them in a way of having their language, talking to them in their language, so of killing language, so that they won't even like ask them, who are those people you are with, and they kept distracting them. So, and then until we're able to reach there, so they begged them to take us. In the beginning they refused, but then they accepted. So, but when we were there, in my head, for me, I learned those things from my mom, what they were doing, and some of the things Ndekezi told my mom, I could hear them, but it's not like he was telling me much about it. He didn't want very much for me to hear all the things, you know, to scare them. They could be scared more. So, and I learned those details of how some people were killed, you know, in their hands, you know, through my mom later. So she told me all these things. So, and
so what did you think of?
But when we were there, to me, I thought it was a good thing to go there. In my head, as a kid. But my mom, she told me she was afraid, so it was a fear for her. So, like, she didn't know whether we were going to survive being with them. So, even when they took us in their car to take us to a different area, so because they had to move us from that night to a different area, so we had to go to elementary school. One of the elementary schools, it's called Mukura. It's called Mukura. That's the name of the elementary school. So it's a kind of a very deep village area. So because the classrooms didn't have, they were not paved. So, and they had to leave us there. So then, because they were deciding to actually take us to where the RPF were, like they captured, so they can leave us with them and then they go. So the way they did it, when they took us where RPF were, they just kind of like, it's almost like throwing us, so in a way, because they never like got close to them much, so, and we were able to find ourselves going to them and reach to, and the soldiers of RPF soldiers took us and took care of us, and actually they managed to kind of like, you're fine, you know, you'll be fine and everything is gonna be okay. So that's how that was the time we felt we were liberated, completely liberated. So
you felt safe at that moment?
At that moment, that's when we felt safe, because I remember, because when we were the few days we were around the soldiers, the French people, because they didn't actually only take us to, I forgot one place also, they took us to another high school. It's called Eto Kibuye. So before they took us to the RPF. So the Eto, and because of all those routes where there's so many killers on the street, so we were afraid, because already we were thinking we're going to be killed, you know, but then when we reached the RPF, that's when I immediately, in my heart, I felt, so at least now we're safe. So, and then because even in the language, the way we were approached, it was different, so it was kind of like comforting us. They decided to take us to a more safer place, because we couldn't stay in the area where they took us. So they took us in Gitarama, which is a next prefecture, so which was completely safe, because they wanted us to make sure we're in a very good, safe place. And then they left us there and make sure they would check on us. So that was actually the place I felt completely, at least we're safe. So, but
what about your sister?
My sister? Oh, my sister was there. I forgot to mention that too. When we got to Ndekezi, right after these people, left, and then Ndekezi started thinking about, taking us to the, doing some research on the French people. So my sister was brought back to us. So the Saidi, the one who knew exactly where she was, and they managed to kind of bring her to us. But where she was, it was not, even though they were hiding her, but it was very traumatic, because the people kind of like hid her, but then at the same time they were traumatizing her. So she came looking like she was so, like a very scared girl, so little girl. Yeah.
Do you know what they were doing?
Yeah, they were kind of like threatening her, using the kind of very bad language to her, like threatening her. Sometimes they won't give her food or whatever she was saying, laying down on the you know, the bed, so it's not like a bed. They gave her like this mat made with the grass, and then she would cover herself, sleep on it and cover herself with it. And it's not something she was, you know, used to that. And then the way everybody around kind of like, they didn't want to, they didn't want to kill her, but they were not having intention of killing her. But the way they were treating her, it was very, very traumatic, and she relayed that to us later. So, and it looked like it was something that really, really affected her even now. So somehow I feel like she never got over that well. So, yeah.
So you came together to Gitarama with your mother and your sister.
Pardon?
You came to Gitarama with your mother and your sister together.
Yeah. At that time when it was my mom and my sister, then who survived. So, and then we found later some of the few of our family members survived. So, one of, you know, some few cousins, but mostly on my mom's side, and my mom's sister, whose name is Esperance. So she lives with her now. So she's the older sister, but she never had kids on her own. So, and then, but we met her at Eto Kibuye, where the French. So they were able to take her there too. So that's where we met. So, and then one of and a few other people. So one of my cousin Chantal also, whose father was my mom brother, who was the youngest after her. So, and also we found her. So, and then the rest of mostly on my dad's side, I was killed. But luckily, this young girl, my cousin, the one who's my father's sister, so she survived. She was able to survive. But she doesn't remember much, so, because she was so little. And then, but mostly on my dad's side, it's me and this girl, and my sister. We are not many, so, yeah, we are not many of us survived on my dad's side. So, and then I learned later that most of my grandparents, almost everyone, and learned what happened to them, and some of them. So, but unfortunately, we couldn't find their bodies. So even now, so we don't know, except my brothers whose bodies we knew where their bodies were. So we're able to give them a decent burial. So in 2009. But the rest of our family members, we couldn't find their bodies, but we learned some of them, the horrific way they were killed. So, and after that, my mom and my sister, and my cousin Chantal and my aunt, so we all came together to live in the same house. So it was, because we were able to leave Gitarama and came back to Kibuye, and yeah, so to start a new life again and to find a new home, and which was not easy. And then you learn all the things happen to your family members, and it was not very easy for my mom, but she was able to be strong enough for me and my sister, and went back to work, which was not very easy for her, and went back to teach. And some of them in the same school, actually. She was teaching before, and as you can imagine, when she went back there, everybody would look at her like, wow, you know, they were afraid, some of them, how to talk to her. But they knew what the husband used to do, being a nice teacher in the same school, and then now, even for her, what they did to her, and then she's coming back to teach. So some of them didn't know how to approach her. So, and my mom did something that unusual, that she taught some of the kids who were the same age as my brothers at that time, because it was few months after the genocide. So, and teaching those kids, and some of them who were my brother's classmates, and then also teaching some of the kids of people who refused to help us, and some who became like a very bad, but the kids don't know what their people did, but my mom knew, so of course, but she had to show them that she's different, she's not like them. So, and to see my mom, who was carrying the pain in her heart, and be able to not be bitter and hateful and do some harmful thing to any of those kids. I mean, I found it really, I don't know how but it was really a perfect example for me how I should react and should behave. So, and for me, I wasn't, and thankfully because I was not taught to be hateful, but at the same time, I was, because we were living in this village, in the same area where these people were meeting on the street and were meeting in other places, and we have no choice of avoiding them. But then there are so many reminders of what happened, and then you wonder in your mind, it was a lot of pain in me. So, and then you go to, I went to a high school, and that high school that actually I wanted to go to in the beginning, but then I went to after the genocide. And this high school, which was one of the places, so many killers were at that time, so bad. And it was very, there's so many things that were reminding me, so many things that were reminding me what happened. And then, and at the same time, I remember the first time, that school I went to after, because it was one school I attended in the beginning in Kigali, because I told my mom that I have to be a little bit far in the beginning. So, and the first year, I did 1 year in Kigali, in one of the Seventh Adventist high school in Kigali. And when I went there, so it was not easy. I thought it was going to be easy because I would meet people that I haven't met it during the genocide. But it was tough because I was used to be around my mom with our pain and suffering, whatever. So because I was starting to kind of, she was very close to me because throughout the 3 months we were together, and then I felt like being far away from her. I couldn't talk to her. It was just, it was bad because I was kind of like having a lot of nightmares. I was having a lot of troubles, of sleeping, and it was so bad for me to even concentrate in school. And everything seemed to be not good around me, so, and I decided to tell her I'm not going to stay in this school, so I just want to be back near you. So, but for me, making those decisions, it was because of how I was feeling. But at the same time, I wasn't really, in my age, because I was still a teenager. At the same time, I was thinking, well, this will take a little time. Maybe it's because it was soon, right after hopefully it will get to a point where I'll be a happy kid I was before, a happy teenager I was before. But it was not an easy thing, because even when I came back, I went to that school where there are so many memories, and my classmates, some of them, the parents were part of the killing. And it was not easy, but at the same time, I would go to my mom because I was not staying in school. I didn't want to be in a boarding school because boarding school was not going to help me. And I would go home, and my mom, she used to, because this is how this affected her, she used to come from work, and then she will be in her bedroom with a tea, and that's it, and sometimes she won't have food, because it was too much for her to even, because that was her only way of coping. But then for me, without necessarily thinking too much what I was doing, I kind of felt I needed to sit with her, and every day go in her bedroom. Whatever I felt I was feeling, I would just share with her. And sometimes she would fall asleep because she used to be like laying on the bed and she would be falling asleep because I had a chair like this in her bedroom. So, and then I used to just have my legs up here on her bed and then she would be laying and then I would just keep talking and whatever I was just saying, whatever comes in my mind. So, and then it seemed to be like very helpful because it allowed me to be able at least to find every day maybe livable to me. So, and then I would go to school and then I would find something I can do. And then I started getting a little bit of better grades, even though it was very tough. So it was just back and forth. And then I discovered that if I keep creating something to distract to what I was thinking in my mind, so like what happened to me, maybe it will help me. So in school, I just started going in a traditional dance. So to me, I thought by doing a traditional dance, maybe it would be a way of distracting me, even though I didn't like to be alone in my thoughts, and a lot of times I would be just crying. And then there were so many conversations a normal teenager will have, like for instance, like so who you love, and these normal things a teenager will talk about, the happy things a teenager will talk about. And for me, they were not the kind of a conversation I would engage myself in, because I didn't think that I already felt like I was stolen that joy of being a teenager. So, and it was taken away from me. So, and then but I tried hard to never, because seeing my mom and my aunt fighting every day, it really kept me pushing me to kind of like, I have to keep pushing and leave, and maybe one day I will be happy in my heart. I would just feel completely happy and find the joy. But as the time went by, because every day I always had a thought in my head, what happened to me. But before I actually went to, when I was, about like probably I was 16 years old, before that, finishing my high school, then there were some friends of my mom who found this man who did horrible things to me. So they found where he was trying to hide in a different prefecture in Kinchangugu. So he was trying to hide and trying to, because that nobody's gonna know that he lives there. So some people found him. So, and because he killed a lot of people, they reached out to my mom, but they didn't know what he did to me. But they reached out to her that they have to find a way to have this guy arrested. And my mom had the courage to kind of tell them what happened to me. So, and immediately they felt that they have to make sure this guy is arrested. So, so that's the reason why I got the courage, even though I didn't know how to say what happened to me. So I went to there. So we made sure he was arrested. But for these guys to kind of convince us it's him, they found him. So they took a photo. Took a photo with him. They took a photo with him, and they showed us, a photo together with him, and that's why I was convinced myself to go. So when I got there, the officer was trying to, I don't know, even now, I don't know what I said. It was not easy to talk, but even looking at him was very troubling for me. It was very scary to me. But at least showing up a little bit made this person at least stay in prison, because not so many survivors who were able to confront and be able to confront and make sure these people are, are in prison because it's not easy. And sometimes most of the survivors, some of them, it's very tough because I learned that because this person has murdered so many people, that's the reason why he was able to get captured. But there are some people who didn't necessarily pick up a machete and murder somebody, but they feel like they are good people because they saved someone, they put some, they hide you in their home, but because they are not known for killing someone, but they raped people they were hiding, they raped women they were hiding. So women, it's hard for some women to talk about that because these people are known to be good people, and then you don't know how to talk about these people. So, and it's very sad that some people are in the community, they are still there and pretending to be good people. So, and it's one of the things that really really hurt me, because imagine as a person who went through that, you meet this person every day, and it's not very easy. So, and then, but at least for me, one of the things that helped me a little bit is to not meet him on the street, and just to meet this person on the street. I didn't want to, face him again. So, and then but at the same time, I lived with heavy scars in my heart, and and I lived with all these painful images in my head every day, trying to find a way to not think of them anymore. But it was not very easy. But at the same time, I listened to, what made me stronger is find my mom, seeing my mom, how strong she is, and reminding me to be strong, to never give up, and just keep, asking God to help me heal. So, and I find it because I'm very fortunate, because not everybody had that person in their lives to be strong for them. I became, my mom was stronger for me, and I was stronger for her too. So, and we kind of helped each other. So, and but at the same time, I kept thinking, because of what happened to me, in your mind you always think what it left, what left in you. Every time I will see, like at the end of my high school, I started seeing changes in my body, and I started seeing certain things on this, bumps coming on my legs, and and every time I see a little something, it kind of like scared me that something happened to me. I might be sick because of what happened to me. But at the same time, I would try to fight in my thoughts that it's not that, it didn't, I'm fine. But it was hard for me to avoid those thoughts in my head. They kept coming constantly in my head. But then the more, the time goes by, because of seeing how my body was changing, and then after that, because you're seeing so many women who were living with having all the kids who are now starting to have their children from rape. So, and then some of them with a lot of physical issues, and then those who got the courage to get tested, they found they are HIV positive. And for me, hearing all kinds of stories like that, so it really scared me so much. And then I thought in my head, there's so much. If I have this, and then people will know. Already, I was afraid to even allow people to even know that it happened to me, because already I don't think there was a stigma attached also to being raped. So instead of to me, I thought it would be me who is going to be talked about, and then this will make me worse. And then I thought to myself, started thinking to myself, I don't think I should find a way to I started thinking of what if I found another way to find somewhere to live, other place to live. At least maybe that would help me kind of get over what I was feeling in my heart. So thankfully, one of my cousins who survived, one of my first cousins, so she was able to come to New York because she was living in Kigali at that time when she survived, and then she lived in Kigali, and she got a job with the United Nations, and then she met a husband there. So at that time, so they were able to move to the New York City, and then I started talking with her about, you know, how I can come there. So because she knew exactly what happened to me because my mom told her what happened, but in my mind already I knew that I wanted to leave and maybe finding a way to start a journey of kind of forgetting everything happened to me. That's what I thought. I thought I would forget everything happened to me, but then I kept insisting, you know, to her. So, and then she found a way at the end when I finished, right after graduated from high school, and then she, after, I think it was a year after, and I was able to come to New York City. So, and because she did everything, and then she realized I wanted it to come. So, and then I was not telling her what I was going through within myself. Of course, for her, she was going through so much to herself, but then for me, I felt like it wasn't anybody except to my mom. I don't have to really tell all the people about what I was feeling. So when I got here, I felt like a relief in my heart. So, and I felt like whatever I'm gonna find out, whatever it is, but at least I'm in a place where nobody knows much about me. So maybe if I know about it, I'll find a way to hide from it. So, and then as the time went by, I kept being sick. You know, like because I guess probably I was. Because I was starting to learn a new culture, so many things, and then my body started getting weak. And then as the time went by, I was just weak. And then we decided me and her, we decided to, because of already I was having my hands swollen. Every time I would go to bed, it would just be like hurting so bad. I started having inside of my mouth, you know, when you have like little
cysts, or
you know, it's a little like burns, like inside your mouth, because already you were feeling it was getting bad, so in my body. So, and then as I realized my body was no longer feeling right, I was just getting sick every day, because I fought hard to keep being strong. So, but then because of the time, and it wasn't, my body was not holding anymore. So, and we went to the doctor. So the doctor, which was her doctor, so they decided to, they asked her whether I got tested. So in my head immediately, I was so worried. Like, I don't know why this doctor is asking me to get tested. This is not something I want to do. So I was in a stage of a denial in my head. I didn't want to do that. So, and finally, because she was there, I was forced to do it. So I did it. I got tested, but I was so worried what I would find out. So, but then on our way home, she kept telling me, you know, whatever we found, even if you found there's something happened to you, so, you know, there's a medication, it'll be all right. So she kept finding a way to tell me, but it was not working well for me, what she was telling me. So it just kind of, I felt, I don't know if I was kind of like listening to what she was saying. And then later, the doctor told us, you know, the results, and all of us together. So she said, you know, but what I'm going to tell you, you have to be ready for this, and you'll be all right. So I'll give you instruction, whatever. So she kind of found a way to to prepare for me what she was going to tell me, and then she told me that I was HIV positive, and it was the hardest thing for me to hear. And by the time I was still struggling with the pain and with the pain of rape and all the things. I'm not healed yet. And then now hearing that I'm HIV positive, I have to live with this. It was not easy. And even though I was trying to be tough, but it was not an easy, even though I already thought in my head what I was going to hear, but then denying what I was going to hear. But it was very tough for me. So I went to a clinic, and then, of course, to start the process of getting medication and all that. So, and I spent a few days in the hospital, but it was not easy because every person who came to visit me, I thought what they were looking and how, and to me, even though they told me I won't die, but at the same time I felt my life is completely changed. I don't know. It's different. So, and that's when I decided to started finding a way to talk about what happened, and I didn't talk about it before, so it was a way of like, I have to talk about it, and with the help of psychologists and a doctor and, you know, the great people I met. So, and I don't think I would have been able to talk about it if I didn't go through that path of coming here and then get tested and talk about it. So, and gradually, I was able to talk about things and happened to me, and so many people already who knew me here didn't know my story, didn't know nothing about myself, except that sometimes when they would talk about the genocide, I would kind of like go around it. I didn't want to talk about it. So, and it was kind of relief when I started kind of journaling everything in my journal. So I never journaled much about my life, but then I found myself writing on the paper everything about myself, and then and to me, when I detailed everything, so and then it was kind of for me a new me. So I felt like I was starting to live. It was a beginning of life, a beginning of living after all those years, right after the genocide. So I felt that I'm, despite what happened to me, and I have to accept it and also be happy, find a way to be happy, and then for the rest of the life I have, and also to, and I started thinking also how to, thinking of so many women like me who don't talk about what happened to them, even worse of what they went through, but even now they don't talk about it. How can I be a voice for them? I'm stronger to talk about it, and then I needed to make sure if I talk about it, hopefully someone else will have the courage to talk about it. So, and for me, because of even talking about it, I realized that, and also to me, every time I talked about, I would think someone who even went worse than me, but don't have anybody to lean on. And at least for me, I had those few people in my life that I can cry on their shoulders, and my mom, who is a strong person, and then and to me, and my sister, and then to me, I felt some of them, even though I'm HIV positive, some of them are not even only HIV positive. They even have they had kids from rape, and some of the kids were born with HIV. Others were now having disabilities. They can't get up in their bed. At least for me, I'm functioning, I'm walking, I'm able to, I was able to learn things. I was able to even learn a new language. That is where I can explain what happened to me, when even in their own language they don't know how to explain what happened to me. So, and to me, I immediately decided to start being in my own way to contribute, to make sure that if I at least I'm making sure our stories are heard. And when I wrote everything in my book, I was not, it was therapy. At the same time, I felt it will make sure the people will know what we went through and how it affected us. So, and I think it shouldn't be forgotten. So, but I'm grateful because it helped me to find a way also to love myself, to love my life. I feel different, so I love life. I feel like life is worth living, so yeah.
Let's take a short break. You talked about your journey to the United States, mm-hmm. and having been diagnosed with HIV and dealing with that. Before we continue, I'd like to take you a little back to your description and your memories of after having been liberated and rescued by the RPF. Mm-hmm. Sort of your first time of returning to your home village, mm-hmm. with your mother and your sister.
Right. If
you can tell us a little about how that really happened, and talk us through a little.
Yeah. After when we, because the RPF, of course, they took us in Gitarama, which was a safe place to be at that time. That was the first time actually we felt like it was safe. We were safe, and when the time came, when of course the whole country was liberated and Kibuye was safe to go back. So, in the time I remember when my mother kind of told me, and my sister, of course, and my cousin Chantal, who was with us at that time, and her and my aunt had a discussion of saying that we need to go back to our hometown. So, but we didn't want to. As girls, we didn't want to go back. So, because of the memories we had there, so we wanted just actually to go to Kigali. We wanted to go to Kigali, places we never knew other people there. So we thought maybe going back there would be much easier for us. So, but somehow my mother and my aunt, because they thought of that, you know, it's not easy for them, especially, you know, they felt like going to Kigali was not easier option for them. So they kind of sat down, me and my sister and my cousin, that we should accept, you know, going back to our hometown, even though it's very tough. We're going to meet people who have done horrible things to us. We have to find a way to be strong, and this is a way for us to find an easier way to find a way to start a new life again. So, and it was hard, but that's when we in the beginning, so I remember my mother taking, in the beginning we went to Kibuye City, so, and then from there she came herself first to come to our hometown to find somebody who can, who used to be a friend of our family, so who can actually give us a place to stay first, and then before my mother will find a way to start finding a new home for us. So, and then one of the person actually who helped us is someone who, the guy who used to have a bakery, that bakery where we used to buy the breads, and his name is Foster, and his wife was a Tutsi, so, and he was so kind enough to tell my mom, I'm going to give you one of my small, he had like this small housing where he was renting for people who would come in town and just rent them, and it was like sort of like rental homes, a small apartments. I'll call them like a small apartment. So, and he rented, he gave us actually one room, which was like, you know, we always, it was like very small, but for us somehow it was kind of big. We were just, we found a way to feel comfortable in that room. Like before, it was my aunt, my mom, my sister, and my cousin, and my yeah, the 5 of us actually in one room. So we found a way to fit in there, and somehow we created it as a big home. Somehow it felt like a big home for us, but even though it was not a big. So, and when we arrived in town, so there were so many other survivors, not many, but there were other survivors who were coming there. So some of them, we knew them. So mostly my mom knew their families, their parents. So for me and especially me and my sister and my cousin, these are our generation who were there at that time. So we felt we needed to kind of like come together. So these are the people we felt like we can find a way to sort of like comfort each other in our own way, even though we were not talking about what happened. So sometimes with what happened, it would just like brush it off with few things happened during the genocide. It's not like we're going into deep about what happened to us. So it was just a way of feeling like at least you have some people you share the same, you know, stories of what happened to you. So it was kind of a comfort for us. So, and my mom, and my aunt, they didn't have like many of their generation who survived. So it was not easy for them to find those people. So. But for me and my sister and my cousin, we kind of, you know, find a way, and our friends would come to our home. And I remember this mayor who was a survivor, but who lost the entire, you know, almost entire family. But he had 2 kids who survived, and their 2 kids became our friends. So he was one of my mom's generation too, who had, you know, a home, and then my mom's, so we kind of like switched going to both homes. We were just like, you know, all of us who were young survivors, so we decided to meet it to whoever, you know, adult survivor, you know, who was still around, so at least we can go, they would just welcome us in their home, and we'd just be there and sit and talk or whatever, because they felt like we needed it to find a place to open up a little, not like open up a little, you know, about what happened, just to kind of feel like kids, a little being young kids again, but even though it was not the same way, but we found a way to some of us were, I don't know, some of us were, some of my survivors, friend survivors, were able to find jokes. I don't know how, because it was a way of like coping with what happened. So, and then for me, I just want to be sitting around and listen, and because it made me feel like I'm not thinking too much of, what happened. So the distraction of having those kind of funny, conversation, and it was very relieving for me. So that's how we were able to adjust in our, coming back to our hometown. So.
Do you remember the mayor's name?
Can you cut for 1 second?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to continue the interview with Consolee. You were just talking about how you were finding a community again in your hometown, which was mainly survivors, feeling comfortable, and even so not talking about the experience, but feeling comfortable and making friends again. Could you tell me what were the names of the mayor and the friends that you were talking about?
Yeah, the mayor's name is Abimana Matias, so he has a similar name as one of my youngest brother. So, and then his 2 kids who were the oldest actually among some of the kids he had who survived. So, it's their names are Letitia, Murisa, and Sabin Santimana. They are my generation, so close to the same age. So, but not like exactly same age, but it's my generation. And then and Karenzi Teonest, so is one of them. So, but is another survivor, but who is not related to them. But my parents knew. My mom, of course, knew her parents, his parents. So, and these are the few names I can give you of some of the closest ones. I had, myself and my cousin Chantal. So we used all to be together. So, and there was another woman who was a young woman survivor. Her name is Domina. We always those 2 other friends of ours. She's a young woman, but who had a young child, so who survived. So she had a home not too far from the Abimana Matias home. It was kind of very close to each other. We all lived not far from each other. So what we did, we kind of decided to always meet every time we had a time. So we just made in one home, and they would come to my home, or they would go to Abiman home, or we just go to Domina home. It was horrible. So they kind of understood how we were feeling. So, and all of us we were different. So some of us were able to talk, like Karenzi. I will give an example. Like Karenzi was one of the funniest ones. So he had these funny, stories, and I don't know where he was coming, with the, and sometimes we wanted to have those. Some of them were able to joke, even though they had pain, but they had a certain way of, telling stories, and then it really helped because we understood each other. And it was easier for us to be able to feel like we are fitting in the place again, even though it was not the same when we went back to school. It was different. So, but at least we were looking forward to meeting after, we come back to our hometown place. So during those time when we were teenagers and up to, of course, we got older, and then all of us had different things to do afterwards, so we won't be able to meet each other often. But I think I really appreciate that time, because if I didn't have those fellow survivors around me, I don't know, it would have been really tough for me to cope, because at least for them around, it distracted me. So it was a kind of distraction of not thinking too much of what I went through. But of course, in my lonely time alone, so I couldn't control that. But and I appreciate them a lot for really, allowing all of us to be together. So it really helps so much. And yeah.
When did you return to your hometown? Was that still in between July and December 1994?
Yes, it was between July and December. So I think It was sometime at the end of July, so because it was already, the town was already captured by the RPF, the whole country was liberated. So it was around that time. So because in those months after, up to December, that's when we started discovering each other, with our fellow survivors and so on. And then...
How did you find out what happened to your grandparents and your other relatives?
When we came back to our town, hometown, a small town, that's when we started asking some people, of course, because we want to know at least, whether there's someone survived. So, and then when you used to go, a lot of times the people there in the town, they refuse to tell us some stories because they will be afraid that somehow you will think they were part of of the genocide, because they seemed to be like, some of them, in the early times, they didn't want to approach us or tell us something. They were afraid. Especially, I didn't ask much because for me, I was in a deep pain. It was just about my mom and my aunt, so they were trying to keep asking, and for me, I was very weak. I was not even I just needed to just find something to distract me. So I didn't want to go into thinking about the people. But it was very hard for me to even approach them and ask them questions. So I wasn't really the kind of a person who was having the energy to do that. So, but my aunt and my mom tried the best, but some of the people, refused to even talk to them and tell them about it. But gradually they were able to find some people who read to them about what happened to some of our family members, but not all of them. So, but yeah, that's how we're able to know what happened to our grandparents, some of our cousins, and yeah.
Did you go back to your house?
Yeah, when we arrived in our hometown, it was very hard for me, and I remember when we were thinking of going to our destroyed home, which was totally destroyed. So, and then thinking that my brothers were there, it was not easy for us to do that. So I remember when we decided to go there. So it was very, very tough. It was in the early times, and a few months after ending the year of 1994. So when we went there, I remember. So of course we had to have Faustin, the one who rented us a room to stay in, and he was a photographer also. He used to do photography, and he was a few people actually in the town really who used to do photography. So, and he said. He decided to go with us. He said, I will take a photo of you guys, there. And he came with us with his daughter, one of his daughters, so who was the same age as my sister. And I went with my aunt, my mom, and my sister, and my cousin Chantal. So it was not easy, but we didn't, it was not easy, but we tried not to get close to I didn't get close to the septic where my brothers were thrown. So, and my mom, it was very tough for my mom, actually, even worse than us, actually. It was not easy at all. So we decided to not stay longer. So it took us, again, another longer time. For me, it took me longer. And my mom and myself actually took us longer to go back again to the place, but I can count on my finger how many times I've been there. So, but I kept telling my mom that we need to find a way to give a decent burial for my brothers, because the septic tank was very, very deep. And it was new because we didn't use it much at that time yet. So, and we found there were no other people who were you know, no other bodies were there. So because most of the time, the mass graves, and that's how we found out some of our family members, grandparents were thrown in mass graves, and you know, other places where you can't even like know who is whose, and I kept telling my mom we need to find the strength and to you know, to find people to help us, and then we can give them a decent burial. So at least because we know where they are, and my dad, people refuse to even show we know the area, but we don't know like exactly, you know, to locate it. People can't locate and show exactly where they put his body. So which is very hard for us to, at least you need some closure. Like it's the only way of feeling like at least when you bury your family member, it helps you to feel a little much better, so a little better. So
so you never found your father's body?
Never up to this time, yeah. And but the way it happened now, because in our hometown we have memorial, because there are so many memorials around. So in our town, it's close where my aunt live now. So it's a new home actually. Afterwards, we're able to rebuild a new home, and where they live now, it's like very few distance from where the memorial is. So what they did, even though they haven't found like exactly his body, but he's one of the people who lived around the town, so they have names of people who lived there and what they used to do. So my dad's name is there too. So every remembrance time they talk about him, and also at his job where he used to work. So they remember him, and they talk about who the person he was and how he helped his community, and making most of the kids succeed in school, and because he really worked so hard, and so many of them were able to go to high school because he really took his time to teach them, and now, so most of them now, this is one of the things most of the people remember very much about him, how he was very he liked his job, and really how he never thought too much of how he's going to get paid, or so he didn't really much get paid for what he did. I remember my mom relayed to me one thing that he used to tell her. He said, because in those times when he used to work hard, and he will put his, you know, heart to his job, and every morning he would just wanted to get up and wanted to go to work, and then some of the Saturdays, even weekends, he would just go to school and have the kids and help them with the homework and all different things, even many extra hours of teaching. So he never got paid for that, but somehow, and then he was being mistreated because of being a Tutsi. And then I remember my mom related to me and told me that one day she was just unhappy, because as a male also you were the most targeted person than a woman. So, and she told him and said, you know, you do so great work, but I think you should think about changing your career, because this is not fair for you, because you really work hard. So, and then he said to her, you know, God is going to ask me, every child and every person who came to me, what I've done to them, not what the people have done to me. So I have to really focus on what I do to others, not what they did to me. So, and it really, my mom told me, it really changed her. It really showed her, like, he was very you know, that he's very, very, I kind of inspired her to be stronger and to be, and it changed her a lot. She said it really changed her a lot, and it gave her more strength despite the persecution and all the, you know, what they were going through at that time. So, and it really, that comforts me because somehow people remembers who the kind of a person he did, and as a simple teacher in the community, and really encourages me more actually to be better. It reminds me every day to try to to be at least to whatever small way I can serve, and try to make him happy too. And I think he will want me to not pay very much attention of what someone else will do to me. Want me to just be to be better in whatever small ways I can do whatever I do. So yeah.
So how long did you live in your hometown then after the genocide?
I lived there. I finished my high school there, so that means like 7 to 8 years, right after the genocide. So, and then I came here. So
between 1994 and 2001, you lived in your hometown.
I think it's 8 years. I think between that time, I think it's and yeah, that's the only time I lived there back in my town. Of course, throughout the years there were so many changes. But for me, I left there with a lot of pain in me. So, and I just wanted to find a way to heal with what I went through. So, and I'm so grateful that I actually, it's one of the best thing. I'm so grateful that has happened to me to come here. So, because indirectly I helped my mom without knowing.
How did you help your mom?
Because in every journey I've had here, in my healing journey I've had, and everything I've done to make sure I am studying my healing, and somehow because I decided to share with her, we share a lot of things, and I think since during the genocide we spoke often, a lot of, in every instance, and all the things that were happening. And then that made us more closer. I was very close to my dad, but everything else I had it to my dad when, again, I just, my mom became all. So she became like my dad, my mom, and my sister. and we became very close. And then I decided to share with her every journey, everything about me and what I feel. And then I realized the more I shared with her, the better it was. Her life was, changing, and she used to be a kind of a person who will be, after work or, and then she will go to bed and spend many hours in bed, and which was not good. It was not healthy for her. And then gradually she came out of that bed, and she found things to do, and because she loves flowers and she loves gardening, and even before the genocide, that she was one of her favorite things to do. So, and then she's resumed doing that. So, and having her flowers and her garden. So, and I think it was part of her therapy too. So even though probably she didn't know, and I found it to be also, it was a way of loving to, the things she used to do, slowly she resumed doing them again. So not everything, but at least I found that she was opening up more to me of her pain that she never told me. Usually she will hear to me, I will share more to her, but when it comes to her deep pain, she never told me some of the things she was feeling, because she didn't want me feel bad. And I remember she told me that she used to have a migraine, and she kind of got used to it, and she decided, she came to a point where she was like, I'll never heal from this. So, and then she told me later, she said, well, right, I feel like the migraine is gone. I feel like I love life again. So it was really, for me, I felt like so happy that at least my mom, in her time of living now, so at least she can feel some joy in her life. And because to me, there was no other thing I would be able to do for her to kind of make her feel like you can be more happier. She's a very nice person. She try not to show it much to other people, but it's something she lives within herself. So, but I wanted her to kind of feel like some, sense of joy in her life, at least, and I'm so grateful that it happened without me knowing much it was happening, but I'm grateful that I decided to kind of share with her my journey, and we kind of, walk together in that journey. So, and yeah.
Did you or your family, did you ever go to a Gacaca trial and participate in a local reconciliation effort in Rwanda?
When I left, I was in. Actually, I remember when the time I was leaving, that's when the time the Gacaca was, people were starting talking about it. Of course, it was in the process of beginning, and they were talking about it. But for me, it was kind of terrifying to me. I didn't know, because in the beginning, the way they were talking about it, to me, I felt it was going to be traumatizing, meeting the perpetrators and all that. So that was the immediate thought in my head, because I want to find a way to avoid even meeting them, talking about what happened. So, but when my mom and my aunt somehow were able to be part of it. So, but mostly I remember, because when I was here, the person who killed my brothers, Sanan, because he was captured and he was in prison, and he had to, of course, to face the trial because he has murdered other people. And then he decided to write a letter first to my mom, and about how regretful he feels about what he did, and then he asked for forgiveness, and he detailed, of course, more about the family, how, these kids were going to, because the family was kind to him, and these kids were going to be, he said, I took their lives, and they could have been they could have been part of helping me and my children, and who knows who they were going to be. He was very, when I read it, I was, and my mom was telling me in the beginning when she read it, it was very hard for her to think. She wanted to face him, but then she had also to meet him there. So because he had to apologize in person and meet her.
But what were you thinking when you were reading it?
It was very hard for me to. It was very, very hard for me to even think that. I kind of recalled that his family, my parents, how kind they were to his family, and actually, I learned later. My mom told me that his father, my grandfather, who is my mom's father, gave his father, when they were young men, gave him a land where they were living. That was like a gift. They used to give each other gifts in those times. So, and as being best friends, so meaning they were living in the land my grandfather has given them. And since then, the bond of the families were, all the families they've had throughout the years. And then I thought of that. I said I couldn't. It was hard for me to read it. It took me some time to even, feel like I didn't know what to think of him. It was very, very hard for me to, and then I thought of my mom. How did she manage to try to put myself in my mom's shoes, because she's a parent. She's the one who gave birth to my brothers, and what she was feeling, how difficult it could be for her. So it is for her. So even though I'm painful, but my mom is more painful than her, because she's the one who, and then in my mind, I was so painful, deeply painful again. So in my heart, so I felt like he's not. I don't want to see him. I may find some way in my heart to forgive, but I don't want to see. I feel like for me, it's not something that would be easier for me to look at him. So, yeah, even though I will decide somehow to say, I forgive you, but it won't be easy.
Did your mom forgive him?
My mom, we had a conversation about it because I want to make sure my mom is happy. It's not something she's forcing herself to do. And she told me that for her to start a new journey, to feel like to start a journey of healing and live again, she has to find it in her heart to release this man. She was saying it's a way of releasing him. So really not allowing him to be in her heart and mind. So. And she told me, find it in your heart too. So because it's about us, it's not about him. He's going to face God and talk to him about what he did. So, and I said to myself, this is not the person I want to carry in my mind and in my heart all the time. So, and I decided myself to say, I'm not hateful or angry with you anymore. So, and since we kind of verbalized it and talked about it, and of course we cried very much thinking about that, and I realized it was much easier for me, but at the same time I don't want to see his face. He's not the kind of a person I will want to see the face, but at the same time I want to leave because I'm here, and I think my brothers will want me and my sister to live well. So, yeah.
So you were confronted with these experiences, and you did find a way to be part of a trial, and because the person that raped you, you said, was tried. Was that a trial that you were there and you had to give a statement, or was this something that happened because of other things as well?
Yeah, no, we didn't have actually like a real trial. So I initially that I had to make sure he was in prison. So I spoke to the officer who asked me a few questions. But to be honest, it was not easy for me to talk to him. It was very troubling. And when I came here, the trial was not ready. It was not there yet. So. And after a while, so I don't remember the year, but my mom told me the man passed away in prison. So because he was sick, and then he passed away before the trial. So, and if he was going to be in a trial, also he was going to other people were going to be there to testify about what he did to them. So it was not going to be only me. So it was going to be other people there too. So. But to me, when he went to, in my mind, because he was in prison, it was little relief. It was some relief for me that I won't see him. But at the same time, I was having a lot of nightmares, a lot of images in my head, and sometimes it would pop in my head and in my mind. But I asked, it took me a long time and many years to get to a point where because I wanted to have, to be, I didn't want him to come back in my mind again. And then because of what we decided with my mom and my sister, no, actually my sister was very, very traumatized. It's not something she was talking about much. It was more about me and my mom conversation. So I gradually really pray for this man to live in my mind and just go. And it's not something that I talked very much with many people, so it was just my mom a lot. So, and then when I heard that I'm not gonna meet him and I don't have to face him anymore, it was like it helped to me somehow. Yeah, it helped a lot. So
there was a relief.
It was a relief. Yeah, it was a relief.
So having to face all these challenges, to you as a survivor, what does it mean with the efforts that a country like Rwanda tried to do? Sort of reconciliation, forgiveness. What is that when people ask, can you forgive? What does that even mean to you?
To me, forgiveness, to me, I find it's an individual thing. So we all cope differently. And it has to be something that you yourself, it depends on how you feel and how you because we need to to me it's an individual thing, so someone has to come up with that they have to feel that it's something they wanted to do, so because of themselves and not because of what someone else will think if they do it. But and again, what we went through, it's a lot of things, a lot of painful things, and all of us are different the way we cope with what happened to us. And I think, to me, it's a great way of allowing someone to start a journey of healing, a journey of living, not a healing, a journey of finding a way to heal, even live again. So, and to me, like a survivor, it's not an easy thing to come up with. It takes some time in you to be able to get there, because there's so many things because your life changed. You're no longer the same person you were before. What happened to you, it's not a normal thing. So, and then your life has to change. You have to find a way to make everything seem to be normal again. And I will give you an example, like for us, during the vacation, or the things we used to go to your grandparents, you go to your uncles, you no longer have those things, so it's not easy. So it's not easy to get to a point where you feel like you can just forgive these people. So it takes some time, and also, to me, for those who have been in that place, and all of us who have been able to find that within us. So to me, I find it helped me to feel like I'm living, sort of like having a normal life again. So, and then to me, I just want to take care of my well-being, my health, and it's about me. To me, I look at it, it's about me. It's not about anyone else. So, and the healing would take a long time. And for survivors, some of us are not even going to heal at all. Some of us are, and for survivors, it's not something that will just go away like right away. So, and I think the country, they did what they were supposed to be doing, so which was right for the time. So to me, I think they did what they were supposed to be doing. So, but if I speak on survivors, perspective, to me, it's an individual thing. It takes a long time too, so to get there. So.
Now, you moved to the United States because you were seeking distance to what happened to you.
And then you came to the United States and you got your diagnosis and you found help and you sought help. And what were sort of your trajectory, your pathway then? Sort of, you wrote a book. What triggered writing the book? What triggered getting into this type of work?
When I was, of course, I was very, very fortunate to have people who have been part of my journey. And when I started journaling, everything happens to me because, of course, it started since the time I was diagnosed with HIV. So that's when I started talking about what happened. Not like telling a lot of people, it was just about those around me. So, and I felt that it was almost like a load lifted off my shoulder. So, and then I was journaling everything in my journals, and but then when I started telling my fellow survivors what happened, because I was feeling like I need to gradually find a way to share, what I was feeling, because I knew in my heart that some of them are going through a lot within themselves, and I felt that the pain that I carried, that somehow the Lord was lifted off my shoulder, I wanted someone else to feel that way too, because even though you may be able to make your life, because some of us were able, it was easier for them right away to kind of like, that was another way of coping too. Let me find things to do, make my life, my career, study, do career and all that. Some of them were able to do that, because not all of us were strong enough to be able to do that, but some of them were able to get there and have that was the way of like feeling like, if I do well, so I'll feel better, so I may forget about everything. But these are the things we live with. So to me, I felt like by telling them and starting talking about it, it will be a way to help them also talk about it, because it happened to us, and also at the same time we want to make sure it won't be forgotten, because if we don't talk about it, people won't know that it happened to us. So, and then by talking about it, also you're helping yourself to heal, to start healing the wounds you're carrying within yourself. So, and when I started around close to my fellow survivors, and also sharing a testimony through commemoration, and even though it was not a lot of talking about, but I was encouraged more to kind of like detail more of what happened, and I decided to write it. So I felt, for me to have a way to reach out my story in a lot of places, and probably encourage other people who are going through who went through similar experience, or even different experience, but and also to encourage people to speak out, because when you see things like that happening, you should speak out. It doesn't matter where you live, because it's not something I wish anybody to go through. So we don't want anyone to go through such things. So, and that was my motivation, and I think I felt at the end, when I released my book and started having it all over the place, so, and I felt really that I contributed it to at least, even though my healing, and also helping others too. So yeah.
When was your book published?
It was published end of 2012. So yeah, but I started talking about it in 2013. So because right after I released it, because it was my personal experience, even though I was kind of like relieved and all that, but at the same time, I just want to take the time to breathe a little bit, to breathe and just feel like it's almost like you want to think what you just did, and I just wanted to kind of go with what I just did, and then feeling like I'm ready to keep talking about it, and also and I was so I feel that it was a new life for me. I started feeling like I was living a new life, and I started liking things I never thought of I would like again. And then I started.
Do you have an example?
Yeah, like for instance, you know, like growing like hair, or I would just feel like I needed to, you know, to just go places with friends and just have a real fun. So, or I just feel like I needed to try new food. Like I feel like it's something I'm happy I need to try. Or if it's a clothing, if I'm wearing it, it's something I like to feel like it's something I chose I need to like, and I deserve to wear it, because most of the time I didn't feel I didn't feel like I needed to do things that every other person, like, it makes you happy, makes me like to make myself feel like I deserve to have all those things. I was not connecting very much with some of the things that will make people happy. So it was just, and I'm glad, because somehow I worked within myself more. So what it helped me to. So I was connecting it in my brain. Everything was connecting with how I was feeling within myself. So, and I didn't neglect very much how I was feeling. So, and I'm glad I am loving life. So I'm loving things too. You know, I feel like I can have family. That's another thing I never thought about before. So, and it started coming in my brain. But it was not something I wanted it to. I kind of like didn't want to think about it, because I felt like it's not. I don't have to think about that. But then I'm feeling like I can do things everybody else do, and then I started kind of like consoling the younger self of me, like the 14-year-old of me that was very deeply broken. Yeah, so I tried to talk to her. Yeah, so this 14-year-old who was very deeply broken and didn't know life was going to be good again, and just kind of talked to her, and we are fine. I'm fine with that.
So you mentioned since 2013 you've been speaking. What kinds of speaking have you been doing, and what have you been doing the last 3-4 years then, since?
Yeah, since then, gradually I was able to get the invitation from the United Nations, and when they had events, different events about, you know, the genocide or Holocaust. Of course, those who went through the Holocaust is similar to what happened to us. So I felt like I needed to be part of also people who have similar experiences, and learn from them too, how they were able to cope, and what they do to make sure people won't forget what happened. So, and I started joining most of the events in the UN, and started going around the universities and colleges, and also high school and middle schools. And those in the middle schools, what I like is just I tell them about the 14-year-old me. So I try to kind of explain to them what happened, because and it's good for them to learn that, to know what happened to someone who same age as them, but in a different world what happened. So, and to me, when at least when I do that, it makes me feel like helping the young person to think of what to do. Yeah, encouraging them to do something, and it was not. And I don't know how I managed to find the words. Sometimes when you tell a story in a language you didn't speak before, it's not your own language. So telling the story, it took me, because of accepting myself, allowed me also to find a way to be able to tell that story of what happened. I'm so grateful that I found. I was able to tell it, because a lot of survivors, when we talk about it, it's not easy to find the words to describe what happened and magnitude of what happened. So, but I think in whatever way you can say it, so people will understand it, and I think it's so important to tell it in your own way, in a way that your mind tells you, how to say it. So, and people want to hear that. So, and I think that's what I try to say to survivor. You don't have to, you'll find the words, you'll find the way to say it, because people want to hear that story. So, and then it will help you too. So in your healing journey. So, yeah.
You mentioned before that you were thinking also of family. Do you have a family? Do you have your own family?
I don't have my own family yet. It's my imaginary family in my head. Yeah, so, but I have nieces, so I'm so happy, to see them, and they're, and I think they also helped my mom too, because
they're your sister's kids?
My sister's kids, and also my cousins, kids. I call them my nephew, nieces too. So, and they're close to the same age as, actually some of them are the same age as what my brother's age at that time. So, and it's my sister's kids. So somehow my mom is happy. They kind of like brought so much joy in her life again. So, do
they live here in the United States or
no? My sister lives in Rwanda, so she's able to see them often. So they both live in Rwanda, and my aunt. So my aunt is happy also to have them around. So, and once in a while, when she sees them, my mom, she's really happy to have them. And she relates to me somehow how she feels like has something to do, like she has someone, to live for. So, and even though she's not living with them all the time, but she sees them once in a while. But every time she has them around, it's really a joy for her. So, and I'm so happy that they made her happy. So, and at least when she's doing something, she feels like she's doing it for them, and I'm so happy that she found that in her. And then she has, because for me, I wanted her, I never thought that would be something to help her, but then I found that it's a great thing my sister did, so I'm glad it happened. But I don't think it was, for me, I was going to be able to give her those kids yet, so, but I'm glad it happened. So, but if it happens for me, I'll be happy too, so it will be something that will make her happy too. Yeah, but if it doesn't, it's okay. She's just want me to be happy, that's it. Yeah.
Do you have any anything you would love the next generation to hear from you? Mm-hmm. Sort of a message, sort of a learning or an understanding of, mm-hmm. given your experience and where you're at with your life, mm-hmm. that you like to, for the future, to know and hear from you?
Yeah. The new generation are the ones who are going to make sure that we're not going to have this thing happening again anymore. So, and I think my message to them is to tell them that they should honor the memories of their people, like all of us, the stories of what happened, making sure that it stays and people are learning, and they are teaching them to their kids, and making sure this is not forgotten. So, and also to make sure they educate themselves among each other how to care one another, because by learning what happened, they also learn the reason why the genocide happened. So this will educate them to make sure how to care one another, to love one another, and without discriminating anybody, because it's and by learning that, educating themselves to love one another, it's a beginning of, because everything starts from how you treat each other, around each other, and then it grows to something bigger, like a genocide, because the genocide doesn't have to be like right away. It's not something that happens right away. It's like it grows. It started from a small thing, and then it becomes something from something small by discriminating people, and then by looking at them differently. It started from not like that around each other. So, and I think I encourage them to really make sure among each other they're educating each other to care one another, to love one another, and help each other, and educate each other, open their minds to educate themselves about the past history, our histories, and making sure nobody is going to force them to forget what happened. So, because by forgetting, you are allowing to create something not nice. So, and they should not allow that to happen. So, and then at the same time, they needed to support each other, and making sure that anywhere they see injustice, they should speak out. Never be quiet when they see injustice happening to anyone around them. So, and by speaking out, you are helping to have a society with love and care one another. And also at the same time, if they know someone who went through tough times in their lives, and they should find a way to, they should support each other. And at the same time, they should value education, because when you're not educated, it's another way of also, it helps also to create something not good in the society. Education is so important. So, and also with our society in Rwanda, especially for the Rwandans, because we need to make sure, especially the Rwandans, we need to make sure that we are very, very deeply careful in the way we treat each other too, because what happened to us in my generation, it didn't happen only in 1994. It started even before, in 1959, and it was 60s and all that. So that means even the generation some of them who committed the genocide, they were youth, and we should also making sure to educate each other, and also find a way to help and those who are born from survivors, because they needed to be supported, and I think we have also a generation of those who were born from rape. These are other survivors that need to have the support, because they're still young. They will be growing in the different in this society too. So
What about the generation born from perpetrators?
And those who are born from perpetrators also, I mean, there's a shame of what happened to their family members did, and also they need to have like a discussion and a conversation to how they, you know, they should treat each other with love. And I think if they do it both, because they have learned, there are so many things to. They are teaching them, they are leaving them with how they should care one another. They should use it actually, because they already now have it. So they should use that education to talk about it and be open. So when you're open, so it's easier for you to care one another. So, and that will be the big message that'll be the message I will try to give to every young person. But at the same time, I also want to tell them, because sometimes there are things you go through in life, and they may make you feel like you want to give up. So, and I don't want them to feel like you should give up. So for me, I would like to encourage them to never give up. Doesn't matter what you're going through, but you should never give up. Because one of the quote that I like to, so it's like my mantra that I live with, is that no matter what horrible circumstances you may face in your life, never lose hope. For losing hope is the beginning of your own self-defeat. So, and if someone can live around that, so, and I think it will be, and if that can help them and inspire them to feel like life is worth living, and I'll be happy. Yeah.
Consolee, I want to thank you for giving us your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Consolee, we're looking at a picture. Can you tell us when the picture was taken?
The photo was taken, the picture was taken during my parents' wedding in 1977. So that was their time when they got married. So this is the only photo actually I have left of almost everyone who is in that photo. So,
where was it taken?
It was taken in Rubenguera, so in our town where we lived. So that's where they got married. So yeah.
And could you tell us the names of everybody in the photo, starting with the gentleman with the light suit on the left?
Yeah, the one next to with the white suit is my uncle Leonel, the one who was my aunt husband. So I call him my uncle. Leonel. So, and then next to him is my dad, and then my mom, of course, next to my dad, and then next to my mom is my aunt Rose Kanyindi, who is the wife of Leonel. So, and then close to Rose is the priest, whose name is oh, I forgot. I'm trying to think the name. So I'll come back to the priest. So, and then next to the priest is my aunt Esperance, who is still alive actually. And then next to my aunt Esperance is my uncle Gahamani Vincent. Who's actually the only child who survived is Chantal, the one who lived with us. So he was the last born. It was in their family, and also next to in the front of my my uncle Leonard is Damascene, who was the child of the oldest child in my mom's family, who actually fled in 1965, and then he left him when he was 5 months old. So when I was growing up, I thought he was the biological brother. So, but when the genocide happened, he passed away before the genocide. But before I go, my uncle Leonard was killed, and my aunt Rose was killed, and the priest was killed, and my uncle Vincent was killed, and then in front of my dad is the sister of the brother who killed my brothers. Her name is Christine, and she still lives in Kibuye, in the same small town we lived. And then in front of my Aunt Rose is her child, her oldest child, Aimable Nukanyagwe, actually who survived the genocide because he was living abroad. He was in Senegal, in Dakar, Senegal, but now he lives in Rwanda, in Kigali. And in front of my Aunt Rose, next to Aimable Nukanyagwe, is his younger brother, the second brother of him, with the name of Muhirwa Jean Damascene. He was killed during the genocide. And next to Jean Damascene is a friend of the family. Her name was the same as my aunt. Her name is Esperance, so she was murdered during the genocide as well. Those are the names, and the people who are still alive is my aunt Esperance and my mom in that photo, and Aimable. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us when the photo was taken, where it was taken, and who is in the photo, please?
The photo was taken a few months before the genocide. That was sometime in 1993. So, and it was taken in our old home, the home that was destroyed during the genocide. So we're sitting actually outside. These are my siblings. We're sitting outside on the stairs, going actually these stairs. You can go straight to our paternal grandparents. They used to go, they lived like above there a little bit. So, and the one with the white dress is my sister, Jeannette Ingabire. And then the second was me, it's me. And then I was holding our youngest brother, Bonfils, Abimana, and then next to Bonfils is Philbert Moussi, and next to Philbert is Pascal Muvara. So this is the only photo I have with all of us together, so I was very fortunate to find it. So.
How did you find it?
I find it through someone who kept them, so who kept some photos. You know, usually in the old days when people used to come to your homes and you have like different copies of photos, there was a culture of giving friends and families photos, so I was able to find it to some of those who kept them. Yeah.
Who took the photo?
The photo was actually taken by one amongst the few we had, a photographer, Faustin, the one who actually gave us a place to stay right after the genocide, Faustin. So he's the one who used to take photos of us even before the genocide. So and then even after that, he's the one who kept doing that and helping us with the photos, and yeah.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, he passed away now, so he's no longer alive.
Thank you. Consuelo, we're looking at two photos, one on the left and one on the right, from looking at it. Can you tell us who's in the photo and where and when it was taken?
That's me on the left is my sister, Jeannette. She was standing outside on the balcony of our home now, our current home in Rwanda. So, and a friend of hers took that photo. So, and then this is me on the side in New York City. It was sometime in October 2012. So I was actually it was a release of my memoir. I was speaking to some people who came to support me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Consuelo, we're looking at a photo. Can you tell us who's in the photo?
This is my my aunt. I would say is my aunt, but it's the first cousin of my mom. Her name is Nyirabuke Agnes. She's a sister, Catholic nun, and she is one of the few people in my mom's family who survived in her home. She's the only one who survived during the genocide. So, but she also survived another attack, because right after the genocide, those who committed the genocide, they used to try to infiltrating and burn the buses and taxis, and trying to keep killing people. And she was coming to our home that day for just a vacation, and then she was shot, but thankfully she survived. So she's one of my favorite aunts. So.
Do you know when the photo was taken and where?
It was taken to her, to the place she lived before, at the convent in Kyangugu. So, but it was sometime in late 2000. I don't remember exactly what date, but the year. But she sent me that photo.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Consuelo, can you tell us who's in the photo?
Yeah, this is, her name is Sandra Busabe. She's one of the girl that we found Conte House when we went to hide there, and she was bleeding, and her mother was killed. So, and then later on, I kept asking, searching for her if she was still alive, and thankfully she was able to find each other with my mom, and I got in touch with her, and I'm grateful because at least I see her as a beautiful young woman she turned out to be, but all the time I had an image of how I saw her bleeding because of the machete. So, but I'm grateful she's alive. So, and we are friends and we speak, and she was happy that I'm telling the story. So,
do you know where the photo was taken and when?
It was taken in Rwanda, but now she's living in South Africa. She's married.
Do you know
when
it was taken?
It was taken sometime in 2005, around that time. But she's a mom and married now. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Consuelo, tell us who's in the photo and where and when it was taken.
This is my mom sitting outside in our home, in our current home, and it was taken sometime in 2010. So this is a while ago. So, and she doesn't take a lot of photos. But this is one of the photos that I like about her, because she's at home, and now at least we have a home now. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Consuelo, we're looking at a book at your picture. Can you tell us when the book was written, when it was published?
The book was published in July 2012. With the publisher called Babwa Press. So that's when it came out, and so I'm grateful that I did it. So, and I'm lucky, and hopefully it's going to help a lot of people. So, yeah.
Thank you. Consuelo, can you tell us what the picture is of and when it was taken and why?
And this photo was taken actually in the United Nations. So I was speaking. I was part of the panel discussion of the Holocaust Remembrance Day at that time. It was in 2015. So it's one of the day that I really remember because I was together with people that we had a similar, you know, experience. But at the same time, I feel like it was an honor for me to be part of this event. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.